Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The big names have arrived at EWC. The play-ins are over, but now things get harder. 2 groups of 8, lose 2 matches, and it's over. But win 2, and you're through to the playoffs. We've got world champions, defending esports World Cup champions, all-time greats, and newcomers to welcome to the stage. Back-to-back world champions FaZe Clan looking scary as ever, and Dark Zero, who took the last major, looking just as tough. It may just be day 1 of groups, but getting off to a good start is key. A loss today puts you at risk of elimination. This is the first step on one team's journey to lifting the trophy, and that could be life-changing.
I just hope that the team will be in the games instantly, because we are known as the team who starting slowly. The main thing I'm scared about, and if we are going, we are playing good at the start, we will do a good tournament, for sure.
We just have to enjoy the tournament, and we don't know what to expect. We're just trying to do our best in the practice.
We're gonna go out there, and we're gonna play to our peak potential, and whatever happens, happens.
Playtime is over. Play-ins are in the rear vision mirror, and now it's time to look forward for the group stages. 16 of the best remaining here at EWC, with only one that can be crowned champion. We've got 7 days to do it. Let's go ahead and welcome in our incredible 2 analysts and commentators. Pretty much, they're just all-rounders. Boys, how are we doing, Jake? Obviously, we enjoy play-ins, but now This is where the gritty starts.
It is. It's good to be back. Yesterday was a lot of fun, and obviously disappointing that we have to say goodbye to 6 teams already, but then hello to 14 other teams, and we kind of reset a little bit. I think that's the mantra for today. Down to 16 teams. I say down because we've obviously sent quite a few home, but nevertheless, where we get to now is a chance for Fnatic and CAG from play-ins. Their journey continues. For everyone else, it just begins.
It certainly does, and same format in a very similar vein. It's double elimination, guys.
Yeah, we have 2 stacked brackets, double elimination. I think the quality of Siege is going to raise to another level over the course of the next week or so.
Speaking of the next week or so, let's go ahead and have a look as to how this will pan out from a format perspective.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege returns to the Esports World Cup for another year of intense FPS action. The teams that qualified directly for the main event group stage have been split into 2 groups, the play-in teams joining them to make 8 teams in each group. Those teams will play a double elimination bracket with 4 teams from each group advancing to the playoffs. In the playoffs, second chances are gone as lower bracket is removed in favor of a single elimination competition. Teams will battle to make it to the final with a 3rd place match also set for the final day of the tournament. Opening matches in the play-in stage and group stage will be a best of 1. All other matches will be a best of 3 with the exception of the grand final, which will be a best of 5. There's a lot of Siege to play here at the EWC, and the stakes are higher than ever, so sit back, relax, and get ready to be entertained.
As you can see, still a lot of action to come at the Esports World Cup, and with where Siege is at the moment, the fact that we're kind of talking to Nick, Pengu, if you will, I know Nick like that, the floor is starting to raise to the ceiling. The regions are not as divided as they once were, and that means that action and competition continues to come at us quicker, faster, and more intense than we've seen it ever before. I think that format for me, guys, this is the best format we could ask for. Splitting it into 2 groups, giving you those opportunities, giving you a safety net, giving you a parachute while still trying to get to playoffs.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting way in which it's been seeded, though, by using the overall SI points ranking system that we have for Siege. And so it's led to some pretty interesting matchups that we otherwise would not really expect, especially day 1 of this portion of the event. So, yeah, I'm really keen. I think we're going to get some banging games.
We certainly will. Jake, I guess that is something to touch on. Yesterday, as we were closing up shop, we're talking about the fact Shopify Rebellion's loss actually threw a pretty big spanner in the works for what we expected to see out of the seeding. So we really didn't know what to expect until CAG got in, and it took us until probably nearly midnight to actually know who were playing against each other.
And I'm sure a lot of the teams that were coming in for the group stage, their analyst team and support staff would have probably tried to put pieces together and say, well, if Shopify and Fnatic both get it, into group stage, this is how the bracket will look. And then all of a sudden that doesn't happen, and you throw that out now. Suddenly you go from playing X team to Y team. The one thing is that it doesn't matter too much. We're beginning with best of 1s. It's double elimination. It's not the end of the world. The main thing would have been, were you going to be in Group A or Group B? That's the only thing. And so when I kind of looked at the groups now, as we've got in Group A, you've got a lot of North American teams in just the one group, which is kind of concerning. So you can get some funny instances like that and how that develops. But at the end of the day, we had no idea until very late yesterday.
Yeah, and look, what's on offer? A massive $2 million prize pool. And that's not just what it's about at the moment. Obviously, pride, glory. Also, club championship points are massive at EWC because it's such a big event and covers multiple titles. One of the huge talking points coming into this EWC, which we've never seen before, is an SI spot on the line, an auto qual directly to the biggest event of the year, guys. This changes how people look at this.
Yeah, not SI points for specificity, but it is a spot on the line at the event. So it's an all-in style of event, right? All of these teams are not going to settle for anything less than first place. As we look across at Group A, and this only reiterates the point that I was making before, that these groups seriously are stacked, and despite being double elim, it's still going to be an unforgiving format.
And again, all 3 of the North American teams on the same side of the bracket due to the upset loss for Shopify Rebellion yesterday, again causing teams to move around on the seedings. Now I do want to, obviously this is actually really good that the bracket is up, because I actually wasn't even quite sure of how it was going to work, but in terms of that lower bracket semi-final, it does flip a little bit, so it's not as if one side of the draw means that that's the only teams who will play, so there will be some flipping in those decided matches. Group B here on our screens. I like this one if you're a Weibo or APAC fan. Weibo versus Furia. Furia is not really that big of a dominant team. They've still got some growing to do, so I like that matchup for Weibo to best of one, and Enterprise as well versus GK Esports. We could actually end up legitimately with Weibo versus EP to look to qualify for playoffs. Again, back-to-back events from Salt Lake City, where of course Enterprise got that win. That got the 2 slots for OS. Could it happen again here at the Esports World Cup?
It very well could. I think that if you are an APAC fan, then you'll love looking back at yesterday's performance from CAG. They had a phenomenal run, and I think that at the end of play-ins, we really didn't know what to expect. Jake, you were kind of saying multiple times throughout the first day and then kind of leading into the second day, yeah, it's all good and well to play well, but it's one game. It's one game that matters. And we saw that yesterday, how integrally important that was to one of the biggest storylines we had to play in.
Very brutal format. You know, Shopify Rebellion did everything perfect on the opening day. They got the best seed that they possibly could. Unfortunately, then still got the hardest opponent that they probably could get in CAG. And they also, guys, got a CAG team that finally played to their full potential at an international land, hence why they were able to get the win. So if you were to look at it on paper, I don't think it's the biggest upset of all time, but if you add in all the historical, you know, data around CAG and how they usually perform, yeah, it's a bit of an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. They really took a commanding position over the course of those 3 maps. And I think for me, the biggest takeaway was resilience. And it's a storyline for CAG that's very easy to refine.
They're 6-3.
Exactly. Down on club, able to recover and bring that to an OT8-6 win. Set themselves up nicely. And even despite map number 2 of this series, as we see the highlights on Border, completely flipping the other direction, right? Shopify looked absolutely dominant, 7-2 victory in the end. It was CAG's ability to just fight and fight and fight and make Shopify work super hard over the course of this series, and unfortunately they just ran out of gas.
I also got to speak to Sparky briefly last night after their win and just sort of, you know, posed the question, celebration or back to work, and immediately said no celebration. Our goal is to win the trophy.
Yep.
Getting into groups isn't a win. And I'm sure, of course, they're happy with the result and happy with the performance, but they're not satisfied. The tournament is now just beginning for them as much as it is for all the other teams joining us in group stage, Rob.
And that's it. When you're talking about group stage, when you're talking about these teams that are going to be joining us, I mean, yeah, CAG, Fnatic, phenomenal plans. They look great. You can see there, as you said, some teams aren't going to be satisfied with just making it through to groups. Some teams are going to want to make it to main stage, and not just that, but take it all the way. However, the teams that are joining us in groups are absolute giants. We have a Heroes Lounge on the A stream. We have seats for some of the greatest organizations that have ever been in Siege, Guz. And it's here today on our stream. I think we've got like 6 of the best teams that we may have seen.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we have Dark Zero, hot off their win at Salt Lake City. We have Team Secret, who as an organization qualified for this event after winning last year. I mean, you could rattle through names. You've got M80, who have made a massive comeback, and I'm sure they'll be wanting to make a statement at this event. You've got CAG, who are in hot foot. Like,
hang on, you haven't even touched on the back-to-back SI winners. 3 grand finals in a row. FaZe Clan.
You could rattle out for days just how strong this group is. And I think for me, actually, that's going to make this first round, being best of 1, incredibly volatile. I wouldn't be shocked if we see some surprise results.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it, Jake? Because once you add that into the mix, we've got a big day in front of us, don't we?
Yeah, we certainly do. I mean, as we go to the schedule, I'll do your job for you, Rob.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. I did a bit of a soft throw, but maybe you do a bit harder.
I think that what we have is obviously games that we need to put a bow on it. Yep. The best of ones. It is double elimination. It's not as if we were in the same frame of mind as yesterday, which was, well, basically an elimination game. So we reset a little bit. Still big matches. You want to start well, but clearly as evident from the likes of Shopify Rebellion, sometimes starting well isn't the be-end all. Dark Zero versus Secret, as we touched on, that's going to be the opening game. So the grand final winner of Salt Lake City previously, and then the org of Team Secret, last year's EWC winner. Now, of course, very, very different roster and had an awful time in EML, and we'll touch on that as we get into it. Falcons M80, looking forward to that one. That should be an absolute barn burner. Fnatic, talk about being thrown to the wolves up against FaZe Clan after qualifying into group stage. And the last one for me as well, Weibo Furia. Toss that one in the air, guys, and have a guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think Weibo have a really strong opportunity there to win that. As you mentioned, they may then go on to face EP So a repeat of the last international event we had for Siege, right? So yeah, very, very excited. I just hope that we get some variability in these results. Naturally, probably going to be the case with best of one.
Yeah.
I mean, even as you said, like Fnatic, a good example, thrown into the wolves, but they've gained momentum. They've been able to warm up. They're familiar with the environment. We've spoken a lot about that over the course of this event, where teams have had that warm up buff, and it may well reign true once more.
Well, the weight of expectations we saw with Shopify Rebellion yesterday, absolutely crushing them. And if we were talking about expectations, I mean, you can't go any further than Dark Zero. This organization, this roster, coming off the back of a monstrous win at Salt Lake City. Jake, as they now prepare for their EWC campaign, where do you put them? Where do you look at this roster going?
I mean, you win a major, you can do anything beyond that. EWC, 6 Invitational, it should be within the sights of this team. And I think they've got the capabilities. I think for me, Dark Zero, you can easily make the argument they're the best team in North America at the moment. Now, I know they ended up losing to M80 and Wildcard, so they were technically the 3 seed in North America based on stage 1 with Wildcard, M80 performing better. But when you kind of look at what they've been able to do, Salt Lake City Major, the longevity of the players in the team, they're going to be a very big threat at this event. On the flip side, and it is the flip side, Secret are not the threat at this event. They've had an awful EML stage. Only a single player going positive on the stage being Noah. No surprise, absolutely talented. And a special guest that we had on APL this stage too.
Personal shout out.
Even he only got a 101 EPS, everyone else 90 and below. So they really struggled. The hope for Team Secret will be, this is, of course, they got invited to the event. It's a free punch. No one has any expectations for this roster.
No. And I think that again, just it leans into the conversation we were having with the CAG Shopify Rebellion game yesterday. Obviously, very different context for that matchup. This is a best of one, right? These are where the upsets can really happen. And if you're Secret right now, yeah, sure, you may not have had the greatest of stage ones. In fact, really, really poor. But that doesn't mean that you can't tidy things up coming to EWC. They still have big names on that roster that can make moves. Speaking of making moves, let's move into the map veto and start talking about what we could expect, because I think that this one, whilst yes, it is a best of one, Jake, there's still 9 maps that we've got to try to shuffle through, if you will.
I thought you were going to put up the squid gif when you say making moves, and I was getting a little bit nervous.
I would love to see you make moves.
Not quite back home, APL. Yeah, I mean, obviously best of one, so this is where map pools can be tested in the best of 3s. We look at it as, well, how many different maps, but in best of 1s, can you get your map? Can you get a map that you're actually happy with? So Nighthaven Labs is where we're going to go to. I already had a sneak peek earlier, and I got to say, guys, this is a big warning sign if you're Team Secret, because this is the most played, most common map in the North American region. Now, it's not Dark Zero's best map. It's probably middle of the pack, but they've played it 9 times over the last 2 or 3 months. On the flip side for Secret, it's their permapen.
Yeah, the reality is a middle of the pack map for Dark Zero should still far exceed the kind of form guide for Team Secret. And when you look at the map that was remaining, it was between Bank and Labs. You are never going to
well,
Bank
is their best map,
Dark
so
Zero.
you're on there.
Exactly. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting. For Team Secret, banned 17 times since the start of the year compared to just 4 against. So they have well and truly hidden this map, and maybe all the VODs that are available in the NAL could serve them in being a little tricky today.
It is the kind of map I think you can really scope out and see how a team wants to play. And so then you can identify, and being a best of 1, you could try and get a bit of a scalp here. So that's probably the best way forward for Team Secret, is can they throw a couple of curveballs? Can they throw in some surprises? The downside though, Rob, Dark Zero is starting on defense, and that's going to bode well for them.
Look, I think at the moment it's very clear. There is a very big divide between these two teams. You have a recent major winner versus a team who is only here based on their EWC performance from a roster of old. So we do have very high expectations for Dark Zero. Remembering 2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're done. We kickstart with our first best of 1 of the group stages here at EWC.
So we've reset a little bit, guys. Yesterday was quite dramatic, a very dramatic finish. The North American fans, from disappointment now to riding the coattails of Dark Zero, M80, Wildcard. Well, I think those are very, very good teams you can put your trust into. Dark Zero go into this as heavy favorites. But for me, I come into this match with the curiosity factor when it comes to Team Secret. Now, of course, we don't really get to see much of EML from the APAC region. We don't work it like Dev and Pengu. But I'm curious to see what they can do with a bit of time on land, more scrim opportunities, more big teams coming over from the likes of North America, SAL. Yeah, what have they been able to workshop over the last few weeks?
Yeah, look, I have a lot of trust and faith in Twister as their coach. I think he's been able to prove over a long period of time that he can formulate championship winning teams. Incredibly skilled, has a great eye for the game.
5 seconds left.
The question will be whether or not he can rally this particular roster to greatness. We'll get an insight of that, of course, in this first match of the day. And best of one, anything can happen. Maybe we could see a surprise result. As for the operator bands, like for this first half, it will be a focus on hard breach on the side of DZ with the Ace and the Thatcher taken out of play. So too with Team Secret taking off the Bandit and the Kaid. It does though mean that DZ will have the mirror available for Walden potential, and it's Faults to play that here. Round 1. Over towards that IT wall, and also Mute in play. Interestingly, DZ electing to double stack jammers on this position just to make life a little more challenging potentially for Noah, but it seems as if he's been able to deal with that. Line of sight generated. Drills as well to lurk down below on that Zofia, who is now very much a serious threat on Vert. We've seen it a little bit at this event so far with the triple impact. It hasn't been hugely successful and influential, but definitely something to be mindful of.
I think this is the kind of event that if you want to put pressure on anyone, I'm actually going to say Mowgli. I mean, Noah has already been performing this stage for Secret. I think they need Mowgli to really stand up. He's got the experience. Only an 83 EPS for stage 1 of EML. He had a rough time, especially here on land. It's just where it's not as common for the likes of Oscar, Flexi, and certainly for Drills, who for the large portion of his career has been more of that tier 2 sort of player. Halfway through this opening round, trying to just open up IT. Dark Zero, it's a pretty comfortable start to the map. Not really tested yet, but eventually the pressure will come over towards Rafters. Oscar with the vault in. They do lose Noah immediately. First battle went the way of NJR. He was traded though by Mowgli. It was the double. And that now leaves Dark Zero in a very commanding position. Leaves Oscar on an island towards Rafters. Mowgli on the other side towards IT. They'll look to group up together.
Yeah, Oscar just not quite catching a favorable timing there on his push over towards Rafters, and then wasn't able to follow that up with the trade down below onto Newers, who's now already rotated lobby side second floor. Mowgli goes searching IT, stalled out courtesy of Kino on the smoke. For Dark Zero, it's now about establishing cross positions, not feeding ones, playing passive. Time and man count on their side.
Yeah, I like this from Dark Zero. They're giving them nothing, hold back, out of sight positions, essentially allow Secret into the site, and then bang, have the angles covered. Nicely done from J90. Not much you can do, Oscar, sorry to say, but this first round's gonna go the way of the North Americans. And in the end, incredibly uncomfortable level. Oscar's fighting tooth and nail, but this is gonna be 1-0 to DZ. And even towards the very end in a 4 versus 1 scenario with 9-10 seconds remaining on the clock, Dark Zero not just, you know, running all back in at once. They were able to just maintain their position. Good fundamentals. That top floor, though, is going to be absolutely the hardest site to attack into on Nighthaven Labs. I had a look at the numbers before. 58% defensive win rate and 54% defensive win rate across both North America and EML through stage 1. So even that out to about maybe 56%, somewhere in the middle. And that site definitely the hardest of the bunch. But it's going to be elsewhere. Basement, storage control. That's going to be where the opportunities should be for Team Secret on the attack.
Yeah, solid start for the NA outfit, looking to carry forward that form that we saw at the Salt Lake City Major. Very challenging to find success consistently at international events, though, in Siege, largely due to the way in which the game develops and the meta evolves over time. And there have been actually some pretty significant buffs and changes since that particular event. The Wamai, the Zofia, other changes elsewhere, which is just going to alter how the game is played.
And we love a rehost after 1 round played. It's the second worst rehost you can have. Being the worst is pre-match altogether.
We've had that too.
We've had that too. I mean, a good start of your Dark Zero, the way that they played that, able to just kind of get a good read on it. They understand that clearly Secret are going to work through the checklist maybe a little bit slower than other teams. Didn't rush, didn't go for over peaks. You know, sometimes Rafters, you might go for that peak IT or even through the doorway. They didn't really give Secret any early look in to punish. And then once they realized it was going to be Rafters IT side, they fall back over towards Con, Electrical, along with the blue hallway, and just said, yep, you can come into the site, but we've got you covered. A pretty easy start for Dark Zero. Again, a reminder, a quick rehost in order. It will be Storage and Control up next. I was having a look at some of the statistics as well, guys, for Dark Zero this stage for North America. Newers and J90 were absolutely outstanding. 116 EPS for Newers, a 112 as well for J90. Even NJR went positive at 105. Bolts 96 and Kino 90 for reference. But in terms of the, I guess, context there for Newers and J90 as to how good of a performance that they had. Newers second rated, only behind Ashen. J90 fourth rated, behind Spoit, Newers, and Ashen.
Now, it's the best of my knowledge. It's not a player-specific related problem. It was server-sided. All 10 players have already reformed back into the lobby, so we should be good to go in a moment's time. As mentioned, Storage was initially the selected site here for the second round, but defense typically has an opportunity to switch that if required. But I imagine that will be a firm selection from DZ. You can see they're on the key team secret, the title defender. Bit of an asterisk on it, given the roster.
Now, isn't there, so for those unfamiliar, there's a Heroes Lounge. Actually, for those that maybe follow Twister on Twitter, he had a little bit of a complaint that he couldn't actually get in there. If you defeat the previous title winner, which obviously for Team Secret as the organization did last year, do you get access?
Still a pass? Bit of hot potato? I don't believe so. Well, the vibes in the DZ camp look good, and why wouldn't they?
No key crushing today, though, just to put it out there.
No. Quite a few yesterday, though.
Yeah. Yeah, what was it? I think CAG ended up crushing 3 keys. And of course, so did Fnatic. Back into the server. Apologies for the slight delay after round 1. Went the way of Dark Zero. Storage Control following in this next round. And with the opening round out of the way, command server done, this is when it really begins now. Curious to see how Secret are going to go. Now, we usually look at this side as the tertiary.
I think the server might be having a...
Yeah, I did see a little pause.
Slow start to the day, Jay. It's not looking good. Uh-oh.
Might be more waiting to come, unfortunately.
I'm having a look across at the B stream, and they seem to be having some kind of technical pause as well. Unsure if that's at all related, but a little bit nerve-wracking.
See, it's nice to see Team Liquid Alienware, their logo at an international event again. Not for the players, we're typically used to seeing those guys for many, many years now, but for the organization, clearly a very, very big organization. I still remember back in Sao Paulo, the amount of Team Liquid jerseys and fans that were there. Of course, they were wondering, well, where's the org? Technical pause. It seems as if we're having some issues with the servers. So we go Jake and Gar's podcast mode for a bit.
Live from Paris.
Live from Paris.
Yeah. Good to be back.
It is good to be back.
The weather is very pleasant outside.
It's very different to earlier this year when we were here for the 6th Invitational.
Yeah, a little bit.
Which was raining every single day.
Yeah, a bit colder.
And now on the flip side, it's very, very warm every single day.
Yes.
But hey, that's what seasons are for.
No.
You know what, mate?
Oh, hello, Rob.
That is what it's for. That is. It truly is.
I was wondering why you didn't leave earlier before. Maybe you had an inkling.
I had a feeling. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to save these boys. I'm going to dig them out of a trench. It's time for podcast mode.
Oh, we do love a good podcast mode.
It is. It's time for expectations. I think that while we wait for this,
what about
because
win
we're so well, win conditions would be that Secret have to be a different team to beat this roster.
Bring the old boys back.
Yeah, correct. Run it back.
Where's June?
Look, Oh, I've opened up.
Twister thought it was funny.
I haven't even started. No, look, I think that Secret will obviously have a good chance in this tournament if they do pull together. But I think if we're to look at things a little wider, unless you want to keep it very topical for this, but I think that considering it's the start of groups, we haven't really seen any of the teams on stage playing at the moment. I think it's a good opportunity to just kind of give the viewers at home a bit of expectations around what we're expecting for this tournament, who we've got as potential dark horses, who we've got as winning this.
Well, who have you got?
As a dark horse, or as winning the actual
all
event?
of the above.
All the way.
Okay, that's an interesting question. I think that at the moment, if you were to say that any team outside of a North American team is going to win this, I think that would be not a hot take. I think it'd be a mild take.
Phase?
I think.
No?
I think. No. I definitely think. No. I'm not saying that they can't do it, but if you look at the last two events, Guz, how have they done?
Fair point.
Thank you very
Fair
much,
point,
mate.
Robert.
But no, I do think. Look, it's an event in Paris. Well, SI was in Paris as well. But if you open the conversation up, I think you have to expect your Falcons, your FaZe, your Dark Zeros to be performing at a very high level at this event. I'm probably more so looking for the outside chances. I don't think I'm really looking necessarily at the top teams when it comes to my conversation.
I'm looking to get back in the server.
I would love to get back in the server,
We're back
but I
in.
don't
It's
think that's
whether or
gonna
not we
happen.
can actually resume the game, Jake, because we did get in last time, and unfortunately it timed out.
Well, look, I think as we start to look at these brackets and as we start to see the first couple of matches play out, I really do hope that, you know, the likes of All Gamers turn up and perform. I'm really keen to keep my eyes on EDG as they get underway. Speaking of getting underway, guess what, boys?
I think we're getting underway.
I think we're booting the server back up. And on that note, I will leave the professionals to do what they do best. Yap.
Thank you very much, Phil. Phil Monday.
No.
Rob, sorry.
Not to be confused with my old man, Phil.
So control storage for the second round. Apologies for the delay. Again, this time we will get underway. And a big change up on the attacker repick for Team Secret. Maybe initially anticipating a basement site choice for the second round. But we will go first floor. And with that Dark Zero, looks like they will very much stack above over towards IT side.
Reload.
I do like the Monty though for Secret in this round. Very flexible, very versatile, especially if you're trying to take Raptors control or potentially push through IT. You do want to establish vert on the attack for this site, most notably towards IT, but well, the mirror window placed is going to make this a little bit annoying for Noah. Secondary hard breach. They do, of course, have the X-Kairos for Oscar, but he's con-side at the moment. Noah's moving rather aggressively. Very aggressively. Air jab will dislodge J90, but safely into IT, where he will stack together with Faults. Drills, Mowgli, both down already. Oscar was able to get Kino. Big swing here from Noah coming up. Spots the gun barrel. Knows where J90 is, but didn't get the read on Faults. Good pop-up from Faults. Then the second onto Oscar. He's done his job. Flexi, 1 versus 2 on the Monty. Razor Bloom's going to be thrown his way. That'll force him towards command. Went for the pistol shot. And JR says, no way. Make it 2 straight for DZ.
Well, DZ looking scary here in the opening couple of rounds of Labs. Team Secret finding it tricky to maintain the pressure and pace required to find success in this best of 1. Still early days. It could certainly be a case of just a slow build up on the attacking half, but DZ just playing so well off one another at the moment. It's a hive mind mentality for them. They're in autopilot mode, it feels like. And that's always, I think, the sign of a team that's in good form. Especially day one. Day one, first couple of rounds, it can be very difficult to find that base to play off, but so far so good. Going to basement for the third.
Yeah, again, expecting this to be pretty defender-sided, to be honest. 5-1 half territory wouldn't be surprising at all. Again, Mirror, and I would dare say, Guz, that Mirror will probably get banned away after this round. Already got rid of the Kaid and the Bandit, throw in the Mirror. It's been played all 3 rounds now from Dark Zero.
That bill couldn't break me, and neither will you.
Child, there's more than one.
Team Secret go back to the lineup that they, funnily enough, brought previous round and then Attacker repicked out of. I think they were a little bit caught by surprise of the control storage site in the second round. And as we enter the group stage for the Esports World Cup, there's not going to be too many super one-sided matches, but dare I say, based on the stage 1 results for these two teams respectively, this is probably the most one-sided, maybe besides FaZe and Fnatic.
I would probably still describe this one, or anticipate this one to be the most lopsided matchup on paper. Early days, but it may be developing into that expectation. Early peppering basement here from Team Secret. Secondary hard breach deployed. And so we're right in towards site, but as is typical on this objective, the DZ defense is heavily holding above on the first floor, and that vert makes it essentially impossible for Team Secret to go for a direct hit, especially with their kind of lineup. They don't have the utility that can be layered maybe to negate that. And so Team Secret splitting this attack, entry lobby, bit of pressure warehouse side, trying to see if they can squeeze this defense. Slow going at the moment, Dark Zero not making this easy.
Mowgli's going to make his way from top blue. Volts actually has retaken back up above now for Dark Zero. Mowgli might not be aware of that. He's just started to make his way down blue and, well, on the money. Newers catches him. Make that 3 straight opener kills for the defense. Noah finds his second kill of the match onto Kino. Again, with breach opened up, there is possibility on this basement site. Jugger payload call from Drills onto Volts. They've got the player advantage after they dealt with Newers. And J90 over towards the side, but it's Volts still actually top warehouse. Big kill from J90 onto Oscar. Needed to win that, otherwise the site was going to become vulnerable. Flexi at least shuts down NJR. That's at least one of the 2 pieces on the side. Dealt with Noah. Lovely headshot onto J90's. Volts catches Drills running. Retakes this first floor position, but the plant from Flexi will go down. Volts doesn't have the angle to deny. Enters now the post plant.
Very limited information for Volts to play off, and we'll need to try and break this trade. Tricky to envision him being able to clutch this round.
For a multitude of reasons, but most importantly being the time. The way that Noah and Flexi are playing this so far off the kit. Volts is going to have to just keep creeping closer, go for a couple of taps. They give him nothing. And in the end of the doorway, watched by Noah. Secret on the board. That's their first round here at the Esports World Cup. A pretty solid round. Able to just slowly work their way through basement. As that would be. And we head into the bands.
Yeah, very patient round there from Team Secret. It was teetering on the edge of being described as probably slow, but it was pretty methodical across the board. First kill came at the minute 10 mark, and they were then able to steamroll that into some site control. Noah with a 3K, so he's in good form. And I think if Team Secret are to do well at this event, it's clearly going to hinge on Noah, firstly, doing well, Mowgli as well. And we're going to Kitchen Cafeteria, which seems to be the site that North America love.
Why?
And we're still trying to understand why.
Attack.
I'm going to have to go speak to Fabian or something and be like, what's with this site in this region? What if, and he'll probably say, I don't know why anyone picks it.
We'll see how it goes.
Actually, he might be over there, to be honest, in the crowd. I can spot all of the M80 boys watching. But they're not watching Dark Zero, by the way. They're watching the P stream.
Savage and Ashton were both sitting down here just a moment ago. Savage, of course, was on this Team Secret roster when they won Esports World Cup last year. Mowgli, though, also on that team, still retains his position on the squad. I wonder what the journey for him over the last sort of 12 months has been with the roster changes they have undergone. Might be the easiest of positions now, trying to rebuild the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one because there's many ways to look at it. Is it a rebuild that they're, both Mowgli and Noah are invested in, or are they potentially 1 foot out the door if that opportunity arises? Hard to say. So Kitchen Cafeteria, this is the odd site choice now from Dark Zero. Mowgli already creeping through command. There is only really Nua's that's really committed to this top floor, sitting inside of IT. Oh, Mowgli's got him here. Dead to rights. Nua's not realizing that Mowgli had already taken good space on this top floor. Opening kill for the attack of Team Secret. They do lose Oscar though rather quickly. Mowgli now can look to contest over towards Fultz and get lobby control. Fultz needed to stay alive and just barely does. He ate the call of the Jugger payload as well. You've got to recall, this is a best of one. If you give Secret this second attacking round, it really opens this map up.
Yeah, Fultz will look to reposition, can make the lobby side hit hard and offer assistance to Kino. We'll spot at least one, if not two, up top as Mowgli goes for an aggressive drop. Almost caught there by Kino, who pushes forward with the shotgun.
Oh, Kino, lovely aggression with a shotgun. Secret thought that they could just push in towards the site. Noah unable to land the shots. Kino certainly will. 3 from him in the round. Kitchen Cafeteria defended successfully, cuz we don't see that every day.
Well, certainly helped that the hold over towards lobby was firm. You have to play a lot of good offsite defense on Kitchen. Sitting inside, it's fish in a barrel stuff for the defense. You have to show aggression offside, and all that was initially tamed quite well by Team Secret. Kino got the jump on the aggressive push forward lobby side, caught some good timings there onto Secret, who tried to drop down and flood the clash. Didn't pay off, and it's a 3-1 lead back to the NA squad.
I always like to provide the context when we say these things, but that site was not played a single time in EML Stage 1. So obviously no data, but evidently it means it's not a very good site if it's not being played. And over in North America, again, 11 times Ninehaven Labs was played in Stage 1, the most map. We saw that site 7 rounds out of 112 for a 71% attacker win rate. So a strange choice from DZ, but one that does pay off. They go 3-1 up.
10 seconds to go.
2 rounds to go in this half.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
So the Ramban from Dark Zero is going to certainly influence this site, even if Team Secret are to fight for IT top floor control. With limited vert potential, it does change up the game plan, and they don't substitute that out for, say, a buck or a sledge. So I do wonder what the game plan here is for the attack. How they look to exploit and pressure and flush out the site itself. Now, it isn't currently being heavily occupied by Dark Zero. They themselves are very dispersed on defense. And likely looking to hinge this defensive hold once again on the clash, particularly effective last round out. Fultz did a great job in terms of absorbing a bit of utility, but first and foremost, prioritizing life. Team Secret laying down the building blocks then for this attack. Eyes on Mowgli, who once again is looking to lurk inside of the map. Mixed success for him so far here on Labs, but has looked potent on a couple of occasions. Good info onto Fultz, second floor position. And you look across at the split here from DZ, 2 on the second floor, 2 on the first, and then NJR, interestingly enough, lurking down below basement with impact grenades.
Tracel avoided. Drills first to fall at the hands of J&INO. 4 of the opening 5 rounds. The opening kill has gone the way of DZ. It was to double down onto Flexi. Gets rid of him with ease. So no Deimos, no Nomad. And naked, no Mowgli. Noah's got 5 kills. And dare I say, unfortunately for Secret fans, this is more of the same from EML. It's Noah and friends. Oscar at least able to retrieve the kit. In a 2 versus 4, time expiring. Again, they find themselves staring down the barrel of defeat. Flash and Vault in and dead. Leaves just Noah remaining. And I think we can see how this is going to go for Noah and Secret. 4-1 to DZ. Vault's giving him a little teabag behind the Clash Shield. And again, similar to the opening round, just look at the way that DZ are posturing. They know it's a 4 versus 1. They know that there's no world in which Noah's going to win this. But little peeking, little movement. And in the end, creeping up is Kino. Well, we knew this was going to be a very one-sided match. And especially with Dark Zero starting on defense. Final round of the half coming up, and 5-1 looking very, very likely as we head to basement.
Yeah, it is.
Although, I guess this is the site that Secret did win.
Exactly.
And now must win, really.
Yeah, 2-4 changes the complexion a little bit. I'm not going to go as far as to say that it significantly bolsters the chances of successfully taking this map. But they may be able to remain competitive in the second, but it's critical that they establish that platform and that foundation to play off. As we head to basement, Dark Zero playing very denial heavy in this round. They have both the Tachanka and the Smoke for crowd control, and Faults on the Echo with Yokais for first and foremost plant denial, but especially with the setup that we're seeing offsite here from the defense, expecting Faults to play aggressively offsite, try and get information against the lurkers, such as Mowgli, for instance, and make the fight a little more favorable for the defense, far away from the objective. Team Circuit also looking to bring a bit of spice into their lineup. We'll see the Blitz for the first time here on Labs.
Yeah, I like the Blitz for them, try and pick the pace up. It's been a bit hit-miss so far, the pacing in this half. 1 minute, then 2, 1 minute, then 2, then 1 minute. So this might now be the fast pace again. Indeed, through Kitchen, Flexi should find a kill here on Tanua's, trapped to the corner. And just completely bashing him into the wall as Mowgli then helps out. Good start for Secret. In a must-win round. That's a really easy clear on Tanua's. And now, if they want, they can slow the pacing. There's no one else really around this first floor. Jeno just kind of lingering cargo to control cargo stairs. And Noah did get taken down through the floorboards.
Yeah, he's outside though, so should be resable.
Should be resable, but when you're playing the sledge on low health, you suddenly then become very susceptible to this vert damage. Luxy creeping down vending.
I suppose fortunately for him though, all nitro is expended from the side of the defense, so that will help a little bit.
There is the Shamika launcher though for later in the round. Gas Babes, potentially. Depending on where Jano will throw those. Flexi just needs to wait for the 1, 2, 3, and then in the end they go. Double stack into the corner as well. Flexi will call that out. 1-for-1 trade. Bolts to keep shooting his way through. A carnage of bodies everywhere, really, and then it just completely slows down. Reset again because of the Shamika launcher.
Almost had an opportunity to push forward there onto NJR. But he's stalled out the pace, and Jano still up above. Has a pinch threat.
Oh, don't know about running around the corner like that from J90. Mowgli can get the kit down inside of Assembly. And JR does get at least the cover man, and then off the plant is Mowgli. Now they've got a minute. It's not as if he has to rush stick this, but he knows that NJR's turning the corner. Goes prone, that's not the way to do it. Mowgli gets Secret their second round.
EZ caught some really bad timings in that round.
Really strange timing round.
The NJR swing. Flip that, it's their round. Make of that what you will, but for Team Secret, a 2-4 scoreline, still respectable.
Yeah.
Still an opportunity for them to inflict damage here.
And you're getting a good performance, at least from the first half out of Mowgli. 5 kills for him, 5 kills for Noah. They're the two that you're going to look to really to perform the most.
Double stack there as well, Chaotic and Faults. Almost got a headshot there onto Jules. The shoulder shot not enough to net that kill. Then resulted in a little bit of a stall out and a bit of a scatter.
Well, I was surprised there that NJR didn't keep kind of pre-fire swinging around the corner towards default. He kind of then stopped and then he tried to go prone.
Yeah.
But Oscar was also, if you saw in the replay, literally about to kill him
JJ
anyway.
had a read on, but just didn't quite get the opportunity or catch the timing. Yeah, some interesting micro moments. They're not going the way of Dark Zero. I don't think they're going to be too frustrated by that round. The overall macro from them in the first half was certainly superior. And I'm intrigued to see in the second half. I get the impression that this isn't going to be super defend decided. I feel as if Dark Zero's macro and the way in which they were playing as a team in the first half, if that's transposed to the second, I think they'll be able to take the reins here and determine how Labs is played from a tempo perspective and structurally as well. And I think they will be the ones to make a statement here in the second half. And I suppose then from a Team Secret perspective, it's going to be all about trying to disrupt.
First two bans with wall focus in mind. Kaid and Ace. Hard breach and wall denial. We go bandit and something else. No, it's Mirror Grim.
In terms of the defensive bands, I think I probably prefer this duo in comparison to the Kaid Bandit. You can try and lull Team Secret into maybe testing the attack by selecting the Bandit, but I really just don't think it's viable at all, especially Zofia buff meta that we're find ourselves in now. It's incredibly risky if you're going to put your eggs in that basket for defending the IT wall. And so as expected here for the opening round, top 4 selected. It won't be a part of the composition here from Team Secret. Does though mean that the Azami is up so potent on this top floor. Makes so many nooks and crannies far more playable for the defense. And it may result in Dark Zero needing to emphasize a little more vert in this round.
10 seconds left.
Well, first round's going to be telling command server on the defense for Secret. Should be a strong site. Good opportunity to get this to a 4-3 scoreline.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
The problem with defense here is obviously Drills 1-6, Flexi 3-5, Oscar 2-5. These guys, if they go down too easily, too early, that just creates gaps in the defense. Dark Zero will then exploit that comfortably. It's really important that they value their lives and then maybe just let Mowgli and Noah do more of the heavy lifting the way that they did in the first half. Whereas for Dark Zero, very good spread performance from all 5 of their members. T-breach opened up. And Folds with a quick rotate over towards Connector. To do exactly the same, but on this side of the map, as Oscar will retreat back towards server. And let the waiting game commence now for Team Secret. Although this is an aggressive position from Mowgli.
That catches the
Make it to Rotero.
Not bad. Not the kind of position you'll overcommit into.
One and done, fall back.
I'm looking at J90 here. Be a big threat on that vert. Again, as I mentioned, with the Azami in play. If he gets fed good info, J90 can lurk low, play for the triple impact and potentially try and net an opening kill or a mid-ground kill for the attack. Dislodge that anchor. Easy, just continue to make themselves known around the map. So not a triple impact from J90, but just disperses them in those common and anchor positions, just to make them a little bit more of a threat if Team Secret still wish to anchor them.
Opens up a couple of vert hole.
That's one combo.
Oh, Mowgli, oh my goodness! Well, Kino, he had no idea it was that close. Got the down onto Folds. Kino was very quick to react though. He though too will fall. Secret knew. that with that down, this was an exposed position. Trades back and forth that favor Team Secret. Newers and J9O, the final two that remain on the attack, and it's a split side push from the duo. Newers by himself went for the electrical push in, faltering. And now they know that J9O is blue side of the map and doesn't have kit. It's going to take a hero play from J9O to salvage this round. Jules is not letting that happen. Make that 2 straight for Secret, 4-3 on the scoreboard. Not getting excited just yet, guys, but Secret are here to play.
Yeah, it is top floor, so naturally it does dampen the result a little bit, but I think the fashion in which they were able to win that round was really positive. The mid-round aggression here, it caught Dark Zero just lacking a little bit. Just a little bit asleep at the wheel. We saw good aggression from Mowgli through Con, and then the follow-up as well, a further 2-stack on the Con side as well. Keeping Dark Zero honest in that opening round, and that will give them a bit of confidence for the forthcoming as well, that maybe that kind of playstyle could net a result here on Labs. Dark Zero, though, certainly the type of team that will clue into that very, very quickly and be like, boys, very evident that's the kind of style they want to play. Let's formulate a better way to counter it.
Place device.
I mean, you say it caught them lacking, and I don't disagree, but I just wonder if they didn't expect at all that Secret were going to bring a little bit of that mid-round aggression. Get a little bit ballsy with the swings. I mean, we didn't actually even see that, funnily enough, from Dark Zero in the first half. They played a bit more of the sit-back and waiting game and then looked to punish the attack, and if it was a sloppy attack or not. Secret actually got on the front foot.
Maybe a little too respectful from Dark Zero. It's not
honestly.
expecting that playstyle.
So basement for the 8th round. Secret looking to make it 3 straight to tie this scoreboard. I think comfortably we can all agree this was definitely at least one of 2 matches today across both streams that we envisioned to be the most one-sided. But Secret have other ideas. Maybe they have been workshopping this map after all.
Double drone specialist this round out for DZ with the Brava and the Twitch. Great operators into the lineup presented by the defense,
And
only the Thorn, Ella, well, the Mute and the Bandit. It's really only Mowgli, he's exempt.
Jammer ready to activate.
Minute down, and you can see all of the remaining members of DZ, or every member of DZ, still on the exterior of the building, getting this checklist to work.
Just playing the map really well right now, Secret. You know, extending out top floor, first floor, looking for contact, happy to take fights, as Mowgli does through storage. Expecting one at the window. Oh, he could catch the timing. Left side. Oh my goodness, that's so unlucky for Mowgli. But so fortunate for Kino. He will benefit. Ooh, but then one at the doorway. But then it didn't expect up close for Drills to have retaken storage, but as they lose Noah, it's a 2-player advantage for Dark Zero. And it's a very vulnerable site. No one there now for Team Secret. Contact to the window. But Drills, many different positions that are under threat. Newers down outside of the map, courtesy of Oscar. He'll go and finish him off, but then caught down the hallway. NJR numbers prevail for the attack. A single health point for Drills means this will be an almighty task.
And this is the exact kind of position where Dark Zero are going to be so disciplined, so patient, not feed ones irrespective of that health deficit. They will drone him out right on cue. Formulate a plan to stack this for a trade attempt if required. 30 seconds on the clock. Time not an immediate concern.
His best hope is to be in a position that they either walk by or don't expect, and maybe he can get a free kill. Make it potentially 2, but not to be. Faults pushes in. A good converge towards the site. 5-3. And Dark Zero able to just keep that lead healthy. Not allow Secret to win 3 straight. Biggest concern is 8 rounds played, and it's a 6-2 lead in terms of entry battles in favor of the North American outfit. Just has seen enough. He'll call the timeout for Team Secret.
Again, as we mentioned previously, Twister, a very experienced and highly regarded coach. How much of his messaging, though, is going to be impactful in this matchup? 2-round deficit. They find themselves in a tricky position here to try and find momentum back in the match. Top floor was good. That's kind of expected, but the tertiaries are what's going to make or break this map. Orange up next. Will Dark Zero be able to find 3 match points, or can Team Secret just produce something special here, something a little unexpected?
Well, this ends up being a round in which if Secret could win it, 5-4, you go back top floor, suddenly then could aim towards 5-5. Put a little bit of pressure back onto Dark Zero. Timeout expires. We head into the 9th round. Triple Nitrosol available for the defense.
Oh, well, initially, DZ were looking to play triple info with the Jackal.
I didn't want to touch on the Jackal because it attacked a repick and then it changes it last second.
5 seconds
There we
left
go. There
before
it is.
insertion.
On cue.
We haven't seen it, Jackal, I believe, released one round here at EWC.
We did.
But naturally going to be a niche pick. The Valkyrie and the Pulse combination, though, on the side of Team Secret can be very potent, especially against an attacking lineup that
Nothing to worry about.
is likely to play for heavy vert with that round.
No IQ either, so, you know, these are well-placed Valk cams that maybe stay up for the large majority of the round.
Shot clone going live.
Changing maps. Some serious drywall work coming up.
Again, with the Mirror and the Kaid ban, IT Breach is very easy for Secret. Once again to rotate over towards Connector.
That's another benefit of playing a map that is typically hidden.
Oh, Mowgli. He finds an early kill. That's quite rare for Secret. Just their 3rd opening kill. In fact, all 3 have been Mowgli, and Mowgli has been involved in a ridiculous amount of entry battles. He's now been involved, get this, out of 9 rounds of Siege, Mowgli's been involved in 7 of 9 rounds entry battles.
And what's the split?
3-4.
Pretty close, you take that. Oh, direct from DZ.
Direct indeed. But they haven't really got vert. Doesn't matter, apparently. Double kill onto Drills and Oscar, and the plant now is going down from Vaults. Where's the denial? Noah falling to Kino. Nitrocell doesn't do anything. Kino's found 2. Big match so far from Kino on the Blackbeard. Puts Mowgli on his butt and finishes him off. Dark Zero make it 6. 3 map points, 3 match points in this best of 1. And Secret now staring down the barrel of lower bracket already here on day 1 of groups.
Yeah, it's a fun little set play there from Dark Zero. So much vert established there from Team Secret in an attempt to ward off a direct hit, but all it really took was an upside down repel IT wall. Nitro Cell didn't quite land, and it meant that NJR could prevent the defense from denying plant vertically from up above.
And Kino's playing well today.
He is. And his Blackbeard will be taken out of play alongside the Bandit. Now means that Dark Zero will have little to no problems with Hard Breach for the remainder of this match.
Kino 10 and 5, 2-0 in the entry battles. A 135 EPS. Unfortunately, though, for Secret, it really is more of the same from EML guards, where it's Mowgli and Noah, and that's it. And in fact, EML stage 1, it wasn't even really Mowgli either. He really had a poor stage 1. Of course, he's definitely tried hard today when you're involved in 7 out of 9 entry battles.
Think of the magnet as your lucky charm.
Well, not all hope is lost just yet. We do return back to the top 4 where Team Secret have found previous success. The unfortunate follow-on from that, though, is that they'll need to find, of course, success on the tertiaries, and that is far from a given. this side, no certainty either. Looking across the lineup here from DZ, they'll bring the Deimos into play this time round. And in combination with the Zofia, if they double down for that vert counter, it's going to once again mean that those power positions, largely facilitated by the Azami, are going to be much more volatile for the defense to contend with. And it's, again, may force Team Secret into a similar mid-round playstyle where they need to abandon those positions, play aggressive, and try and catch Dark Zero off guard. But they won't have that element of surprise this time around because Dark Zero will be privy to it.
Reloading. Charge. Stay clear.
Newers could just go here for a solo play. I wouldn't put it past him. Oh,
He's thinking about it.
Enemy located. Second floor.
Drills I don't think has too much of a read. And Newers heard him go down the stairs.
Well, the problem with this as well now for Drills, as he's fallen down blue stairs, he needs help from someone like Mowgli to say, well, is my top blue stairs still safe?
Well, Mowgli just cleared it.
And exactly. Newers can swing.
Uh-oh.
Here it is. Oh,
the
beautifully
timing.
played from Newers.
He was throwing out a disc.
Masterclass. Playing off the auditory information. And they got rid of Drills. Full blue side control for Dark Zero. Still 90 seconds remaining in the round, which means they can go back towards IT Rafter side, Con meeting side as well. It's a desperate looking defense now for Team Secret. The hope has scattered into the wind. Noah and Flexi, all that remain. And Dark Zero, the most recent major champions. It's a very easy start to the Esports World Cup campaign for them. Flexi to keep some semblance of hope alive with that frag onto Faults. Need the next one desperately. Noah searching down that blue hallway. But you can see the way that they're just navigating the side. Doorway check after doorway check. Left side, right side. They can't stop just worrying about which way DZ are going to make their way in. They do find the kill onto NJR. Oh, Newers, lovely kill. And then the second with the Vendetta from Newers as the plan was going down as well. Dark Zero totally in control. Start to finish on Nighthaven Labs. A very strong performance to debut here at the Esports World Cup.
It was. Certainly doesn't go down as a perfect win, but day one of an international event, you will take a comfortable win any day of the week. And for the side of Team Secret, a gentle reminder that whilst as an organization they may be the reigning champs of EWC, as a roster and as a team, they have a long way to go.
They certainly do, and unfortunately, Guz, they don't have a long way to do it. They're actually one best of three away from being eliminated. Secret, whilst they stumbled throughout the map, we saw moments of hope, I think is a good way of putting it. You look at round 7, you look at the aggression, you look at it as a positive from the roster, but ultimately the biggest positive goes to Dark Zero.
And with the way the format works, you kind of mentioned quickly the brutality of it now for Secret in terms of now facing the elimination matches, the best of threes. On the flip side for Dark Zero, Rob, they've got 2 best of threes now to qualify for playoffs. Well, 2 chances, I should say.
Correct. You do have 2 chances, and that's the thing. When you're looking at Dark Zero and you're looking ahead at what their tournament could offer, such a well-rounded performance from them on a map like Nighthaven Labs. I really do start to look at this roster and go, well, could they go back-to-back at this point? They've looked really good in this matchup, and I think it's really hard to take away any negatives from them. I think that they just looked like they were on top of their game. All their decision-making seemed to come with such prowess and solid decisions that overall, this matchup, it went the way we expected, Jake, and I think that, again, kind of similar to Shopify Rebellion's first day, this is the way you need to start if you are a champion beater and a champion yourself.
You could make the argument, should they start by winning a 7-0, 7-1 against Secret? It doesn't matter. They won 7-3. They were always in control. They never looked even remotely close to there being any kind of potential upset or anything along those lines. For them, it was just a really good way to warm up, I think, for the tournament, win their best of 1 and move forward now into the best of 3s from here on.
Yeah, and best of 3s, I think, only get harder for the teams going up against a roster like Dark Zero that's so well drilled. I can't remember which one of you said it, it, but I think you made the perfect point. A 3v1, if any team in the world right now is not going to throw a 3v1, it does feel like Dark Zero, right? They're just so strong. They're so composed. They never seem to give up advantages that they don't need to. Like, there's just something about this roster at the moment, especially coming into EWC. You start to worry a little bit for the other teams.
Yeah, they're so well drilled, and I think that the respect that they showed Team Secret today was commendable. And in fact, probably a couple of moments over the course of the map where maybe that respect actually proved a little bit costly, right? Where they didn't maybe anticipate some mid-round aggression from Team Secret or a specific playstyle, etc., etc. But then they were able to adjust accordingly, right? And I think that's really, really impressive. It's day one. Sometimes there can be maybe not even nerves, but a bit of rust conform. You're also trying to conform to the new setting, etc., and get comfortable. And I don't think we really saw any of those teething issues from Dark Zero, which is a positive sign for them on day one.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, when you look at their opponents who they're going to verse next, All Gamers or CAG here, Jake. It's going to be an interesting one. But before we kind of, I guess, deep dive into what to expect from them, I've got my boy Lax standing by with Call Out.
You know, first I'm getting mogged by Anderton. Now I'm getting mogged by my boy Call Out here. I mean, I just can't compare with the muscles right now. But obviously, Call Out, the boys are firing on all cylinders. A 7-3 for the opening day to your EWC. How are you feeling so far?
Pretty good, pretty good. You know, we came out today and I think we fixed a lot of things we were working on over the past couple of weeks, so pretty happy.
Talking about the past couple of weeks, even going back to this most recent stage of the NAL, you guys do finish third, obviously being the SLC champions. Do you feel like you took a lot from those losses and even placing third and making sure that you correct any of those mistakes coming into this EWC?
Yeah, I mean, every tournament, you know, is the same to us. There's always things to work on. There's always things we need to improve, mistakes we need to fix. So we obviously learn from it. Same way we will if we win. We'll still learn from this one.
Absolutely. Well, one last question before I let you go celebrate with the team. Now, looking back at last year's EWC, you guys were 1 or 2 matches away from that grand final to be able to possibly be the EWC champions. What's going to be the biggest difference maker coming into this EWC versus last year's?
You know, I've told you before, the results don't really matter too much to me, but uphold the standard, anything can happen. Like, we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. Well, you heard it from Call Out and the boys. They're obviously firing on all cylinders. Can't wait to see what they bring next. Send you back to the desk.
I'm kind of terrified by Call Out, I won't lie. The composure that he has as a coach obviously kind of amplifies into the team. And you can see there, Jake, I think one of the scariest things that he's said is we fixed what we wanted to coming into EWC, their first game, and they've fixed whatever problems they may have had throughout stage one. They're already tidying it up, and they know that they're not the perfect team. They know that there's still more to improve on, which I think if you're a viewer, if you're a fan of this game, you're excited to see where this ceiling reaches for Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think about, you know, is it comms issues? Is it role, you know, in terms of who's playing what roles and how they want it to all function? And I don't think you can ever fix anything off one map, but it's probably more they would have been scrimming and preparing for the event, and on the opening day, everything clicked nicely. That's a good sign now heading into the best of threes for Dark Zero. We mentioned pre-event, you know, North America as a region coming in, wildcard, M80, and then Dark Zero. It's kind of strange that the SLC champions are the 3 seed out of the region. It's still going to be very devastating, and they've got a very good side of the bracket.
They do, because, I mean, we were just kind of lightly touching on it for a second. Who they go up against, unfortunately.
Well, it should be CAG.
Well, it should be. Well, but this is the thing, right? Because we're still, I still truly believe that for the vast majority, CNL is so untested, it's not even funny. Like, you've got all gamers going up against CAG, and who knows? Best of one, you have no idea what to expect there.
But CAG are warmed up. If we're going to quickly bring a little discussion to it, because it's an interesting one, they're warmed up. AG not so much. So I think, and CAG have got the experience that they should be able to win that. And if it does eventuate, could you imagine CAG then beating Dark Zero? It's like that Grim Reaper meme knocking on the door, and there goes Shopify Rebellion, there goes Dark Zero. Who's next after that? M80? Wildcard? I mean,
you really don't know, do you? That's the problem. And that's the thing right now with where Dark Zero are at. That, like, if we had expectations for Shopify Rebellion performing well in plans, that exact same expectation moves on to Dark Zero in terms of this bracket, and especially who they're up against next. All of the pressure, all the weight's on their shoulders. But again, it just comes back to that same conversation, Guz, when you have a coach like Call Out, when you have individuals that are so, I want to say mild-tempered. I don't really ever see Dark Zero get angry or frustrated with each other. That really scares me, because I feel like if you are a CAG or an All Gamers fan, you're hoping for a glimpse of dark side to Dark Zero, if you will.
Yeah, look, I mean, their temperament, their discipline, their approach to the game has stood out to probably be the best globally now for quite some time. And whilst it maybe took a little bit for that to actually produce a trophy, we've now seen that at Salt Lake City. And I think for EWC, it's very much just the same approach. We heard it from Callout, and we hear it from many teams and many players and many coaches that, oh, we take each game at its time and it doesn't matter who we're playing and yada, yada, yada. I think Callout's probably the one person where I actually truly feel that and believe it, because we see it inside of the server. You see it from the temperament of the body language from the players on the desk. And they play really well inside of the server as well. Clearly, they'll take some learnings from this match as well. Maybe getting caught out by some of the stuff that Team Secret produced. And just being mindful of that going forward, that yes, it's great to be respectful of their opposition, but just be mindful that they may play into a bit of desperation. And honestly, with the bracket, the way that it is, even if they take on a CAG, I wouldn't be too surprised if they go for that kind of playstyle on a couple of occasions as well. So just something to note.
It certainly is something to note. And the CAG AG game obviously is still a while away from actually being played. I think on the B stream at the moment, Fnatic and Wildcard are playing, so that's a big game over there. I think that to have an element of a dark horse conversation about them and could potentially go on to ruin some teams' opportunity here at EWC. Best of ones are always dangerous, but this next matchup that we have on stage, I'm very excited for this one. Falcons M80 going toe-to-toe so early in the bracket. I can't wait for it, but I can wait, because it is time for us to go to a short break. On the other side, this matchup is going to be insane.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. We'll be right back.
We power through with Group A on the B stream. A nice matchup for Wildcard sees them through into what is the semi-final, and actually it's kind of almost the grand final, because if they win that, they will be qualified through to main stage. However, behind us, a massive matchup, and do not get it twisted. Massive is very much the key word there. It is Team Falcons taking on M80, and we do have a bit of a changing on the guard on the desk. We've got 70s Dev Marta joining us here, and
looking good.
A really nicely dressed Pengu.
I got eyes on me. What can I say?
I love
I love it.
Yeah, the hills have eyes.
You're on a yacht right now, right?
Yeah, I am. I feel really...
A yacht owner?
Look, if I was a yacht owner...
Mr. Old Money.
Okay, old money. Look at this guy.
Come on now.
Play-ins are over.
Yeah.
It's time for the group stage.
Oh, are you Batman?
I'm Batman.
Yeah, well, which team is Batman?
No, we've got Iconic on the other stream. That's
that
the
is
real
very
bad.
true. He kind of is a lot. He would mog.
I don't want to step on any toes here, but I do want to get into group stage because play-ins was so much more exciting than we thought it would be.
Yes,
big upsets, and of course already today we've seen big hitters stand up on the stage, and it only gets more devilish as this group stage goes
devilish. I like the way you said that. Yes, as we were talking about Group A, that is what is first on both A and B streams. So whilst we are going to be watching Team Falcons take on M80, Dark Zero's opponents are now playing on stage for their spot. That's a big one as well, because I think the context between AG and CAG are actually the fact that, well, we haven't really got that team tested. We haven't seen CNL really pop off yet.
That's right.
And I think that that's an incredibly exciting prospect. But maybe let's rein it in. Let's keep it on this stage, because there's so much to talk about here between Team Falcons and M80. I know we were kind of talking, Nick, between just the vague context of this. If ever there was a hope for EML, if ever there was hope for Europe right now, is it Team Falcons?
It's Falcons, and then maybe Virtus Pro will sneak into that conversation.
Maybe. We'll see if we get there.
Yeah.
Then we have, Fnatic and Team Secret. Unlikely that they make it super far, but anything is possible. But I do feel like you're looking at this organization, looking at the players, looking at the history that they have together. Falcons, they're expected to make a deep run at this event.
Of course. I mean, this is the third place team from the World Championships at Six Invitational here in Paris just 6 months ago. And after that, they, of course, had a huge upgrade, picking up Doom from that old Team Secret roster.
Huh? Who did Doom replace again?
Doom for Shaiko, and that's an upgrade, I'm telling you straight right now. Doom is one of the best players in the game right now, and I think really the last 12 months have been Doom's domain. He, of course, won the Esports World Cup with Team Secret last year, and for Falcons, so many times they hit that second place finish, and of course last EWC, far worse than that. They got first rounded. They needed a change. They've made that change. It's Doom, and they're really just keen to get their hands on another piece of silverware.
Yeah, and I think that this is an organization that definitely could. This roster right now does look quite dangerous. And the feel of the swap between Doom and Shaiko, yeah, sure, like that's a very big talking point, obviously. But that's of old now. And I think as we look forward to the expectations of Team Falcons, the expectation is main stage. And I think it's got to be top 4. I think anything less than top 4 at this event, Pengu, they would be disappointed, and everyone at home would probably be shocked.
This is where it gets really tough when you're one of the teams that the fans are watching for. Is expectations is you win the grand final or you're awful.
Yeah.
And imagine your Team Falcons, right? That was a year when they were BDS where they made every single grand finals in the calendar year and they lost every single one.
Yeah,
right? And people think, oh my god, they're awful, it's a bad team. And I'm thinking, guys, nobody else did better on paper than when BDS Team Falcons made every single grand final.
For sure.
Making a final is a privilege.
It is.
Winning it is incredibly rare. The fact that they go deep should be enough. But this is Team Falcons.
It's just not enough.
They need to win it.
Yeah.
Be enough.
I mean, on the one hand, of course, I said Doom won it last year with Secret. The 4 other players on this team won it the year before with Falcons, of course, when it was in Riyadh. They are definitely one of the favorites for the tournament, but it has been recently the rise of North America.
Certainly has been, and that's really taken over so much of our discussion leading into EWC, and certainly now in group stages. I think obviously if you look at the Shopify Rebellions of the world, gut-wrenching for them. But if there is hope, M80, Wildcard, Dark Zero, all these rosters look phenomenal, Nick. Have you got NA at the top of your standards?
It's crazy to say, but I genuinely think this is North America's best chance, not just for, what was Salt Lake City in a Grand Final or EWC. I think the entire calendar year is for North America right now. They're in such a good position for it, and we're looking at M80 right now. Savage, the newest member to join the squad, and I think it's going to be an instrumental addition. Fabian is a European coach who's very hard on his players. We always know that. I know that from playing with him. And I know from Fabian, speaking to him, the North American boys, bit of a culture shock when Fabian first came into this.
I could imagine.
And they had hot and cold as the former IGL, a North American player.
Yep.
With Savage taking that spot instead, he shares the same cultural views as Fabian, getting a bit more responsibility on your side, yelling at your teammates, making them take it into their own hands and take action. I think this might be the strongest M80 yet.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think so.
I think most people would agree with you as well. Obviously, Hot and Cold, a very esteemed player in his own right. But with what Savage managed to achieve with the rise of Team Secret in the last 18 months, winning an Esports World Cup, making it to a 6 Invitational Grand Final, he was the most coveted IGL in the game, and M80 finally got their hands. And I have no doubt he could have gone pretty much anywhere he wanted. And I wonder if he could have even gone to Brazil, being Portuguese himself. He speaks the language. Who knows? But of course, it's just the start of a beautiful journey for M80 as we see the veto come on through. We go to Chalet.
Certainly do. That one should be interesting. I think any battleground between these two teams is something I'm going to be looking forward to. The top of EML versus potentially the top of NA. Where do you actually put M80 in the NA discussion?
Oh, that is a hard one.
Yeah.
I think we need a bit more VOD reviewing here right now, but I feel like I think Wildcard is the best, actually. I think the way they play the game is incredible. I saw the game against Team Liquid Alienware just before.
Yep.
Incredible retakes, making clutch moments happen and appear. And then DC just won a major. M80's chasing another trophy. They just won a major last year.
Yeah, totally. I think that's the thing, right? You've got DZ and M80. Both have major championships, and Wildcard, of course, don't. But let's go back to the stage and have a look at the game.
Time to get underway. This is going to be quite big. I think the context for this, best of one, this is quite brutal. I'm going to be completely honest with you at home. The format is unforgiving.
Yes.
A best of one to decide whether you are one map away from going home or one map away from going through to playoffs. And these two teams have the weight of expectation on their shoulders. Both will expect big things. Both will want to showcase that they deserve to lift this trophy and continue their legacy, not just at EWC, but further. Remembering a massive talking point coming into this EWC, for the very first time ever, there is an SI auto qual for the winner. Now that is massive in the context. It gives you a lot of room to move heading into stage 2. Not that either of these will be taking their foot off of the pedal, but we do have two of the greatest teams that we have in the game at the moment on stage, ready to play. I think it's time to get underway. James, Dev, Marta, Stewart, Niklas, Pengu, Moritzen.
Thank you, Mark.
I hope you boys enjoy this one, because I think this will be, as the Australians say, a barn burner.
Thank you, Robert Manic Monday. Yeah, it's time to get into it. This game should be crazy. It's two of the favorite teams to win the entire event. And Pengu, they go head-to-head here in the group stage. We're digging into it. It's just a best of one, a ruthless format. As Bride, the hometown hero, says his final words to his coach as we load in for Falcons. It is a massive task ahead of them to go up against a team they have never beaten before. A reminder, of course, what happened in the Munich Major Grand Final when M80 stole the trophy away from Falcons and claimed it for themselves. Now we go head-to-head in this best of one to find out which of these teams will be just one series away from the main stage, and one will be one series away from elimination.
It should have been a BO3 low-key, right? Like if we had full control over the format, I would have loved this to be a BO3. Just give us as much siege as possible. Third mapper, some overtime in there, but we just have to settle on Chalet. You know what? The best part about events like these, James, that you're so close to the players. They're right behind us, sitting in the crowd, watching the games, and I didn't know what map we're playing today. So you know what I did? I walked up to Fabian and said, Fabian, what map are we playing? And he told me we're playing Chalet. So I was like, great.
What else did he tell you? Because you guys have a little bit of history.
I mean, Fabian's a father now. He's got a little baby girl back home.
Beautiful.
And, he's struggling being a full-time father now while coaching M80.
Full-time father, you can't make that a part-time job or something like that. That's
I mean, some people don't show up at all when it comes to fatherhood, right? But Fabian's very involved. I was told by Jonathan. Jonathan is the analyst that Fabian used to work with in PC Talent back in Korea 2 years ago when they started. So Fabian becoming a father needs a bit of help. Jonathan joins as a full-time analyst, and now there's an even bigger support staff behind him, AT, to give them the results that they need. You also have Pedro, who is with the Exit Core, Intermediate Core from way back in the NAL days, and he's a manager also helping out the boys. So
yeah. Oh, it's nice that Fabian, before he had his actual child, had a little bit of practice babysitting Jonathan, Joker,
and myself,
and you, of course. I mean, that entire Penta/G2 team over the years, that was definitely a lot of babysitting.
A lot of kids
involved.
in there, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Now for M80, they have transitioned from being children into men. Every single one of the players on this M80 lineup, except for Ashen, have won a major trophy or a Esports World Cup trophy, I should say, in the case of Savage. And the other three, Ghana, Gavin, and Diffuser, winning the Munich Major not just 9 months ago. But they're going up against an equally esteemed roster here in Falcons. And guess who? It's Doom. Holding onto this roam. He's being tracked. He tosses out the first of the Thorn Traps. It does a bit of damage and will slow Savage down. One of the best players on the shields. But Doom does take down his old captain. But can he get out alive? Indeed he will, because the support from his teammates will enable it. A second for the German. As Ghana is now found in a 1v5, and they know exactly where he is. Oh, beautiful. Little bit of tap damage. He knew that he had lit up Leakafak from before, and so the lifeline will pull the plug on Leakafak. 1v4 for the young American, but let's be honest, there's just no way in which he wins this. Salatov to finish it off. Falcons off to a flying start.
I feel like the more that we see here at the EWC, the more people jump in that bar double window, and it's just a bloodbath right off the rip. And the big issue is what we just saw there from Doom. When you're playing in that stock position, you have a very one-way angle towards the window jump in, where the shields don't get a lot of coverage, and it's hard to close the gap as a shield between the window jump in and Doom himself. Also another point, Barbara on the ground. They're expecting that push. Doom keeping Razor Blooms on the Thorn in pocket to proactively toss out after the grenade to further weaken Savage on the entry. These very small things can be very defining on Chalet, because it's a map that we know everything about. There's only so many ways in the map, and once you show your hand on the attack inside, you have to kind of full commit. And it's why we saw Falcons on the response committing so many bodies, playing the blue staircase, playing in stock. It wasn't Doom being caught in an aggressive position, it was Doom holding his ground with the supportive network of Leakafak and Salatov supporting.
Yeah, very well played.
Oh, not the tung 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 sahur. I thought we were past this. I thought we were way past this.
Can I get that from you again?
A tung 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 sahur.
It's a lot of tung from you.
Jonathan and I did an awful content piece with whatever that thing is.
I think I missed this beat. What's the lore here?
I don't know. That's the irony. Like, I just know the phrase, the saying.
Yeah, there are a few sayings that North Americans bring to the table. I will say, like, the North American teams tend to have some of the highest meme potential out of all the rosters that I see. Well, what is it that the DZ boys say? LYNH?
Oh, is this?
I can't say that on
I'm
stream.
not sure we can say it on stream.
But I know that they love that little catchphrase for them.
I just love the DC core, like the whole like, crank it. Let's crank it.
Yeah, let's crank. Yeah, no, I do love that.
They got their phrases.
Certainly all about mentality. I mean, Siege is such a mental game. It's funny, Rainbow Six Siege sits in the middle of a lot of other esports where some, like for example, Counter-Strike, highly mechanical. There's a lot of tactics in there as well. And then other games are much more like chess, for example. There's not as much mechanics, but it is all about the brain game. And Siege is one of those that sits very much in the middle. And I think that means that the secret third skill that really becomes so important for teams is the mental game.
I mean, very tilting game, right? So much can go wrong.
Falcons are very aware of that. They're one of the most infamously tiltable teams. I mean, how many times have we seen them, struggle in a grand final, not 9 months ago to M80 in Munich, for example. One of the greatest teams of all time, and I think that we would probably call them, a top 3 greatest of all time, had they won a few more of those grand finals. Like, imagine Falcons had actually won in Munich. Imagine they had actually won back in Manchester, which was, by the way, against Ghana, Gavin, and Diffuser.
Yeah.
We would be talking about this team in such a different way.
Same window, same players, same exact operators. Doom and Savage, the Thunder Blitz on the gaming double window. Surely you don't go 2 for 2. So again, we see Explosive come out to clear the barbed wire. Second Razor Plume goes out. We've seen this exact thing play out, but a lot more caution now from the side of the M80. A little bit slower, double droning, triple droning, and League Effect in the exact same location for the supportive work. Falcons, they want to stick around and starve them off that injury position. Maybe they're now troubled with a decision right now. Do they full commit, jump in the window, go in the doors? Do they flip the attack and try and find the gap elsewhere? Because this is getting very expensive with both the utility being spent and the time being burnt away.
And for the Blitz, he's worried about these crossfires. The smoke grenade to try and deny one of the lines of sight.
All they're explosive.
As Doom does get spotted by that Deimos. But yes, as the Rotero drone destroys that one Thorn trap, he throws out another. As you say, M80 have flipped a switch. Savage has found his gap.
Only one player.
Looking for the bomb site. It is just one player. Brede, the hometown hero, gets taken down by Ashen with the F2. And immediately, M80 erupt into the bomb site. They look for a plan. It's Savage to get it done with users coming to flank from the trophy stairs. Straight into the bomb site for Solitov, but he is far separated from his team and will be taken down. Another attempt at the plant now for Savage, but he doesn't rush it. He waits for Ashen to support. Liquefact will trade. It's Doom now in a 1v2. As he tries to make his way back to the bomb site, it's up against his old captain, who he does light up to low HP now for Savage. Him and Diffuser both. Doom now, holding on with this Uzi, almost lands the shot, the fatal blow against Diffuser. But Savage, with that Diffuser, he does fall back. How does Doom need to play this? Savage gets up close and personal and takes him down.
Beautiful. The one thing missing there for Doom was the spacing for the Blitz. If he closes that gap against Blinded like we just saw there, it's going to be wraps round over. And it was looking so good for Falcons. The individual decisions bought them enough attempts at saving that round. Solotov sprints in and forces the fight. And therefore Savage has to stop planting down that diffuser, get the shield up, take the fight. Solotov injured. Savage back to planting. Now League Effect pushes in, gets a couple of kills. Savage again gets off the plant, has to go for it himself. They keep buying him. 7 seconds. Then Doom arrives and so close. One more bullet, Savage is dead. One more bullet, the player behind him, I think it was Ashen, falls too. Okay, Diffuser falls too. And that would have been the round. I will praise M80 though. They stuck around for long enough on that double window to games that it looked like they were gonna commit to it. They kept using the floor stone, the grenade, the Deimos tracker, the smoke grenades, and then when they had really sold how invested they were, that's when they ran away. And that's why there was only one player Brede by the bomb site, and that is how you can create a gap out of nothing, by applying phantom pressure, because they have to respect the possibility of that push.
Every round matters so much in a best of one. Especially on a map like Chalet, which simultaneously can be very hard to defend and very hard to attack. Especially with the operator lineup that we see taken by both these teams, with the vetoes that have come through, getting rid of the Dokkaebi, the Snake, getting rid of the Romai and the Azami. M80 now look to go back to back. This time they change up. No more blitz. They bring out the Blackbeard. Savage, one of the best shield players in the game at the moment. And he's happy to flex between the different types. He now will use his grenades, but we'll need the team to somehow clear this Kiba barrier before he can start sending those nades in.
This is why the shields are so important, because when you lose operators like your Solid Snake on Chalet, getting information can be quite tricky.
Saw him drop.
The shield does the same thing. They saw the drop, so they don't have to now start burning down their runic kits and burning down those ADSs. They say, no, guys, the corner is clear, okay? Just have a player continuously hold the angles, no one can retake that position from mezzanine in towards library, and we've gotten our first step accomplished with the counter-fire arrows still in pocket and the frag grenades. This is best case scenario again for M80's attack inside. The only thing they're missing now is achieving that second step. Either it's going to be finding a kill by getting a good bit of information, then maybe using the utility in pocket, or it's going to be finding a gap and saying 3, 2, 1, let's go straight for bomb site execute. But instead it's DMR Solotov from mezzanine, takes down Gavin, the Capitao.
That's some of the most important utility here for M80. The Capitao is so valuable. 2 smokes, and of course 2 fire arrows, plus the baby EMPs, all now gone to waste for M80. Solotov's taken a lot of damage. He's now essentially trapped in this corner. It will try and make Vert to try and protect against that push-up from Snowmobile Garage, but no one's doing that so far. A nade from Savage could surely finish him off, but Leakafact is the one to go down first for Falcons, as Ashen is actually deep into the fireplace.
Now, when you get the Twitch drones, you can take down those default cameras, and therefore you have a lot of safe shelter inside the building that normally you wouldn't be able to go into. Deimos Tracker, opposite side of the map. Again, this is going to be the distraction game. Hey guys, I'm in master bedroom going for a backstab attempt. Look at me. Meanwhile, Ashen in the building, playing a library balcony, finds the gap again. Second kill.
There was a bulletproof camera watching his position the whole time. I don't know how they didn't know where he was. Good shot from Gunner. Solidov goes down. Joom needs to be the hero once again. He might be good for one. Users helps him out. It's Users to find a double kill before he will fall to the grenade. Down into the 1v1 now for Gunner. Against Joom, 30 seconds to play with. Gunner caught on the camera again. That bulletproof reveals his position. Good grenade. But Joom has all the info he could possibly want, but he swings wide! And Gunner shuts him down! 2 rounds in a row for M80.
And it's just one player consistently as the last player standing is Doom. First round to make the first play, second and third, last alive in a 1v2 or a 1 versus 1. So much pressure on the newest player, and yet to prove himself in those final moments of a round. And it's M80 with the same sort of attacking style, where they're not doing a whole lot, but they are at the same time, right? They're not clearing a utility step by step. They're not getting in the building. They're just waiting for the opponent to make one wrong move, then get into the middle of it all. And that Twitch ban right there, that is a target ban.
That is...
Again, when you darken the map in the vital areas, you know, your west main, your fireplace, your blue stairs cam, it just means that, again, an attacker could be in that area, and we have no idea. Now, there is an exact one-to-one substitute, which Ashen is hovering right now, Brava. And it actually is stronger than Twitch in terms of the gadgetry, because now you will not just take away the info from the defenders, you will gain the camera as the attacker. But on the flip side, where's gun?
Yeah.
Don't got the F2 no more.
Also, I will say, I don't think that Brava is straight up stronger than Twitch in every way.
Not in every way.
Because, for one, like, the Brava, you have to get a lot closer than with the Twitch. The Twitch laser will actually... Well, yeah, the Twitch laser will go as far as you want, right?
Yeah.
Brava, you have to be within, I think it's about 10-15 meters of the gadget. Secondly, it's louder, like you said. The drone is much more visible, much easier to spot. And also, once you attack the gadget with Brava, it takes...
5 seconds left before insertion.
I was really thinking about that one. It takes like 3 seconds or something, 1 or 2 seconds, to actually hack it. And you could destroy it in that time, and it'll save the gadget you're trying to hack. Also, Twitch zaps will regenerate over time. So actually, technically, you could actually destroy like 6 or 7 gadgets, for example.
So does Brava?
No, it doesn't.
It does not?
It's capped at 3.
I'm
I've
wrong.
played a lot of Brava.
I'm wrong. See, I don't. But I actually thought it did, I'll be honest.
Brava's great, but that's the big weakness. Like, if they have Malusi and bulletproof cameras and Denari,
I genuinely thought it started recharging once you spent the
so
first
you have 2 drones, both with 3, which means you can hack maximum of 6 things, whereas Twitch, you can do far more than that.
That much I do. And I do play a bit of Twitch. Here comes that distraction game. Actually goes inside a piano instead.
Oh, big kill for Ashen. Doesn't somehow die to the Thorn Trap, but will not survive the second swing. This is a very early eruption from M80. Only 45 seconds into the round. We're down. There's just 5 people left in the server. Savage is low HP, but he is in that bomb site. Critical kill doesn't land for Diffuser. And Falcons will recompose. Even is the scoreline once again.
Driving in the chaos right there and playing close together, but also they got the right operators for the job. Denari laser tripwires, razor blooms from the Thorn. Not just are they doing damage and slowing down the attackers, they're giving constant information. Hey, someone jumped in piano window, we hear the gadget going off. Hey, somebody's installed up window repel, we hear the gadget going off as well. They know where to face their guns. I will note one thing though. M80, I'm not sure if they were not sure if the push was good or if they were a little bit on the wrong timings. When the Ying jumps in, there's a good 2-3 second gap before the follow-up. And that can mean one of 2 things. Either it's that they said, guys, let me jump in, let's see if I can get the kill, then you follow. Or they said, guys, 3, 2, 1, but the other people weren't actually ready. Either way, I think it's a good switch up going from the gap finding and trying to force rotations with Falcons to saying, now we're going to dictate the pace, we're going to go where we want to go, and either win or lose the round in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah. I really think that Twitch ban was huge there from Falcons. Because you can play the Brava, but like you cannot destroy it. Like look at the gadgets that were brought last round, right? You've got Aruni, you've got Ella, you've got Denari and Thorn. That's 3 traps plus Aruni. Now Aruni can be countered by the Brava, but you hack 3 of those Aruni gates and you've used all of one of your Brava drones. How on earth are you going to destroy like every individual Denari laser point? Like every Thorn trap, there's 4 of them. All the Elemines, there's 3 of them. I almost would think at this point M80 should start considering the Thatcher because you can find a lot of that use still. And then, deactivate it temporarily.
Oh, it's very smart. Again, one thing is banning Twitch to take away like an important operator. Another thing is banning the Twitch and playing heavily into the traps and really doubling down. Also, when you have Savage utilizing the shields practically every single round, it's
They all
going to be a huge
counter,
counter. Exactly.
yeah,
It's
the
all
shield.
soft counters. And it means that wherever Savage goes, there's going to be, most likely, one of the 4 operators will be in that position that he will struggle against. The only solution to that is maybe playing the Monty, but Monty is way too passive with the current MAD playstyle. It's not like lethal sort of operator, it's more like drone intel. That's maybe for a basement attack, not for the rest of the map.
Yeah, and we're now on to kitchen dining, which we have seen once before. That was when M80 used Savage on the blitz to rush the bomb site, and Brede was overwhelmed. He now holds that position again, C4 in pocket, TCSG in his hands, as M80 look to try and take control of Solarium. They're feeling a little bit of pressure at the moment, the grenades and the Selmas from the solar windows, but M80 have struggled to actually sink their teeth into the building, and now Gunner has gone down as well.
What do you do now, M80? On the back foot early on, not a lot of map control to work with. No one's inside the building yet either. This feels like they're gonna go fishing. And Falcons right now, they gotta just calm themselves down, right? No one should be swinging. Don't jump out the windows. Just burn down that timer. You got so much free intel with the gadgets. You got solar sales control, supportive network both above and beneath as well. They just need to wait it out.
Yeah, and all of the Selmas that have been tossed out by Gavin have just been shot off the wall very simply. Like, Falcons do not have, oh sorry, M80 rather, do not have the map control to achieve what they want to do. And they get no free map control with the Snake ban, with the Dockerby ban.
Yep.
And everywhere they do enter has a point of friction because they can't use the Twitch to hunt down all those traps. It's a very slow round and a disappointing one. Great shot though from Ash and onto that C4. That saves his own life as Savage is the first one to find a kill. But very quickly M80 lose that advantage. It's all up to Savage now. He'll need to ace up on the Blackbeard. And I can tell you right now, that ain't gonna happen. Falcons are about to take the lead.
Again, game of adaptations. You just play it nice and slow when you have to. Play it quick to the punch when that is going to be the counterplay and the right respond. Savage now on the office door, stock getting peeked away. A bit of short and different juice, that's okay. From a 1v4 to a 1v3, the lower that man count gets for Falcons, the better they're gonna play this 1v3.
Leakafak wants to peek him. Info from down below, be careful guys, don't overpeak, but Leakafak will go for the swing, and he swings to win. One more round left in the half for M80 to tie things up.
What are you thinking? We're gonna go 3-3? We're gonna go 4-2.
That really comes down to whether M80 can change pace right now, because the playstyle that they've run for the last 5 rounds has been hard counted, and so they're going to need to jump into action.
have just taken
their tactical timeout. What the hell is Farbin going to say to the boys?
Perfect time for you to say they got to switch it up. Are they getting countered right now? They
are
getting countered right now. They are indeed.
If they weren't
going to make a huge change, it is going to be 4-2. I genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe that. This is the time of Fabian to show his impact. Big stylistic changes, operators, playstyle. Speak some sense into the boys, and guys, they banned the Twitch, they're playing the traps, you need to change things around. We might even see the Thatcher, like you mentioned, could see M-Monty and go very slow and steady. Step 1, take a bit of map control. Step 2, a bit of breaching.
Another idea is just to play a lot of grenades and then pre-nade all the positions where they're...
I'll be able to talk to you guys now.
Flores even.
Flores is a great one. They did play Flores at the start of the game.
Yeah.
So here Fabian is, he's just finished his tactical timeout, had a chance to talk to the boys. Of course, the same case for Julio talking to the European roster on the other side.
Oh, okay.
One thing we didn't talk about with Falcons in the pre-show is that Falcons are currently in the lead for the club championship.
Yes.
However, Virtus.pro are hot on their heels. If Virtus.pro end up with a better performance in Rainbow Six Siege than Falcons, there's a very real chance that VP could overtake the reigning champions of the club championship.
That's a very good point indeed. And you gotta think about that. The longer you go into the tournament, you know, because there's only so many weeks of EWC, we're getting quite deep into the
Only
event.
so many titles, and look, Falcons, Siege is one of their strongest titles. So they've already won quite a few of the games here at EWC. They certainly would love to once again raise the trophy in Rainbow Six.
So let's have a look here at the big changes.
Goodbye.
Honestly, not exactly what I expected. So I like the Falcons are now going to the Kaid, for example. It presents a new problem that we've not yet seen in the server, and it's going to be a stylistic change. And this is what you do when you're expecting a counterplay to your current playstyle, you change it. So now they're countering
we need a diffuser to
old
get locked
playstyle,
in,
right?
bro.
Not going to work out.
Oh, the Bravo drone gets shot before the hack goes off. That's
what
another
you said about
example.
it takes too long, it's very noisy, very slow. But it made it look at the attack and lineup. They're playing very similar operators, right? They still got the demos, they got Savage now on Bravo, they got Ashen on the Ying again. It's like, okay, but Gunner's playing Ash, that's just a gun and a soft breach. Diffuser's a Nomad, which controls the aggression. That hasn't been the issue for them. So I'm still curious, with Savage going to a drone operator on Brava, who's going to do the entry? Who's going to find the gap? Who's going to create the space with the entries to thrive in.
I do not understand the Ashe. Like, you'd be better off honestly playing as a Fear or playing anyone with grenades. Yeah, you're not getting the value of an Ashe that you would if Mira was open. Very strange pick from Gunnar, but look, Gunnar's the kind of player where he can just have single-handedly
Trust
winning
the system,
rounds, right? He could just get a 3K this round with the R4C, and then it doesn't matter what operator he picks, right? Like, all that matters is, oh wait,
he's right there.
Doom stabs his old captain in the back. Very nice swing from Blue. I don't know why M80 thought that was clear. A little bit of a mistake as they try and erupt on the bomb site. Nice pre-fire from Gavin. Second one from Gav. Now the round is wide open.
Just like that, 2 quick kills. And honestly, I think Doom died because he was shooting a Brede behind him inside a stockroom or whatever. So almost like a misinput that gets into a kill instead. Now they got that middle of the gap.
Nice
that great swing takes down Gunnar, and just like that, back to even numbers.
Candelas once again go out from Ashe, and he jumps straight into the bomb side and meets a lot of resistance. Gets affected by the Thorn Trap as well as the Dread Mine. Needs to have an impact with the shotgun as Brede wants to try and contest him. Another Candela, I believe, thrown on out, but Brede, no, it was the smoke. Brede peeked directly into that smoke. Perfect timing for him. Now into the 2v2. Diffuser goes hunting, takes down Brede.
They don't know.
And now it's just Leakafak and Usus to try and hold down the fort, but Usus does so. Diffuser is now the last player alive for M80 to try and conjure up a 3rd round in this half. But from up above, Leakafak is always watching like a hawk, nay, like a falcon.
No.
It's a 4-2 split on the defense.
Beautiful. Again, the adaptations, just playing it nice and calm and controlled there from Falcons. Big smiles from Julio as well. It just feels like, honestly, the Solid Snake though could be banned. That happened right off the rip.
I like that
it
M80
really
isn't playing
weakened the
scared.
attacks from M80 because
They're
they
all
don't have information
fighting.
to work off of, and then they try playing the shields.
Compared to
There was
watching
twitch flame with the
Shopify, it
traps.
feels
the
a
shield
lot
is
better.
miserable. It can't play the game at all.
M80's definitely a step up
So really
over
good foresight there,
Shopify right
good
now,
decisiveness when it
clearly.
comes to the playstyle from Falcons. And I mean, generally speaking, we say Chalet, Attacker Haven. You get a good, 3 rounds, 4 rounds. It's been Defender's Paradise instead. Now, of course, with the side, so we got 2 minutes where you can talk to your coach, discuss the strategy, and I don't know, get the nerves out of your system right now. Well, you gotta have a huge switch up if you're M80.
Yeah. I think you really described it so well at the start of that round there for Falcons. M80 are the ones who have a responsibility to change their playstyle because they were losing. Their old playstyle on the attack was figured out by Falcons, so it's now M80's turn to try and figure out the Falcons' defense. But what? Straight up, Brede has changed pace. He's gone for the Kaid, a very different kind of operator, and we immediately see a very big change in the way that Falcons are playing their round as well. Admittedly, it did get down to a 1 versus 2, so it's not like the round was won and lost on the strategy.
No, but also, if you look at how it came to a close round, it was Gavin finding 2 wallbang kills, effectively.
true.
Where, like, when I'm looking at the top-down strategy and the line of thinking from 80, I didn't see a clear plan. I didn't see a clear way of executing. They got a couple of kills that, sometimes you do get them, sometimes you don't. But it wasn't convincing to me that it was close.
It was like the strat was to make sure there was no one in the dark corner of library, and then just throw out a couple of Candelas and then figure out if Ashen can jump in, and then hopefully there'll be a few kills from Gav and the other guys. But of course, like Savage was the one who died early alone in the basement without a lot of map control, not checking blue, like default stuff. As we're into the end of the scheduled timeout at the end of the half, we swap sides now.
Surely you ban Solid Snake again here.
M80 on the defense. Yeah, do they get rid of that snake?
I think you have to, man. It's such a strong operator on Chalet. And the thing about playing against Falcons, right? You don't typically ban the shields against them. They're not a good... They're not like...
They're an okay shield
But the
team.
best teams in the world, they're not a good shield team. But they can play them. Breedy started playing it a bit. League Effect started playing it a bit. Blackbeard wants to get target banned
Actually,
away.
Doom's most played operator in the last couple of months is Blackbeard.
Oh, you know what? Now that you say it, that's true.
He's
Doom has started playing the shield.
Yeah, he's been jumping on it recently. It's also Breede's second most played. Breede's second and third most played are both
While Breedy
shields.
does play it a lot, it's like he does it because he has to.
Yeah.
I don't think Breedy willingly was like, you know what, guys, I'm a shield guy now.
Yeah.
Because he's been playing it to success, but it does look like a bit of a struggle
then this
sometimes.
is a
Doom is a bit
BO1.
more, maybe learning from Savage back in Secret Days. Solid Snake will go second, so I'm very happy with this. Again, we're talking about the entry, the information, and the early stage of a round. That's what we're targeting towards the attackers on both sides.
Yeah. Big thing for me, though, with the Wamai and the Ella ban is it does leave the Azami wide open. Now, Azami is one of the most powerful operators on this map. It's also both Ashen and Gavin's... Gavin? Ooh, Gavini's? I couldn't decide whether I want to go Gavini or Gavin, but let's just go Gav. Let's
let's go with Gav.
Keep it simple.
Okay.
It's both Ashen and Gav's favorite operator in the last couple of months as well. M80 have that in their arsenal. They have the Solus, which is really great for early round info and for retakes. Yeah. And they've still got a little bit of trappiness, even though the Ela has been banned on out, thanks to Savage on the Thorn.
Obviously, if you're Falcons right now, let's say you go for a double trap ban, Ela Denari for some Ela Thorn, whatever. You're really weakening one playstyle by going Wamai and Ela. You're targeting a lot more in general. Let's say the third operator ban becomes Asami, as you said before, an operator you play every single round on Chalet. It means the Falcons' attacks, they're not tailored to be one sort of playstyle, but it makes them incredibly flexible because you're weakening different aspects of the defense. So I like the Falcons having a 4-2 lead, feels like they can keep their cards open and just kind of play out and see what M80 will bring and then get rid of that third and final operator. For now, though, we're gonna be upstairs in master bedroom office, bit of pressure on library, bit of pressure on office balcony, and this is just Falcons putting out their feelers and kind of seeing what gives.
And there we see the Azami at work here for Gav, who's had a bit of a slow game so far. Ashen's running the MPX.
Fraud.
Tubarao.
Fraud.
That is pretty Giga Chad. You don't go with the DMR, which is unbelievably powerful. Instead, go for one of the low damage SMGs. Gav really should have won that fight. Joom gets a double. It's been a terrible game for Gav. 2 kills to 7 deaths. Falcons have a numbers advantage, even though there's low HP on Brede and Joom. And now that Savage has fallen, Falcons just look to consolidate their advantage. Gunner and Diffuser, 2 of the OGs on the roster, look to fall back. Young guns, both of them. Diffuser looking for just his second kill. Injured. He finds it and finishes off Solotov. But now a 1v3 will await him as Joom finally finishes off Gunner.
Got a caught on the roof, watching that rotation, so they know that he's stuck in piano, office, or master bedroom bathrooms. Brede is super low on health, Joom is less than half. It means that either Juice has to be the playmaker, or someone's gonna walk in and get that first bit of information, and then you can play off of that intel. So they're gonna say, guys, reset. Get a flank drone downstairs. League Effect is holding that right now. Then uses moves forward the other drone to figure out where he's playing from. Rotate in office to have more points of entry. Office door, piano windows, and a double door piano. So plenty of ways in now for the attack.
Nice attempt with the Nitro Cell. He even finds one of them, which is pretty impressive, but Falcons, I mean, you can hear. I don't know if you guys can hear this back home, but man, even with the headset on, I can hear Julio's screams.
So much more energy today.
Yeah.
From the players, that is.
Oh, yeah.
Like, pretty quiet play-ins. Even when Fnatic were popping off or CAG had a big upset, it was like, all right, guys, good job. Let's play again tomorrow. Couple of rounds between Wildcard and T-Law. Couple of rounds here. We're finally popping off. We're getting that energy in there.
Oh, yeah.
We're here to play.
Love to see this from Falcons. An extra level of energy we haven't seen from them as much recently. M80 have now really fallen behind. They only managed a 2-4 split on their own attack, and now they've struggled to find any defense in that first round. Also, what's worse, Pengu, is that wasn't a close round.
It wasn't convincing again.
It wasn't, it just, there wasn't any moment where you're like, oh, M80 look like they have an idea of the strategy.
Well, when Ashley got the kill that they had the 5v4 for 5 seconds, I was like, you know what, good start from M80, but then he lost 3 bodies in library. It's like, no, it's over. And that's the thing, it does feel like to me a little bit, and this is, like, I think, old men speak. I feel like they're overplaying it, right? They see Joom in library, 3 guys swinging, but not together. You know, Gavin swings, he dies. Ashen swung, he dies. Diffuser tries and then escapes, thankfully. I'm like, either you fight the guy 3-2-1 together, or give them library. Play top blue, play in piano. A bomb site does exist behind you guys to play from. You don't have to lose or win the round in the first room of combat. You do have different ways of playing it out.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to keep it simple, right?
Brede on the Monty, by the way.
Yeah, you mentioned
As I said, not every day we see it. Brede is one of the most passive shields of all time, and that is not a critique, that is not a bad thing to be. I think against this aggressive playstyle from M80, it's the perfect person to have on that shield operator, because Brede will not die for nothing, and he will stay alive to get that constant bit of information.
Yeah. Brede actually turned 30 last week, did you know that?
Yes. Oldest
player in the tournament now that Canadian has gone bye-bye.
That's why I thought second oldest down.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it grew up in Paris as well, Brede did.
I mean, he is one of the greatest support players of all time. It's been that way for many years, actually, at this point. I think him and Shepard at a certain point were both fighting for that title of #1 spot, but Breede's longevity has proven very worthy of that title now.
Of course.
Been playing for 10 years, started on console, back on Xbox Pro League, a bit of a swing. Again, we're just fighting Library, walking in with the breach. 2 players fall down again from M80.
Wow. All it takes from Falcons is a little bit of hard breach and then the eruption. Now Breede with info.
Look,
can look to try and hunt down Ashen, who has no more C4 left available. He'll try and toss out a Zodo to slow down that push, but that will not keep him alive for very long.
Okay.
And indeed, Solotov will simply crouch up and finish him off. It looks to be a flawless round here, unless Gunnar can pull off an absolute miracle. Out comes a shotgun, but Joom finds him. It is indeed flawless for Falcons, as they now find themselves with 4 match points on the verge of getting a date in the upper bracket with Wildcard.
Beautiful. And again, if you want to look for some shield player inspiration, the moment Breede jumped in the building from the window, he extended his shield and it never went down. And the reason why it's so valuable there is that he's just saying, guys, look at me, I'm over here. And the defenders are running around in circles, not knowing what's going on. And that's when we see players like Solotov just crouch walk in bar and gets the kill. Breede is at 0 risk of dying, yet he's taking the attention span of multiple defenders and getting constant information to his teammates at the same time. And M80, Gavin, playing that missing position now 2 rounds in a row? What is Pro doing, I gotta say? He wide swings where the wall is getting opened up, he has no supportive network, getting shot from 2 different players, and doesn't hit a single bullet to his name. Like, it's just not good enough right now, it's not sharp enough. And I can't even say M80 flew here from America. They boot camped in Sweden, Fabian's hometown.
Yeah.
I saw the photos. They were in the lake, they were swimming around. They're acclimated. They're in the time zone. There's no excuse here. Falcons, they've played incredible Siege, do not get me wrong. But this M80 playing below their level.
Look, you say M80 have been scrimming and boot camping locally in Sweden, but Falcons have been boot camping in Paris. So they're acclimatized to the vibes.
Okay. This spawn pick is disgusting. You hit 1 headshot through those leaves and good night for the attackers, but you're shooting against Breede again, so not gonna happen.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I do admit, like, it is very strange to see M80 struggling as much, particularly the individual players. I mean, Gavin in particular, Diffuser, these are absolute gunners that we just don't usually see go so negative. We also very rarely see M80 down 4 rounds. Solotov looks to try and use the cover of that smoke to break this barbed wire, wants to take the fight, but this is a very fickle crossfire for him. And Savage now falls back as he was worried about that logic bomb, which he will tank as it detonates. He takes 40 damage. Meanwhile, Falcons are to try and take map control from Trophy across, thanks to Breede and supported by Users with the gridlock.
All about the opening pick. It's going to determine so much here in Chalet. It's going to give you a lot of map space if you're the attacker. If you're the defender, it's going to give you more firepower to fight back, combat execute later on. We're seeing Ashing. Look at the NC, guys in the window. The Samiki barrier not good enough. Either a small gap, but it's short way too quick from that DMR League effect, and supported by Doom on the Grim, the commando weapon. And now, just again, it's slowly falling apart. They fall back from Blue Staircase. They have a player missing and still overcommitted right now. It's Gavin, 3rd time in a row. He has to come out victorious now. He has to find a kill.
Yeah, Gav still has, I believe, his mirror window to use to try and protect himself against a push from outside of Library. But yeah, there is no one pushing from Library here from Falcons. But thanks to the Montaigne, Breede can get so much free information. And also, once the smokes have subsided, Diffuser still has 2 more in pocket. He will be safe to march on forward, up display, and look to enable his team to get that kill onto Gavin in that instrumental position on the mezzanine.
And League Effects now on Library balcony going for that backside, but now they have Falcons, all the right people in the right locations. Now they gotta communicate, guys. Who do we deal with first? Is it gonna be the blue player or the guy in mezzanine? Breede walk forward, try and get a bit of information. 3, 2, 1, because they got that 5 versus 4. Good job, 4 guns near opponent.
The coverage from the fire extinguisher to detonated allows a gap for Solotov, but Gavin wins his fight regardless. Breede trying desperately to make his way forward, but this keeper barrier does make it very difficult. Almost takes a little bit of damage. Gavin needs to win this fight, and he does! Leak Effect will go down. Breede on the floor. Joom desperately tries to get active and will only find one. Uses in a 1 versus 2 with no diffuser, but time aplenty as Gav and Gunnar on different floors, separated, gives Users a gap, an opportunity to try and make this happen. The time is ticking away, and M80 have run away with their advantage. Users to grab that kit, and now look for a chance to get onto the bomb site. A little bit of a faulty rotate hold as he tries to get down onto that bomb site. 2 nades go out. What are you looking at, Gavin? Wake up!
3 seconds.
You're about to lose to Falcons. Gunner now has to win in the clutch. Users forced to hold down the line, hold down that defuse. Gunner will clutch up the round for M80, but still far too close for comfort.
It just does not get any easier for them. It's a struggle time and time again, but finally they are more clutch in the final seconds of the round. Gavin found that huge kill on the mezzanine.
And then fell asleep.
And then, well, he did what he had to do, right? Good for one, then take a nap.
How did he not hear the nade get thrown and then the player drop? That's a gridlock.
I'm not gonna question that, okay? He got his one. That was his job in that round. Breeder shot down with the player in the blue staircase. Good crossfire in the mid. I feared they were going to give up too much ground too quickly, but they did stick it out in the end. Good use of assignment barriers, the toxic babes, just getting a bit of denial.
Speaking of Azami,
yeah, and that's right in the money, right? Falcons are tagging every bomber site with these operator bans. Wamai, Ella, Asami, you can pick them every side, every round against every enemy. They're gonna have a high bit of value. On the flip side, it's been a multi-target ban. A double shield ban against Falcons, that's not very common that we see it.
No.
And this is why it's genius, right? When Falcons have a 4-2 half starting on defense, they can play unusual siege on their attacks. They can start saying, what if we spam the Monty? They have to ban it. And if maybe go into this set, oh, we know that they'll play the Grim or the Capital, the Deimos, we gotta ban it. Well, those operators have not been the problem. It has been the Monty. So now Falcons are buying themselves so much more space in the server in terms of operator flexibility. And to make it even worse, Breedy is right now hovering the Blitz. So he still has other shield operators to bruise if he wants to. And last second, that access said, Grim, Capital being into action, even uses on the glass.
Yeah.
You would have wished you had banned one of those operators now, but you couldn't. Because Breedy and Monty was a problem.
Yeah, Falcons quite like this glass as well. They've played a lot of it. Mostly on Doom though, funnily enough. The last 3 months, he's played glass 20 times. Users is usually more of a Dockerby player. But interesting to see Falcons happy to mix things up, and that's one of the important things, is really focusing up on what is the win condition of this round. It's execute. So you have that trifecta of execute operators. Glaz, Capital, Grim. Supported by Leakafact. We talked about the Twitch. When Falcons were defending, they banned Twitch because it was so good at clearing out a lot of these trap utility, a lot of information gathering, in the case now of the Valkyrie from Gunner. Instead of picking the Twitch, Leakafact opts for the same purpose, but a different operator, different tool to do so.
Yeah, IQ, get in the mix. It's the same thing for Falcons when they were defending. They tried to play, you know, a fast defense rather, a slow defense.
Wow.
Now they do some fast attacks, some slow attacks, a triple stack ADS mirror window one missing. And again, we're investing so much into Gavin, and that just means he has to be successful. A Valcam, 3 ADSs, and a mirror. He has to find a bit of value, either burning a ton of util, or like I keep saying, finding that one pit to go even. The Falcons, they can take all the time that they need. This attack is a one-punch strategy. When you see the fires go out, the green bees, the smoke supporting the glass, that's going to be the execute. And very often, you're going to have one really big go at that, and that's it. So you have to make sure that it's perfect. The jump out from Ashen was attempted, didn't find anything, but you can tell at 80, they know something's up. There's nobody in the building, there's no pressure, a lot of default cams are alive. They don't know exactly where the push will happen from, but I think the more time that goes on, the more obvious it's going to get. It's somewhere around the master bedroom trophy portion.
I like this though from Users. He smokes off the line of sight looking into kitchen. He will be able to peek through that once he jumps inside, and so he does. Doesn't see anyone trying to contest him. And the fire as well from Breede to protect him from a potential push from the other side. Leagafact actually does use the opportunity to jump in from West Main and take down Gunner and look for a second as well. Onto Ashen, who tried to retake that control. Now he sits down below the bomb site and can try and go for these floor bangs. It's a bit desperate, not likely to work, but it might land a little bit of damage. Gavin, though, finally erupts. He's starting to redeem himself, and Savage as well to join in. The Glaz will go down. Numbers favor M80 as Breede and his captain, Leakafact, try and break their way into this bomb site. A breach on the wall, but Breede loses his fight. Leakafact looks to trade and will do so. A nade may well finish off that kill, but he might need that nade to prevent against a push from the rest of these players of M80. 15 seconds, there's not a lot of time to get the job done.
Knows it, can't spit the nade for the kill, therefore goes on in, confirms it, starts planting, 10 seconds left, has to maybe stick it.
Gav and Savage just need to play this right. I like this from Savage. He's biding his time. He's not looking for the swing just yet. He can hear that Leakafact has gotten off that defuse, and time will be Falcon's worst enemy. M80 Restabilize for 2 defenses in a row.
Again, it's happening. And Gavin, he might have played that missing position with a ton of utility, but he came back to the bomb side, found 2 quick kills, stopped that initial push. And the thing is, a lot of those Falcons attackers were stuck on window repels. The Capitao Breeder most notably only going in that 2 versus 3 position, a little bit too late. Julio, Falcons, they call a tactical timeout, and I think it's fine. There's no cause for massive alarm just yet. We're 6-4, but we want to, lock this one in before OT and get that regulation victory.
Yeah, last tactical timeout of the game as well, as M80 took those very early when they were down on their attacking half. Now Falcons have taken theirs. We've also had the role swap timeout already, which means there's no more chances for the coaches to talk to their teammates after this. Both Julio and Fabian have plenty to say to their rosters. Wow. But it's Julio that really needs to get the message across right now. 2 chances to lock it in before we go OT.
I'm curious if maybe will just go for a curveball right now. Is a Fabian Classic, right? They're down 4-6. It's all or nothing. You go to an odd bomb side or play an odd strat on a regular bomb side, just to say whatever they just talked about doesn't matter. We're doing something completely out of the norm. And it's again trying to play into the fact that they want to do a specific strat. They just had 60 seconds to discuss it. You can then counter it. Operator-wise, I can leak right now. Nothing too crazy. There's no Caveira, there's no Tashanka, there's nothing unusual.
Well, notably here for M80, they actually don't have a lot of choices of what bomb sites to go to because they've just won Master Bedroom. Before that, they won Bar, which means they essentially have a choice between kitchen and basement, and ain't nobody in their right mind going basement.
That's why I was thinking if we saw the basement, that was what Fabian was going to break down from. He's like, guys,
that's a curveball, right?
He's like, I know it's risky, but hear me out.
Yeah. Look, that's a pretty hard hear me out to try and convince your players in your 1-minute tactical timeout.
Well, we all got a daddy. When daddy talks, we got to listen.
When Daddy Fabian tells you what to say, you shut the hell up and listen. But no, M80 will actually go to kitchen bomb site. And I'm looking at the operator lineup compared to the last time they played it. We have a few changes, notably the Valkyrie, which they've played a couple of times now, starting to consider whether it's worth playing off that information. The danger with the Valkyrie, Pengu, though, is...
Who's going to watch the games?
Well, yeah, exactly. Chalet is a very small map. Nobody has got somewhere safe to just sit and watch the cameras.
That is often the issue with, your Maestro, your Echo, your Valkyrie. On the other side, right, I mean, go for a couple gunfights, a defender dies early. Guys, I'll watch the cameras, I'm dead.
Yeah.
That could be the way to enable the Valkyrie even more, but of course, don't take a fight that's bad.
Yeah.
But when that happens, taking defenders will gain a small advantage.
Big thing here for me, for Falcons, is not only they have the Twitch, which is great for taking out the Valkyrie cameras, potentially even the ADSs, but mostly the Thorn traps, but you've also got the double up between the Deimos and the Dokkaebi. Both operators function very similarly. They're all about targeting players on the defense and hunting them down or going for an execute. So any solo players here, like Gavin, for example, are going to be in a spot of bother if Falcons start to target them up. Solotov able to take down one of the ADSs and go for a second one. That's so smart. Gavin had to answer his phone or shoot the Twitch drone. He couldn't do both at once. Wow, he actually manages to protect against one of the Selmas as well from detonating on the wall. There's a lot happening in this round so quickly here by Falcons.
Gavin stepped it beautifully. From kind of lacking behind the curve on the score, being 7-9, getting good value now round after round, and that missing in spot getting much better. Reading the building, looking for that fight. It's a blitz.
Here comes the blitz, but quickly, Savage will shut down Brede from the long angle. This might be exactly what M80 need. However, Gavin will be traded back from Solotov elsewhere with that F2. Ashen is down below, hoping that someone's going to jump in this double window. Joom, though, who's got 14 kills to just 6 deaths, by the way. He's biding his time. It's Solotov who's the first in the building. He's done his work with the Twitch drone. Now it's time to get active.
And they finally fall back and play the layer scheme here from M80. They've been so quick at getting in the fight. They can keep fighting the entire round. Now, no one's in the area. They're playing deep inside our piano bathroom. They're playing downstairs, close to the bomb site. Actually, right now, no one's by the side itself, but they're playing a bar beneath the attackers, rather. So they're saying, the site is in the middle of the building. We don't gotta play on it, I guess. We can play around it instead, but June got to kill again out of nowhere. And M80 have no easy ways back here from the player of Gunner. So this could easily be a 2v4 by the side.
Yeah, and Gunner could get cooked really easily here as well. The Deimos has already gotten Joom 1 kill, and he's actually going to target Savage, interestingly. Users could also go for the target onto Gunner here. Are they aware of it? I think that Solotov has no clue. This flank could win the round for M80. But Gunner has to bide his time. 20 seconds and ticking away. Sees the first one.
No.
Are you kidding me? You cannot afford to be missing shots like that.
And now they're
on
planting.
Match point here as the plan starts to go down for Solotov. He gets off of it. Users needs to get active. Gunner going for his flank. Savage on the bomb side is the only player but look at how many of the Falcons members are low on HP. Solotov forcing it down, users to come to life with the SMG-12. It's Gunner in a 1v3, and he will not stand tall up against the might of Falcons. Europe has its first win here in the group stage at the Esports World Cup, and Falcons are coming here to play.
So close yet so far from M80. A slow start to the tournament, a slow start here in Chalet in that very final round. I mean, Gunner, unlucky, right? Had the perfect flank opportunity, shot a little bit too early, doesn't find the full value. The plan starts going down. They surrendered the bomb site. I was about to praise them about how they were falling back and playing the C4s, playing the Valkyrie cameras, but no, they were still very deep in the roam. Ashen dies solo, side player dies solo. Falcons, they came in extremely well prepared for this matchup.
It did. A lot of respect between these teams. I want to know what Savage and Doom are going to say to each other. Here we are,
big
old
hugs.
Teammates. They raised a trophy here together a year ago, but they don't have a lot of words for each other now, of course. Neither of these teams are done and dusted as of yet. M80 will continue on battling through that lower bracket, but their opponent will be Team Liquid Alienware.
Oh boy.
Not an easy matchup. And on the flip side, Falcons, they've got their work cut out for them against Wildcard. That BO3 will face off for a spot on the main stage at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, that one's going to be very interesting. I'll tell you that much right now. But from what we saw from Team Falcons, the first 8 rounds, all but flawless, you've got to say. And then a bit of hope starts to muster there for M80.
Oh, they're doing
to get
it.
a little bit of love. And then, unfortunately, our hopes and dreams are crushed of going to overtime, or for this being more competitive than what we would have wanted it to be.
If you ask me, North America needed to be humbled a little bit after having 2 teams in the grand final of Salt Lake City. We started that a little bit with Shopify Rebellion getting knocked out early. M80 getting a little bit more than they bargained for with Falcons, I think is just fair enough. But also, I will say, North America is still looking really strong. Wildcard are insane. DZ are monsters. And I'm pretty confident that M80 will also be here to play in that lower bracket game against Team Liquid Alienware.
Well, that's what they're going to have to do, right?
Yeah, just gotta say, it's that or you go home. They have to show up. The good thing is in BO3s, you can afford to have a slow start, have a sloppy chalet, and then get better as the BO3 evolves. But honestly, the expectations that we set before the game started, they were not met by M80.
Yeah.
And there were some individual players in particular that had a very slow start. I think it was both Gavin in particular, Diffuser, and Gunner all had a bit of a slow start to it.
Yeah.
And they're a team of individual fraggers. They need to show up.
And also when you're playing a map like Chalet, you need to have star players on your team. Falcons did that in spades. You know, Joom got 15 kills and only died 6 times.
Yeah, bro played ace.
Bro was doing everything.
was in there.
And everyone from Falcons was happy to get active and go for a play here and there, take fights. And M80, unfortunately, just a few brain fog moments that led Falcons to get such a convincing win.
Well, you were just highlighting Doom as probably the best player in the server. Unfortunately, he's with Lax courtside.
Not only is he one of the best, he's one of the best fraggers in our game. Doom, 15-6 for the series. How are you feeling?
Oh, great. It's a good start to the tournament.
Absolutely. Now, I got to ask this because I think everyone's wondering this on Twitter, on social medias, everything across the board. How does it feel putting down your old IGL?
Obviously, it feels good. I hope to see them again, in the playoffs, hopefully. But overall, it feels good, obviously, beating an old teammate, also Fabian and stuff. So, a bit happy, yeah.
All right, and now looking ahead into your guys' next opponent, you are going against another former teammate of yours, Adrian. He was the MVP of his last match. Got anything you want to say to him ahead of that match?
No, I hope he has a great match. I hope we have a great match. He's a great player, so I'm going to respect him for sure. I hope he will do the same to me, and I hope we have a good game.
All right, now, is there anything, any skins, any shout-outs you want to give to fans before I let you go here?
I mean, of course, there's new Azami bundles out, so make sure to grab it on the in-game store.
All right, well, sounds good. You heard it from Joom. The boys are shooting. They are up in this series. One game away from putting themselves where they need to qualify for playoffs. Send you guys right back to the desk.
I love having a media-trained former player interviewer interviewing not formally, but media-trained players. There's just something about it that connects well. But there is a sneaky humbleness to Joom. There's venom in his words, but he says it with such a calm and respectful
loving demeanor almost, right?
Yes.
I love my former teammate, Adrian. I hope he's gonna respect me. I'm gonna respect him.
Can't wait to beat him though.
But I can't wait to take him down. And he also mentioned Fabian.
Yeah. Little side jab there.
Delta Project. Fabian kind of took him in way before Tier 1 debut for Doom, and I think he was 18 but just turned. So Doom joined Delta Project with Fabian, Kento Arcade, played the qualifier for CL, didn't quite make it through, and then of course Doom's career kicked off I think a year after that. That's where that Fabian story comes from.
Yeah, for sure. It didn't really take a long time for Doom to become one of the most coveted players in the world. Of course, he's played an Esports World Cup Grand Final and won it. He's played a Six Invitational Grand Final now as well, and he's really here to play. He's the absolute peak of professionalism, and he's really got the chops in the server as well. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, he certainly does. Obviously, an absolute standout performer. I think that going into this match, Joom was obviously one of the players that we highlighted, and I really feel as though where Joom's headed, where Falcons are headed, this is going to be a really interesting event because Falcons always turn it on for EWC. They always,
except last year.
Well, okay.
Let's
why
not
do you have to do me like that? That's so
They're doing
dirty.
great. That's why
they get first rounded.
They did get first. They were the first team eliminated from the tournament, which was admittedly quite hilarious.
How'd they go in the two before that?
Look, they won the other Esports World Cup, and they won the G8 2 years before that as well.
Correct. We'll hold that onto our hearts. But I think, look, when you look at the other side of the board, when you look at M80, Ashen, nice start, then kind of fizzled out a little bit, whereas Gavin had a bit of the opposite effect. It felt like, Nick, no one on M80 had that game in their hands. There was no one in that server that I felt like I looked to and was like, they're a pivotal player right now, because they never felt like they had the full grip on Falcons.
Yeah, if you look at the player positions, what we're seeing them, how they were reacting in the server, I didn't feel like anybody was the standout captain saying, guys, this is the play. Follow me. When they're on defense, half the team is fighting, half the team is running away. There's no C4 with the yellow ping using the Valkyrie. There's no you peek left, I peek right. It was, there's a guy in library, let's all peek him. And they just turn off their brain and they don't communicate how, where, and when to do so. And that, we can speak about sometimes mistakes, they happen, but there was like 5 or 6 rounds in this game where it felt like immediately we're playing with only 3 people using their mouth to speak to each other.
Yeah, you're right. It was very loosey-goosey and very disjointed for M80. And I will admit, sometimes a chaotic, loose playstyle can work.
Sure.
But that needs to be when you've got gunners gunning. And I'm not just talking about Gunner, I'm talking about the whole squad.
All the gunners.
Not a single player on M80 went positive in that game. On the flip side of that, like we said, Joom 15 and 6, everyone on Falcons went positive except for one guy, but it's Brede, so he doesn't need to because he's playing Shields anyway.
I was gonna say, I think like the secret MVP, if you dig into the details.
Secret played before.
Oh yeah, they are not, okay. The hidden MVP is actually gonna be Brede. Because you see, I think he was 2 and 4, 2 and 5 at the end or whatever. Every single round he's playing a selfless role. He was playing the shield sometimes on the attacking side, or the capital. On defense, he was playing the kite anchoring down, a Rooney anchoring down, and the sentry, the recruit operator, anchoring down.
On the bomb site, buying enough time for his team to rotate when M80 went for the rushes.
And if Brede dies early in a bad position, getting caught off guard by M80, they get the bomb site and they start planting. And that's how they actually got one of their round victories on that dining kitchen attack. Because Brede did die early that round. That was the one time he was caught off guard.
He's the GOAT. I know. I got a lovely moment with Brede the other morning, as I said. I got to walk around Paris with the guy, got to get to know him a little bit, and yeah, he's really won my heart. So, Falcons for the championship.
Hey, do you know who may not have a shot at the championship?
Do tell.
You want to know what happened on the B stream?
Oh, what happened?
Spoilers. All right.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna give you a countdown.
Oh my God! Wait.
3, 2, 1. CAG 7-0'd All Gamers.
Oh! Big dog.
Big dog.
Big dog.
That's a boys right there.
Well, Kag.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Kag beat Kagan.
Yeah, I know, but all...
I'm sad. I'm sad for AG. I am sad for AG, but man, like, it's crazy to think that at the first game of the tournament for CAG that we watched, which was against Fnatic, yes, it was a 7-5, but casting that was like watching a car crash in slow motion. I was like, I've casted Kag this entire stage, and they do not look even a shadow of their normal selves against Fnatic. And then they lost the first map to, I believe it was King Zero. Ever since then, they've been unreal. Reverse swept King Zero, beat Shopify Rebellion 7-0 against AG. The sky's the limit for the Japanese in the lead up to what's happening in a couple of months' time.
I think there's an event.
The first major in APAC ever in Osaka. I'm so stoked.
That's pretty good.
Shout out Osaka. Can't wait for that one. You mentioned Fnatic at the very start of that sentence, and I'm going to go ahead and segue it and bring it back. They're taking on just a small team.
Was that them over there standing up on the stage?
That's them. It's Wizard.
I see.
I see the player this event.
Isn't Wizard the best player in the tournament so far?
Can you see who's in the background? Who?
Oh, is that the two-time world champions face clan?
Oh, they're so cool.
DOS. This is going to be
actually
an interesting
noise, but okay.
Okay, well, very true. That is very true. But look, we can stop that there. We can move this train ahead after the break. When we come back, FaZe take on Fnatic.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Now we turn our attention across to Group B, where there could be an absolute banger on stage, but that would require Fnatic to step up to a level that we have not seen them at for a very, very, very long time. They're going up against the South American League champions, FaZe Clan. Welcome me back to the desk once again, gentlemen. Good to have you again. Xenox and Guz join me for what should be actually a pretty good matchup. I think that FaZe are going to be looking good going into a best of one, kickstarting their EWC campaign. Would you agree?
I'd agree. Yeah, I mean, it's a good test for them. Fnatic, of course, warmed up a little bit, so you got to factor that in. They had 2 very solid days, didn't put a foot wrong. I don't think there were a lot of expectations on Fnatic coming into EWC this year, but got through play-ins. That was maybe the only expectation.
Yep.
From here on out, they're playing with house money.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I mean, Fnatic so far have proven that they're still a solid team, and they didn't get here purely on a fluke basis, right? I mean, they quite literally took down G2 to earn this spot in the first place, and they have a little bit to prove, I suppose, in that regard, in proving why they should be at this event, and so far they've been able to scathe off the potential of going home after only a couple of days. So they're in a decent position, but this is going to be a real tester. FaZe are a very scary team for good reason.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, I can't remember if there's a single event where I didn't look at FaZe and go, well, they're a favorite, at least not for the last 2 or 3 years. Looking at how this group will pan out, of course, this is our opening match here for Group B. However, across on the B stream, if you will, Edward Gaming. I'm very excited to see what this roster will showcase here at EWC. They dominated the CNL, and actually, like, opponents-wise, Virtus Pro, talk about, like, a turnaround. Like, they look good.
Yeah, they do. It's tough for EDG that they've got to now go and play Virtus Pro, team that's clearly in form and a very good outfit coming into this particular event. So, you know, you're talking about the best team from CNL while you're going up against one of, top 2 at the moment from EML.
Yeah.
That's going to prove to be difficult. But yeah, Group B now shapes up to be exciting for the rest of the afternoon.
Certainly does. Exciting. FaZe, they go hand in hand, do they not? FaZe Clan come into this after beating everyone in Stage 1, basically. They just looked absolutely phenomenal, and that's off the back of many, many years of them looking at their best. I think coming into this event, if you're looking at SAL, if you're looking at a Brazilian team to perform, FaZe Clan is going to be at the top of that list. They have to be a top 4. I don't think we can accept anything different.
Yeah, FaZe really are an enigma at this point, right? Given they've been able to perform at such a high level for such a long period of time is really, really impressive. Where we've seen maybe the rest of SAL drop off a little bit. Obviously, they were at the highest of highs, so a small diminish in their performance. FaZe have continued to be so powerful, so strong, and they go into this event highly regarded. So I'm intrigued to see how they go today, day 1, new environment, and Fnatic again are not to be taken lightly.
No, they certainly aren't. This is the thing, is it's on the flip side of the coin. We'll talk about it Fnatic in a second, but I think overall, this is a very hard sell if you are an EML or a European fan, just because of, as Guz has said, I think the tenure that this roster has and the ability to perform at that level over the last 3, 4, 5 years, this roster just has held such a true level of competition that I think it's nearly impossible to deny them as the world's best, if not one of the world's best.
Well, you win back-to-back hammers, you are the world's best. Look, I think that the conversation around SAL entirely at the moment is that the region itself, is it at its peak from maybe 2 years ago? No. FaZe, yes. So they are the exception, where the rest of SAL has been caught up by the likes of EML and NAL, certainly. FaZe are the exception. They are still the team to beat going into any tournament for my mind. What you do at 6 Invitational then leads into Esports World Cup and the majors. Now, of course, they haven't really been successful at things like majors and EWC, but because of what they are able to do at easily the best and biggest event, that is the reason why in any event you play, they are still number 1.
For sure. I think that what you do echoes, right? It doesn't, especially at SI, it echoes through the halls of Siege. It doesn't stop at that one event, because it's not one event that you can perform at and just win an SI champ. We will never see that. But what we will see is teams that are consistent, teams that continue to dominate while outside of their quote-unquote era. And FaZe is that team for me. Coming out of SAL, if you were to look at a team, you are looking at them to kind of champion the torch that was an incredible 23, an incredible 24 season. And now going up against a team that really made waves throughout Europe. I think Fnatic have come into this with a really interesting storyline, guys. Yeah. We didn't expect them to be a team to make it, and, well, they've made it and then some. They've actually looked really good in play-ins.
Yeah, I would probably at this point describe Fnatic as a rejuvenated team, still with a lot to prove. I think it's important to make that clear that for them to have a splash at this tournament, they need to continue to improve and build upon what we saw in EML. But off to a decent start, we're able to escape the scary first couple of days here at Esports World Cup. And in fact, they actually go in today with the top rated player at the event. Wizard has a 126 EPS, a 1.83 KD. So FaZe need to be a little careful that there is some dangerous firepower on this Fnatic roster.
And firepower on FaZe's side as well. You look to your handies, you look to your cybers. They're not short of firepower or players that have performed through and through for the last couple of years.
Well, I mean, Handies was the second rated player in SAL, and he's playing Hard Breach and Smoke. That says everything you need to know about him. I still think he's the best overall player in the game. I'm not saying he's the best frag, and I've always said he's not the best fragger. In terms of every individual aspect, maybe he's not number one. You add it all up together, and he comes out probably as number one. For Fnatic, though, it's like what you said, making waves, caused a big upset in EML. They get through play-ins, as many would have hoped.
Yep.
Obviously, FaZe will be a difficult ask. We all know that. So for Fnatic coming into this game, they've got a mighty test, but they are the underdogs in this match. But as they've been in many matches so far over the last couple of weeks, they were the underdogs against G2. They won that anyway. And then they lost to GK. We'll forget about that in terms of the storylining. So I think that for Fnatic, it's about keeping themselves grounded coming into this. This is a good learning opportunity. It's a best of one, and then the best of threes begin. What can they learn from this? Win or lose?
Nighthaven Labs is where we go for this one, Guz. Does that give you any hope for the Fnatic underdog storyline here?
Well, it's a great map for FaZe, 7-2 record. Fnatic on the flip side, still good results, 2-1 overall, but the one thing that stands out as a big red flag is Fnatic's attacking win rate on Labs up until this point, 5 out of 14 rounds, so about 35%. That could be a big difference maker in this matchup. And they start on the attacking side, so they'll need to prove themselves over the course of these first 6 rounds.
They certainly will. Fnatic, they've had a pretty good run up until this point, but they are about to meet an immovable object. I'm saying that right now. FaZe are going to look good for this event. They're coming into it with a lot of momentum. A best of one can cause chaos in the server, but if you are a Brazilian fan, if you're a fan of the SAL, you know what FaZe can do. They should be feeling comfortable in this one. However, it's only time will tell. Let's get underway with Nighthaven Labs for the first game of Group B.
The Group A, done and dusted for the best of ones. For those that missed it, Dark Zero, CAG picking up wins, Falcons and Wildcard. Those will be the respective matchups in the upper bracket semi-finals. And then in the lower bracket quarterfinals, well, how about this one, guys? M80 versus Team Liquid. One of those two will be heading home, not tomorrow, but the day after. Secret versus All Gamers. Heading into Group B now, though, FaZe and Fnatic. Winner of this will play the winner of Virtus Pro and Edward Gaming, happening live on the B stream at the moment. And then later to come to close the day out will be Weibo Furia. That promises to be entertaining. Enterprise and GK. So the APAC boys will close out today's proceedings. FaZe on defense, Labs, though, is going to prove to be an almighty challenge. And we're being quite realistic about this, guys. Fnatic have got a mighty task ahead of them.
Heartbeat sensor activated.
They do. A tough prospect for Fnatic. Not impossible, but it will require Fnatic, as I was kind of alluding to in the pre-show, to probably play the best we have seen in this iteration of the roster. Qualifying for this event, taking down G2. Certainly a good performance and respectable. But FaZe, a whole different beast. But a best of one provides an opportunity for them to snag a result.
You go back to play-ins, they beat CAG. That ended up now actually looking a really solid result in hindsight, 7-5. Then they beat MIBR Lows 2-0. 7-3, 7-1, so dominant And then same as well against Eula Club 2-0, 7-4, 7-4. You could argue maybe the quality of opponent hasn't been anywhere near, of course, the likes of FaZe, but their form has been solid. They've put to bed the teams they should. KDS on the pulse, getting early information towards Electrical Souls. That's a wonderful headshot onto Wizard. You noted him coming out of play-ins as the top player. Immediately realizing the quality of opposition will now increase. Makes it very difficult on this particular site. Now down a player already. No ability to use those air jabs to get Rafters control. Puts a spanner in the works for Fnatic's first attacking attempt.
We can push forward. I've detected an enemy device.
Flash set.
Well, a good early test here for Fnatic. What's their follow-up like? What's the plan B like? I think that's one of the best tests of a team is on attack. When things don't go your way, can you formulate a response? And unfortunately here in the opening round, that has not been the case. Deepak. Bit of an odd spray.
That one just got away from him. This round has gotten away from Fnatic. In fact, it never even started. Well, FaZe dominant. No surprise. No one's shocked at all. Flawless to begin here at the Esports World Cup. Well, that's the wake-up call Fnatic will need here for what is their third day at this event. Obviously, well and truly warmed up. But very quickly realizing this is not
Welcome to the
club anymore.
Welcome to the group stage.
This is not MIBR Lows. This is FaZe Clan.
Welcome to the big boys. Yeah, pretty brutal start there from FaZe. If there's any solace for Fnatic, it is the fact that it's top floor labs. If there's any sight to lose, like on many maps, the first primary is not the end of the world. But again, when you see the plan fall apart in the early stages and then there's a lack of follow-up, that's where the red flag maybe starts to emerge. Bit of a pause in the lobby at the moment, hence the delay into round 2. And so hopefully we'll be back in a moment's time.
What do you think of the other match on the B stream while we have a brief moment? Edward gaining the #1 seed out of CNL. Very difficult seeding for them, but hoping they can make it competitive against Virtus Pro as we return for the second round.
EDG have been dominant locally in CNL. I think they're a shout in that match.
Like a quiet shout, like, ah.
I'd say a moderate.
So the basement we go over the second round.
10 seconds remaining.
Chalk that first round up as a learning opportunity for Fnatic. Top floor is always going to prove to be difficult. Need to do a lot better though in this second round.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Position secured.
I do like what I see. This could be a fast-paced round. Namor, Solid Snake into a FaZe roam, top floor. I'm expecting fireworks early.
Breaching sequence activated.
Top-down approach likely here from Fnatic, spearheading IT wall. Ram in play for Vert, and then the Deimos Solid Snake combination for the map clear. To be contested though by FaZe. 2-1-2 split with Souls and Handy on the top floor. Vidiking, Cyber, and KDS now all actually contesting first floor with appeal potential back down towards basement. Oh, it's aggressive here. It's active from FaZe.
Ooh, Citizen catches the timing onto Handy, who was just unaware. But Souls saves the day. And can get this revive as well. What looked like maybe an opening kill for Fnatic ends up now crumbling pretty quickly. They lose the Solid Snake of Wizard. Battle towards storage. Entry made by Deepak. KDS though, patience. Not panicked, not rushed, but losing his life. Well played from Deepak, and suddenly a 3v3. And look at the health margins of Souls and Handy. Very winnable round now for Fnatic.
It's been a good recovery from Fnatic in this round when it felt like FaZe had established dominance on the roam. Nexo control for Smiths, maybe waiting for the rotation back down from Vidiking. But he's combined now with Handy elsewhere, trying to isolate Deadshot. Cargo stairs, now under pressure.
Vidiking's going to have to be the one to get the information. Oh, Deadshot, what a headshot. And the plank going down inside of Assembly. Souls got one, traded immediately by Smith, and now into the post plant for Vidiking. Fnatic looking to strike early here on Nighthaven Labs.
We know how good Vidiking is, but a tall ask here in the 1v2.
Won't have a lot of time with Deepak getting to play outside of the breach as well. That's going to make it even more difficult for Vidiking. A low percentile chance for him. The champion player that you certainly would give a chance to drone a little bit of information. Hence another one too. Smith can just sit EXO. He'll wait for the tap and then he'll rotate in. This is done. It's going to be 1-1. Shield up. It's a nice attempt from Vidiking, but even by the time he got through the animation, time was pretty much over. Fnatic will get an early round against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, there was a funny round. We saw that early trade onto Citizen, and I actually had a look over my shoulder. He was very animated. It's only round 2, very animated at how that played out. Maybe wondering where his support network was at, what the rest of the team was up to, maybe a disconnect elsewhere. Despite that though, Fnatic then through the mid-round were still able to find a win condition to fight their way back into the round with some sharp shooting on screen now. Minute on the clock, 3 versus 3. Great work from Deadshot Cargo side. And then positionally perfect in the post there from Fnatic. So some good composure. And it's nice to get an early round on the board.
It is. You get the fist bumps out. Everyone feels energetic and hyped, and you get that early reward. Storage and control to follow. Now it's one on the board. This is going to be defend decided. You would have to hazard that as the assumption to begin with. So for Fnatic to get an early attacking round on a map where maybe only 2 is necessary puts them in good stead.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
And as always, this tertiary site it can be a tricky beast. Back-to-back opening kills from Souls. These have looked a little better in the early portion of these rounds.
Some good info gathered there from Citizen. Shock Drone will be a valuable tool against the Fenrir and the Thorn combo. Love the inclusion here of the Pulse. Cyber will have the ability to garner information with the shotgun in play and a hatch rotate below. That could also bring the Nitro Cell into play late round for plant denial.
Pop down puts a little bit of pressure on Cyber as well, the way he just wants to hold into storage and get information. Needs to be mindful of the vert being created. Just making sure that he doesn't overstep his mark. Like the patience here from Fnatic. It's getting as much information as possible. Drones into good positions. It's all spotted out towards Rafters, as expected on the Azami. Pretty standard hold right now from FaZe. They'll use KDS as the anchor towards control side. Cyber to get information storage, defend up above. Up to Fnatic to now deal with this hold. In towards control side is Smith. Now this isn't usually the way you'll see the entry made by the attacking team. Ooh. Lovely shot from Smith. Reaction perfect after Handy got the opening kill. Souls quick to react himself. Citizen low. The Razor Bloom. Catching him, and with that now, slow towards Cargo.
Yeah, Citizen is desperate for the follow-up there onto Smith, but got stalled out by the Thorn. And with that, basically stripping away the big win condition for Fnatic. Deepak, though, does get control storage, has the diffuser, but unfortunately for him, easier said than done to get the kid on the ground.
He will slip back outside. They do still have 55 seconds. Citizen critically low. Deadshot still unable to find an angle through this vert. A 19 breach, that's not going to be easy to push into with the bulletproof camera also watching that location. Rafters still in control for FaZe. That was the chance. A little damage onto Souls, but he's maneuvering nicely until Deepak hit the headshot. Now it might be the go time for Fnatic.
Yeah, it could be. Citizen still in the same position. Opportunity presents. KDS taken down.
Well, they got control side opened up as well. The only problem, Vidikin's still above. They got no idea. Vidikin. Oh! The shotgun doesn't fully connect, and therefore, Deadshot, easy turnaround. Cyber, though, he responds, but Deadshot follows up, and Fnatic have an early lead.
Oof. Well, I think there was some ants in the pants there from FaZe late round. I think that's been one of the strengths of the stronger teams in a lot of the matchups so far that we have covered here at Esports World Cup is typically really good discipline in the late round and good composure, but FaZe there. Several moments where got caught on the move or missed the opportunity that was presented to them. And Fnatic have kind of snatched that one from the jaws of defeat.
I put my chair away, guys. This is going to be a stand-up game. Just have a feeling.
You sure your back's just not sore? You are quite old.
Oh, jeez, come on. The Clash band away from FaZe. The Ace band away from Fnatic. Add that in with the Thermite. Hard Breach will be missing. Tech pause in play after Fnatic have had a little issue on their side. Hopefully can get fixed up pretty quickly. 2-1. That's the start you would want, though. If you were Fnatic, you said, we're going Nighthaven Labs versus FaZe. First 3 rounds, we're up 2-1 on the attack. We'll take it.
Yeah, and the only site they lost was that opening round of the primary site. You would take that every day of the week. FaZe haven't quite looked as polished as I probably expected so far. It's very, very early days, and that can change very quickly, but early signs pointing towards this one maybe being a little more competitive than anticipated.
It's funny how quickly in this game things change, stories change, and develop. And Fnatic as an organization has been lost in the wilderness for how many years now? It's like a sleeping giant now at this point, but are they starting to awaken? With this new look roster after causing the biggest upset in the EML and getting through play-ins, you beat FaZe here and suddenly you're one best of 3 away from playoffs. Top 8 bound, the Esports World Cup. Can't get too ahead of yourselves just yet though, Fnatic. Long way to go.
Yep. Absolutely, but it has been a strong start. Very excited to return back to the primary site top floor of Command and Server. Win this, Fnatic, and I think you have every right to start getting a little excited.
If you win this site, this round, I think FaZe are almost forced into attack timeout.
Probably.
If you don't have a plan, there is something I've been wanting to try.
Fnatic playing a different different outlook this time on their reattempt. Info heavy. So they bring the Snake and the Deimos this time around. Monty a mainstay. Citizen jumps on some util clearance of the Flores as opposed to the Thatcher. And Deepak can flex on the Striker.
And on the flip side, FaZe, their operator pool has actually been pretty one-dimensional. They've played Azami every round. They've played Pulse every round. They've played Wamai twice. They've played Denari twice, Mute twice. Like, they're not really shaking things up. Keeping it really grounded and really default, but that makes it then easier to read for Fnatic. KD is back onto the Pulse as he was in the opening round. Cyber jumped on it in the previous 2 rounds, but I think he's lost his license. Oh, Wizard freebie onto Handy. Straight in towards Blue Stairs and catches the Superstar completely napping. It is Fnatic's first opening kill. And on Command Server with 2 minutes and a 5 versus 4 advantage. Well, this promises to look spicy in this 4th round.
And it's Wizard's first kill, top rated player at the event so far.
Oh. An aggressive push into IT from Cyber. Deadshot doesn't go for the swing.
FaZe sensing they need to make a play to even the man count. Good pressure from Smiths over towards Warehouse. This is good from Fnatic so far.
This is really clean. Rafters control established. IT opened up. Wizard freebie onto Solve.
Hello?
Hello indeed. And hello again as Wizards into another battle, but Cyber able to win it out. On the Wamai. Vidiking as well against Deadshot. Cyber, lovely shot too. And a follow-up. Vidiking, Cyber combine 2 apiece. And just like that, the round now seems as if it's gone.
When can you miss it? My word.
It's a 5 versus 3 for Fnatic that they lose out. That was a huge opportunity tied at 2-2.
That's a very frustrating round on the primary site when you win the opening duel.
FaZe take a timeout anyway.
I don't think they'll be pleased with how they've played so far. And they'll be sensing that the next 2 rounds are critical in gaining an advantage at the halftime break. On the flip side though, for Fnatic, equally offers Sathis an opportunity to speak to the troops and probably just settle them after this last round. Great start from Wizard. Caught Souls lacking, but as FaZe so often do, and it was Cyber in particular, always there for the trade, always there for the re-pressure, never allowing their opposition to settle. And that playstyle serving them well there in round 4. And as the timeout now concludes, can FaZe try and ride that success on the upcoming 2 sites? That's where we saw it unravel not too long ago. And can Fnatic just refine some composure?
I like the timeout regardless. I know I said that if they lost top floor down 3-1, you call it. But even though they won it, the starts of the round didn't look great. Clearly, FaZe look a little bit shaken. Add in the fact, basement storage control, both lost previously. Those will be your next 2 sites. Yeah, I think it is a good time to kind of talk things over to close this first half out. Important half on the defensive labs. Fnatic cannot be satisfied, though, guys, with just the 2 attacking rounds. They still have 2 more opportunities. And even though they lost the previous round, again, really good signs. Finally got their first opening kill. Good control that they were able to get, spacing-wise. And sure, the finish wasn't great, but you could put that down to some very good individual play from FaZe Clan. This will be top down clear again. And again, like last time on this basement site, FaZe will meet them head on the top floor. Souls and Handy.
I've detected an enemy nearby.
Running towards storage, of which Cyber currently is located.
Yeah, Cyber likely to eventually peel down that warehouse hatch once pressured. Oh, he actually went for a run out off screen. Survived to tell the tale.
FaZe don't look shaken. They want to keep the pressure up and hope that Fnatic will then slip under the pressure. But Fnatic, to their credit, they don't rush. They know that there is clearly presence from the defenders, but not overwhelmed by the presence. The FaZe have done enough in time denial. They'll look to go back towards basement now. Except Cyber, as he eats that jug of payload, now low, looks like he might play his life towards storage.
It has to at this point cross-established warehouse side. Although he is able to escape lounge side, which is now no longer covered by the attack. We'll lurk cafeteria for now. Maybe sensing that a flank late is his best option. It does mean, though, that Fnatic can gain control over towards cargo, and so Smith will elect to do so. Wizard finds the opener in the round. Wizard coming alive here on labs.
Good vert play with the Boogie Auto Breacher. Open up the floorboards, find the kill onto Vidiking. Back-to-back opening kills from Wizard. 60 seconds remaining in this 5th round. Fnatic searching for their 3rd attack here on labs. Cyber, though, still around lounge. He promises to be a nuisance that maybe Fnatic won't be ready for.
Has Cyber
been
forgotten about?
I think they must have imagined he'd gone back to the side. Voltover's clean. Citizen wasn't ready for it. Smith, though, loved to rotate back to cargo quickly. Lovely pistol play. Wizard wanted to go for the plank, got off it, now back down. Handy, active. Gets rid of T-Peck, and then Smith falls. The plant will be successful, but now a 2 versus 3 for Fnatic. They don't have the vert either to play off. Both in sight are Wizard and Deadshot as KDS captures Deadshot from Nano. Wizard with it all to do. Spots one through the hatch. Lovely headshot onto Handy and now makes it far more doable. Can he create an isolated 1v1? He cannot. Souls clean. Composed push from FaZe. They will take the lead 3-2.
Simply too many angles to watch there in the end from Wizard. It felt like he was almost on for something special. But a small overpeak ultimately punished, and FaZe now find themselves back in the lead. Good signs from Fnatic, but again, when you're versing a team as good as FaZe, it only takes a moment here or there to go astray for the round to unravel. Cyber on the flank. Maybe some unoptimal positions then in the post with the retake above from FaZe.
Fortunately, forgetting about Cyber, ended up biting them.
Hackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
So 2 straight for FaZe after the timeout. They've regathered themselves. Final round of this first half, in which if they get to 4 defensive rounds, once again puts them in a pretty good position going into the second half. Interestingly enough, 4 straight rounds at the opening kill has not been converted. So it's been a little messy at times here on Nighthaven Labs. Maybe not the most clinical, clean siege that we've seen at EWC thus far. But that can change quickly. With Wizard and Smith both looking very solid right now for Fnatic. Need a little bit more maybe out of the likes of Deadshot and Citizen, two of the older heads, bit of veteran leadership.
And we know they can do it. We have seen it before at international LAN events. We'll see if they can tap into that previous form though here. Just as FaZe start to slowly clench their grip of Labs. That would have been a tilter for Citizen. Would have been 1-5 if he had died.
It's just the way that Cyber has played this half. Fears no man.
Oh no. He is the Terminator from SAL.
Third round would be so critical for Fnatic going into their defensive half. Cyber once again feels at home inside storage.
Feeding this call to Vidiking, who's in a really good off-meta position.
Vidiking for the swing. Doesn't quite connect the way he would have liked. Their shots played that well. Nitrocell from Cyber though. Again making an impact. He goes up to 7 kills. A very strong half from him. Wizard to fall on the Solid Snake over towards Lounge is not ideal for Fnatic. Handy collects his 5th kill of the half. Now Fnatic in a 3 versus 5 scenario.
It's a really good demonstration of how to respond to a tactical timeout and just how influential they can be, especially in best of ones.
Oh my goodness, started this half flawlessly, may end it flawlessly. A few twists and turns along the way in this half after Fnatic got 2 straight, forced the timeout from FaZe. But as usual for FaZe Clan, this team, they know how to respond. They don't worry about that pressure. And I like to push back down blue stairs, and they know that Citizen is making his way down. So much noise, it won't be flawless, but it will be FaZe. They take a 4-2 lead heading into the second half.
That was better from FaZe. I really love the response there from the TAC timeout, playing a much cleaner brand of Siege from that point onwards. And a well-deserved lead heading into the second half as we enter the half-time TAC timeout.
Well, I said to you before, if you were Fnatic 3 rounds in, you're 2-1 leading, you would take that, snatch, run, go. 2 attacking rounds in the first half. If I still had told you that pre-game,
Still pretty good.
You probably would have been like, yeah, take it.
But then you contextualize it with a couple of rounds with some key moments going against them. They play out differently. Fnatic could have at least drawn the half, and if not led at the halftime break. It'd be interesting mentally, what frame of mind are they in? Are they in the camp of, okay, this is the position we're in, we can play off 2 and see how we go from here? Or do they linger on those rounds that could have gone their way?
You've got to just move forward with it. You're going command server to start, most likely. That's an assumption. It's still a minute into the halftime break. You win that, suddenly it's 4-3. Game on. But I mean, like, I was going to say credit to FaZe as if this is something that's not known about them, but they just have that quality where they don't panic. They never look rattled. They never look like they're out of ideas. Even if a round or 2 doesn't go their way or things aren't looking their utmost best. They've always got so much quality still available and experience to draw back on. On the flip side for Fnatic, in the rounds that they did lose, especially like round 1, round 6, if things didn't go their way early on in the piece, they really did look lost. They really then did look out of ideas. But if they started well, they were actually very active inside of the server, which was really good to see. Halftime scheduled timeout coming to an end, and the bans to soon then begin. 10 more seconds.
I think it might be handy in the background just having a couple of teething issues with the headset, so I think we may be in a pause for a little while longer. Either way, though, we'll let the operator bans play out so that we can get those locked in place. And I don't think we're going to see them detract too far away from what we saw in the first half. The Bandit Coyote combo likely, and then on the opposing side, Ace, and then probably an info gather up.
Just saw a thumbs up from Handy to the referee. I think we might be good here.
So not info Monty, but also not the Kaid mirror instead. But again, still an emphasis on denying hard breach.
Yeah, we're going to be good to go. This will be unpaused quite rapidly. Referees have left the stage. Fist bumps go out. And the second half to get underway.
And your prediction for the first objective was also correct, Jake. Second floor. Well done.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's probably the most easy. That's probably the easiest prediction you could make. It is still paused, but there's no one on the stage. I don't know what the. Okay, now it's unpaused. It is a round, though, that for Fnatic, it's must win. It's one of those weird ones where you're favored, your defense, it's command server. If you lose this, you're behind the 8 ball. And we'll see if we can now load into the server. That's maybe our next problem down the road.
Kick the can down the road. Yeah, I wouldn't be too shocked if a rehost may be required here as the server chugs along a little in the background. And so just an additional prolonged period of time for both teams to...
Did this happen last time coming out of the halftime break?
I believe it was pre-game, wasn't it?
Pre-game, was it?
Or post-round 1?
Oh, it was post-round 1, sorry. Yeah, I was trying to find a correlation. We will get a rehost, unfortunately. Apologies for the delay at the halftime break, but it's a good time. I'd rather have it now than after one round. A bit more that we can kind of go through and dissect. If you're Fnatic, though, you are incredibly impressed with Wizards' performance. You mentioned, of course, in the play-in phase, #1 rated player to begin today as well. 4 kills, couple of opening kills. Doesn't look scared or intimidated in playing against the likes of FaZe Clan. Smiths as well. Very active on the shields, pistol out. He didn't look scared. You kind of sometimes look at shield players. They can be passive. They can be very much more shield up rather than bringing the gun or the pistol. And Smiths, to me, just looked so comfortable with his shield play. But it's like I posed to you before. You then look at the 3 below them. Citizen, Deadshot, Deepak. These are the guys that should be leading the way.
Yeah, it took him just a little while to fire up Wizard in this map, but certainly has had some influential moments and has stood out so far here at the Esports World Cup. And I think following on from your point in terms of playing without fear, I think that's really great to see. Very easy to fall back into your shell when playing against such a formidable roster in FaZe. We see even some of the best in the world at times struggle to find confidence. And you can't really blame them, right?
Well, I went back actually just to further add to my point while we've got a little time on the rehost. So I mentioned before, Deadshot, Citizen, Deepak, struggling a little bit, just a bit. I'm not putting them on blast by any means. If anything, I'm using this to highlight Wizard and Smith performing so well. You go back, ML Stage 1, highest rated player, Deadshot. Second rated player, Citizen. Third, Deepak. It's an intriguing little flip for Fnatic today, where it's the 2 younger guys in Wizard and Smith that are kind of leading the way against FaZe. So if they can get their more experienced players into the server and more active into this second half, they may still be a good chance. if I'm going to be honest, I didn't really give them much of a chance, by the way, in this match. In fact, I had Sathus, Fnatic's coach, message me earlier today saying, what do you think of our chances against FaZe? And I literally replied, I said, no chance, good luck though. But I would imagine he's got more faith than me.
I would hope so.
I would hope so. He's the coach.
Well, I see all 10 names inside of the server, so I'm sure it's just a case of making sure the settings are good to go, and we'll be back pretty shortly. Then we've just got to hope that we actually load back into the server without problem. We're going in. Let's go. Fingers crossed.
So the second half to commence. A 4-2 lead for FaZe Clan, but they now go on to their attack. Fnatic will go command server to begin. To reiterate the bans, Bandit and Mirror, along with the Ace and the Montaigne.
Oh, no issues this time. We're good to go. Let's get this second half underway.
Like an extended halftime break.
The intermission.
Well, I mean, for Fnatic, the way they're going to play this half to begin with, though, is can't be scared, but also don't probably then go and swing the pendulum the entire other way, where you go for run-outs or overly aggressive plays. FaZe will punish that. So you've got to find this middle ground between over-aggression and under-aggression. Keep it quite neutral, show presence where you possibly can, a couple of pot shots here and there just to ward off the attack. Just don't over-invest. And for FaZe, well, they'll just pretty much follow the default playbook, and that's worked for them 99% of the time.
You mean you highlighted in the first half in terms of their compositions from FaZe. Very similar, regardless of site, and very in line with what we would expect from this team on this map. They haven't necessarily brought out anything unexpected. It's more so about refining and playing the default well. And so we'll see if that does reign true here in the second half. With the Ace band out, they elect to go the Maverick route. This will potentially be a little slower and a little bit more cumbersome.
They're the kind of team that
Oh,
can
this
play
is a
into
chance.
strength, which is this. Upside down repel from Handy onto the blowtorch, opening towards IT. And what this does now is they've already got IT covered. Handy's essentially saying, inadvertently, yeah, make your way back in, you're dead. We've got this now. Of course, you've got to keep eyes on this, but what this does do is it makes it a lot easier for Cyber to actually open up more of this wall really quickly for an operator that doesn't always really do it that quickly. That's pretty good. Minute 50 on the clock.
That's largely taken the Tuber as utility out of play as well, outside of maybe some potential crowd control later on. And so I'm sure FaZe at this point will be pretty pleased with how far they have advanced. Although keep in mind, we're at the midpoint of the round. Time goes by quickly when you're on the attack.
Yeah, interesting. I was looking at the position here of Deadshot, and we panned over to him, sitting lounge now on the Tuberale.
Nothing to worry about.
Could be playing for the Nitro below late.
Yeah. They do have 3 Nitro cells in this round. Handy and
Handy.
go searching. This is where it could get really awkward for Deadshot, over towards storage. And I think Handy's going to make his way directly towards storage. Clearly has the read. 60 seconds remaining.
Although he's actually gone over back to second floor, so Deadshot might be in a good position storage now.
First Nitro cell thrown out from Smith. That won't really do much. Deadshot has blown his, and it gets rid of Vidaking. He's got one, though, close by to him. KDS over towards Warehouse. Deadshot wanting to take the fight. Maybe would have been better off trying to fall back to the site. And they lose Smith as well to Souls. FaZe looking to crack this top floor. 1-for-1 trade. A Citizen got Handy. He then fell to KDS. D-Pack looking to retake towards Blue. Double stacking with Wizard, who sits prone inside a command. But this opens up the server side of the site. Cyber will go for the plant, and he will not be able to be denied. Tucked into the corner with a wonderful cross with Rafters hold, and you've got the server hold. D-Pack and Wizard are in an almighty position. This is really difficult now.
They need to hit something special. 30 seconds.
Crossover from Wizard. KDS, easy prone position. Top floor will go the way of FaZe. Nothing that D-Pack can do now. Unless, KDS, a little overstep, but gotta go quick. Not a lot of time. pulls out the shotgun. Knows though, sitting prone. Souls takes the damage. The time is expiring. Nice kill from Deepak, but again, the biggest obstacle was the time, and Souls and FaZe go 5-2 up.
Now, we said before, that was a critical objective for the defense of Fnatic to win, and they fall short of the mark.
And that's where you can drop your head now if you're Fnatic. That's where you got to be really careful. I already saw Citizen. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's the one where we know needed to get that.
Yeah. FaZe, though, such a pleasure to watch them attacking in autopilot mode, even just small things there in terms of late round plant position, and also the response to Deadshot down below, for instance, as well. The fact that he wasn't able to get back towards site. And then the discipline to allow time in the post plant to be the biggest determining factor. Instead of forcing fights, they sat passive on the cross. Good start for FaZe.
Fnatic with 3 opening kills. None of them have been converted into a round win. Starting well in some of these rounds, but the finish has not been there. It's missing that quality touch. More time at these international events, that's where the experience can be gained for this roster. FaZe is, well, a very difficult task for your first match of group stage. A whole different beast compared to play-ins.
It sure is. And at least at this stage, it hasn't felt like Fnatic have played particularly poorly either, to be honest. I think it's more so just FaZe
A FaZe.
FaZe, yeah.
Well, Fnatic do not opt for the repeat. It really does feel like they've got a good control of this match now. If the first 3 rounds felt lively and felt like a power struggle, and Fnatic started well and they had energy, and Wizard and Smiths were playing so exceptional, it's now changed. FaZe are in control. They're in command. They're doing what they want. The way that they enter, the way that they take these fights, it's FaZe's game. Fnatic are just pretty much following in what they're doing. Look at this again from Cyber. So much aggression. Although, a little answer back from Fnatic, and Deepak actually finds that first pick. But again, they've never won a round so far on this map where they've got that first pick.
Cyber's so low on HP, leaves him vulnerable, invert late.
This has got to be the round, but there goes Deadshot and Citizen, shot in the back. Lovely flank from Souls as he goes to double-digit kills. Again, for Fnatic, it's a great start, but the follow-up comes from FaZe.
And they completely disallow Deepak to have impact or any trade attempt over towards top blue as well. So really, really well played there by FaZe.
Loading new mag. Payload didn't
Still have 2 Nitrozells. And they can go back and play side if they want, but tight they leave vulnerable for now. Empty, KDS, tapping away, headshot onto Wizard. This one's getting away from Fnatic. Started so lively. The FaZe clan, they've been in control basically ever since that tactical timeout.
Yep. They're able to turn on that switch that we have seen so many times before.
Surveying.
FaZe are the kings of being able to get a game on their terms.
Oh, hang on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, push up. Deepak gets just the one. Well, there is a double down onto Cyber and Vidiking. But a revive immediately onto Vidiking. Smith low himself. Needs to get this kill onto KDS. That would have been Case on the ground. KDS backtracks. Souls then covers from the hatch. It's 6-2. They're the kings for the reason. Back-to-back SI champions. Fnatic as an organization may be a sleeping giant, but FaZe are well and truly awake for match points.
So that's 8 rounds down, and it will still be only 2 opening kills successfully converted. Fnatic in the early rounds of 7 and 8 here on their defensive half have been okay. They found the opener on both occasions, but it's FaZe's ability to find delayed trades back, then compounding that into an advantage in map control, which has been incredibly impressive. That top floor sweep was deadly and prevented Fnatic essentially from having any ability to trade or retake or pressure back up above. And FaZe now have 4 opportunities in regulation to close out this map. Fnatic calling their tactical timeout, which is now quickly coming to an end, but I think it may be a foregone conclusion.
Well, for those that are following the A stream right now and thinking to switch over to the B stream, not missing a whole lot, if I'm going to be honest, but a little spoiler in 3-2-1, Virtus Pro currently leading 4-1 over Edward Gaming. Edward Gaming actually won the opening round of that match, but since then it's all been VP. What that means and why I bring it up is, well, provided FaZe win this and VP win that, they will meet each other in the upper bracket semi-final.
I think that would be a really fun game.
It would be.
Who would you have in that one?
I mean, I'd back in FaZe.
But it's not a massive advantage,
No,
is it?
not compared to this match, it would be far more of an
Probably
equal
like
advantage.
a 70-30 FaZe, I think.
65-35.
Okay.
Just
splitting hairs?
Just a bit of an idiot.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, it's back to top floor. Fnatic, fresh off that tac timeout. Can we see Fnatic produce a similar response to the tactical timeout that we have seen from FaZe? As you've mentioned,
not too sure.
As you've mentioned, since that tac timeout, FaZe haven't dropped a single round.
My takeaway from this match is great start for Fnatic, and you can look at that and say, well, going into the VOD reviews and the experience gained and the learnings, okay, what went right? We can actually look at what went right. That was it. It's not like we got 7-0, 2-1 start. You can go back and find what made you successful. But then there's also a lot to learn.
Ooh.
Smith's another opening kill. That has been their strength. Get this. 5 of the last 6 rounds, Fnatic have had that first pick in the entry battle.
Yep.
Haven't converted any of them.
And FaZe haven't found that fast trade in this round. So Fnatic are posturing nicely here for the top floor defense reattempt. FaZe goes searching for that pick back, but no real opportunity presents until now.
You're kidding me.
Vitter King with the DMR on the IT repel brings it back to a 4 versus 4.
In that situation, there's no reason in a 5 versus 4 for Deadshot to have to be in that IT position against the Maverick after what we saw earlier on Command Server as well in the 7th round. That is a misstep. And Deadshot's 1-6. He was their best player in EML Stage 1. A rough game today, but a lot of learnings that I'm sure he'll take from it.
Activating shock drone.
And it just gives the way back into FaZe, and that's what you can't allow.
Yeah, that's the nature of the best of one beast. If you have a bit of a slow start, you cannot recover through a potential second or third map. So 60 seconds on the clock. Checklist from FaZe as they deploy the final parts of Heart Breaching towards the objective. And pressure starting to mount on the anchor players here of Fnatic. It's conside pressure from FaZe at the moment. Fairly one-dimensional by their standard for now, but wouldn't be surprised if they try and split that attack late, get a bit of pressure warehouse side, or maybe even top blue. Keeping Fnatic on their toes.
And also forcing forcing FaZe to push in late. Electrical control established from KDS. Cleared the area with the Guan Hive launcher. Well, Gaspave here is going to force Cyber back as well. FaZe here wanted to go, but the timing has been disrupted and does not matter. It's down onto Smith. Citizen is dead. Down onto Deepak, down to just Wizard, now remaining 4 Fnatic, and he can't beat out Cyber. Well, FaZe Clan have arrived here in Paris for the Esports World Cup. The back-to-back SI champions mean business. 7-2 domination against Fnatic.
Well, they're branded as a scary team for a reason, and it's a really, really strong start here at EWC 26 Paris. A wake-up call for Fnatic. They, of course, came into this expecting a challenge, but it must leave a little bit of a bitter taste in their mouth, Jake, to have started off well and not been able to do much post that tac timeout from FaZe.
Certainly disappointing. I think a lot to gain. I know it's a 7-2, so on the scoreline, very one-sided. If you look at the matches, the match itself and the rounds within the match, you can nitpick a little bit and find the positives for Fnatic. Dominated the opening kills, dominated the entry battles. Started really well as well, 2-1 lead. Nevertheless, the Kings for the reason.
Certainly are, and we came into this matchup knowing full well what to expect from FaZe. I don't think we had as much expectations around Fnatic. In the first 4 or 5 rounds, I was decently surprised. I thought, hang on a second, Fnatic, they might have an opportunity here. I think the 2 rounds that they really let slip around round 4 and round 5 just spiraled out of control. And like you're saying, once that tactical timeout was called and they got their game underway, Fnatic were just gone from that one. And I think that this is the caliber of team that we expect coming out of FaZe. And this is the kind of performance that we need to see from FaZe if we are to reclaim that kind of conversation around where SAL is, where Brazil is, and where FaZe are in particular.
No, not really.
You don't reckon?
Well, I mean, I almost look at FaZe in their own entity versus as a regional team.
Sure.
Because of what they've accomplished, obviously, over the last couple of years. I think that when you talk about, obviously, the SEL region, I'm thinking, well, what's Team Liquid Alienware going to do? What's Furia going to do? MIB Lost are already gone. So that's the region for me. FaZe, I don't put them in that same bracket because of what they've done internationally.
If CAG go on and win this event, do we bring the APL up though?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure that we're clearly dividing the lines between where we go with different teams. Look, again, I don't want to beat a dead horse here by any means, but when FaZe come into these kind of situations, it's a best of 1 in groups. They're 1 map away from qualifying through to playoffs. Sorry, not play-ins. That one's already gone and past us. I do see that like these kind of performances at least set the tone earlier in the tournament. Now, we were sitting here saying this exact same thing about Shopify Rebellion. This is not a... We've already played this beat to a very decent drum, and I feel as though with FaZe right now, there is a different element to them in that server that looked very confident, very comfortable once they got out of the messy first couple of rounds. And that's probably where, I guess, the only negative takeaway for FaZe is 4 or 5 rounds there where things looked a little out of control.
Well, they made it a little more difficult for themselves than I'm sure they probably would have wanted, right? We saw the entry number and the conversion rate across this map be really poor for both teams, meaning that Fnatic overall actually had them beat in that regard. And now whilst FaZe typically were then able to fight back, find good position, be able to respond, and then prevent any further trade attempts from Fnatic, so overall it was a net positive. I still wonder if there are going to be discussions behind the scenes for the team in terms of strategically, how can they try and refine that a little bit? Because yes, they're FaZe and they really thrive in that environment, but against a stronger opposition, I can't sense that feeling as if that entry number might be a little bit more impactful.
The biggest thing is, though, I think FaZe are the kind of team, they'll play to their opponent a little bit at times. So I think against Fnatic today, the first 2 or 3 rounds, it was firstly their first time on the setup, on the stage, against a Fnatic team that's warmed up, been here for the last good couple of days, playing. And I think then once they got going, they had the timeout. From there, it was just flawless. And so, you know, if you were to now go and say, well, let's say they were to play tomorrow, I think against any team, I'm backing in FaZe. Like, yeah, they've already had their 3-4 rounds that they've given someone. They gave it to Fnatic, and Fnatic said, no, thank you.
No, thank you? No, thank you. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's go ahead and speak to Lax and KDS.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now, I don't even think you need introductions at this point. I mean, you guys are the 2-time world champions. KDS, you guys come into this series 6 rounds straight towards the end to end at 7-2. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's a great start for us in the tournament because the last time we lost the first map against ZZ, so the first start to win is amazing, and we are going to work to beat VP.
Absolutely. I want to go all the way back to SLC. Obviously, you guys didn't finish where you wanted to. It was a 3rd place finish. It was the first time I ever saw you guys look frustrated in that series. Is that something that you guys kind of learned a lesson from, brought it into the SAL, go first there, then come into EWC? Is there anything you took away from losing in that series?
Yeah, I think we are start to lose so many rounds, so we are going to we be very frustrated with each other. So I think this is the main problem in Salt Lake City, and in this tournament we thought we are going to win because we are going to play against Shopify. We are almost... It will be an easy final for us. And when we lost to DZ, it's a major. We are going to finally win a major with the team. So we are very frustrated. And yeah, we learn a lot from that.
Absolutely. And I want to talk about Souls, 11-3 in this series, easily the MVP. I mean, how does it feel? Obviously, you could pick any single one of your teammates, but just knowing that Souls on the defense is bunkered down, waiting for the attackers to get to him, and he just cleans it up. I mean, how nice is it having Souls on that back end?
No, Souls is the kind of player he never make basic mistakes, you know. So he always punishing the enemies. So I think this is the best thing for having Souls in the team. and he always great calls for us in the defense. So this is amazing for us, and he's the best.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I want you to be able to go celebrate with the team. Is there anything that you want to say to fans and then maybe to your future opponent, which I think possibly might be VP?
So thank you everyone who support FaZe Clan and bought the Lion, the Zofia, and the other FaZe Clan bundles. And VP, we're going to be a very good match because they are one of the best of the teams in the world right now. So it'll be very fun to play against them again.
All right, sounds good, KDS. Congratulations on your win. You heard it from here. They start out strong. 7-2 for FaZe. Sets them up very well for success early on. One more game, and they are going to put themselves in playoffs. Back to you guys on the desk.
I think that might be the first player we've had unpromptedly promoting the skins. That's the way we like to see it. KDS, true gentleman. But I think that the key takeaway that I had from that conversation is the frustrations from Salt Lake City. They know they should have performed better. They know that they let the ball slip. And it sounds like there was maybe a little bit of internal fighting. I mean, we can only take away what we hear on face value, but it feels as though that has been washed away. They've addressed that in stage 1 and coming into EWC. I mean, if they have truly addressed that, guys, this could change the conversation entirely.
I mean, frustration can sort of go one or two ways, right? Either it manifests itself, it doesn't get addressed properly, and then the problems either get completely ignored and forgotten about, or they can actually become worse and the team can have a downwards trajectory. It seems as if FaZe, though, are going for the far more positive approach where they're willing to discuss it, work on it, target it, and here at Esports World Cup off to a phenomenal start. And I'll be very intrigued to see in terms of their development over the course of this event, because it's probably not going to be smooth sailing over the course of the entire event, right? I'd be pretty surprised even if a FaZe team of their caliber to just easily make it through to the grand final and easily win. There's such strong competition at the event, and so it's going to be a great test for them.
It's the perfect recipe as well for Fnatic, right? You go back now, you discuss what happened today.
Yep.
What were your strengths? Early battles, entries.
Yep.
Starting well. And then what were your weaknesses? Late round, bit of a collapse, some mispositioning. So those things are actually pretty easy to work on as a team. I know they lost 7-2, but if I was Sathis, I'd walk away to the boys and I'd list all of the positives from this game. Don't worry about the negatives because it's FaZe Clan. Find the positives and then look to improve off of that going into their next match.
Look, I think for a lot of teams at this event, you know, you are looking to, realistically, you're looking at the most dominant teams that we have in Siege here, and if you start against them in a best of 1, you're not going to have that time to reformat or check yourself and prepare. So I think that, honestly, the fact that Fnatic held their own in the first half, key takeaways. I think it is. It's positive for them. And now they can move on and start to focus on their next matchup. Their own expectations, I think actually you might have even asked them, or maybe it was in an interview, but the fact is they're not putting pressure on themselves. Group stage was that was their takeaway. They wanted to get to group stage. They wanted to get out of play-ins. They wanted to prove that they could continue what they did at EML. And now I think, look, whoever their opponent is next, that's where the real challenge is. That's where your real focus has to be. And I will say, over on the B stream, my goodness, the CNL teams are not having a great start to this tournament. It is currently 6-1 to Virtus Pro.
Ooh.
But I will say, look, EDG dominated CNL. Virtus Pro at the moment, guys, you heard it from KDS himself. KDS literally called them one of the best teams in the world. They really have changed their entire narrative.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro go into this event as well respected, but I wouldn't say that many have pitched them as being an S-tier team. They certainly weren't on our rankings, but they're not far behind. And if KDS is respecting them, then I think we have every right to be a little fearful of their ability to be that dark horse threat over the course of this event.
Yeah, I mean, I would have, if they're not S-tier, they're A-tier.
Very close to, yeah.
And depending on the way that you want to frame a dark horse, I wouldn't even put them as a dark horse, right? They're slightly above that, whatever that would be. And I think that for Virtus Pro, where they can come into this as well is with this roster iteration, it's a really good way to kind of test where are they at. Great EML stage.
Yep.
And now following on from what this roster's beginning to do, there is now expectations starting to build, and clearly, at least from what we've seen against EDG, from what I can see over your shoulder, it's going well so far.
Okay, very quickly, before we go ahead and let you gentlemen actually go off for the day. I know 2 best of 1s is pretty cool.
I'm going to go watch some APAC.
You know what? You may as well, because we got 2 APAC teams up next. That's what I very quickly want to tee up just before we do go to break. Weibo Furia.
Weibo.
Yeah, Weibo 7-0.
And I know that's the bias, and there's probably 5-10% bias in there. Genuinely think if Weibo play at their best, they should actually be beating Furia.
Honestly, I'm speechless. I love Weibo.
Where's the faith, Rob? Where's the faith?
Hang on, Gohan's in the building, so careful what you say.
Okay. I retract. Weibo will dominate. They will do what APAC need to do, which is beat Furia. However, before we get there, a short break. We'll be back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Confidence.
Didn't really go through me at all. I kind of was just bystanding the whole thing, and I was kind of just hoping the whole time that I would end up with these guys.
I knew it wasn't going to be hard, I guess, to get a team.
but anxious a little bit to see like what certain offers would be. We knew we wanted to come to like a good, stable org. We knew like this was #1 option to come to, so.
We kind of felt like our roles weren't really meshing like we thought they would, so we ended up moving on from hot and cold and getting Savage, our new IGL, and kind of filling in for those roles that we were lacking. And ever since then, it's felt a lot better.
The off-season was a bit rough. When I got the news, I was worried. I didn't know if I was going to be able to stay on a Brazilian team or if I was going to have to go back to NA. So at the beginning, I was worried. But after a couple weeks actually, I got the news that Furia was interested in me and other teams as well. So
we were 2 years in Furia and our contract have ended. And then Liquid made a proposal for us, and we couldn't deny it because it was too good. So we are more versatile with Maya, and we can do more things in the game, and that's what Siege is asking right now. Flex players, versatile players, and Maya is a great player. He's always dropping a lot of kills, and he's really consistent.
Biggest move this year is probably Falcons letting go of Shaiko and him going to G2.
the biggest transfer as a whole was definitely Furia. The storyline there is amazing. But if I had to pick one roster move, one player, I would say Laura for sure.
I'd say the biggest transfer was probably the entirety of Team Secret, kind of like getting let go, or at least 3 of them, right? And I think it's pretty big that like Savage and Adrian both come to NA. I think those are definitely like 2 big ones. So.
I think people just want a fresh new look for a year, and I think that's why you see a lot of roster moves like early in the year like that.
When one team makes moves, a bunch of new players are free in the market, so other teams are interested in making moves. Because of like 2, 3, or 4 moves, a bunch of roster changes happened, and I think that was like the main reason.
You never really know, because people, they tend to just like think someone's bad in the system and just get rid of them immediately. So you never could really tell, but hopefully it doesn't happen.
I think it's going to keep happening because these orgs, they want to sign until after SI, and all the best players are going to come together, and that's usually just how it goes. And I think, especially since teams are signing like 1-year, 2-year contracts, it's just going to keep happening, the big roster shuffles.
Well, the day is almost done, but not yet. I have two dancing gentlemen with me. Yeah, nice try.
You stopped and really threw me under the bus.
I stopped. You started.
No, you started first.
I started, actually.
I followed you, and then you stopped right when the camera went to us.
That was my next move right there.
The sprinkler.
Yeah, you
How
got
old are you?
Too old, apparently.
What about the shopping cart?
The
the
top shelf?
That's good. What about the choo-choo?
No, we're not in the club, James.
I've been watching a lot of Thomas the Tank.
I'm sorry, that was so brutal. I really hung you out to dry then. I should not have done that. That was really
Can I just leave?
Yeah,
Like,
no.
It's a two-man test.
You don't want me in Pengu casting. Well, you want Pengu casting.
I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah, hey, look.
But there are viewers that might mind. So.
There are definitely viewers that will not enjoy that all that much. But what they will enjoy is potentially an absolute massacre on stage. Not actually, but it could well be. Who knows?
Bro, come on. I think that Fury will get a few rounds.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my! The APL bias on this show to close out B is
But it's justified. It's Weibo. It is the best that Apex has to offer by far.
Yeah, I totally agree with that through and through. And that's even with CAG performing incredibly well.
They're
awake
awake
now.
You guys also haven't mentioned EP yet, which is a little bit criminal, especially you, mate, being from the OC.
Haven't seen EP perform yet.
Of course, Weibo, the one thing that sets them apart from all the other APAC teams that are at this event and all the other APAC teams in general is the longevity of their success.
Yes.
I would agree.
They lost to EP at the Salt Lake City Major, which is why O's have 2 slots over Asia. But that was the first time that we've really seen Weibo look weak in recent history. They went very deep at the 6 Invitational. They actually played the old Furia roster there. It was the first loss. But before that, they won their group in the group stage before they made it to the playoffs at SI. Weibo are looking insane. They've also recently made a roster change, getting one of your old teammates,
Ape, Pascati,
and they're looking really solid. The fundamentals are there. The question is, when will Weibo be able to break through beyond top 8 and actually become a championship contender?
I agree with Nick. Right
now.
I think they could kickstart their campaign with a huge win. Now, I asked Jake and Guz, I probably shouldn't have before we went to break, what they thought, and it was not even close. They genuinely do believe Weibo beats Furia most times. Let's say 8 times out of 10. In this particular matchup, I am on the same train and thought as you.
I just worry that our bias might recontextualize this map and game a little bit, because let's be real.
Please.
Yes, Weibo have a real chance, but Furia are definitely the Goliath if this is to be a David and Goliath matchup. Like, Furia are one of the best teams out of Brazil, but the one thing that they struggle with is inconsistency, and we saw that in the Salt Lake City Major when they had an early exit first round, and after all of the hype behind them winning Brazil earlier this year. But of course, we're here into the group stage, but it's just a double elimination tournament from here
That's
now,
it.
which means you lose twice and you're out, and we're just playing a BO1. Anything can happen in a best of 1.
And that's always where the scary conversation comes in, right? Because 1 best of 1, and you can, let's just follow this right now. Weibo wins 1 best of 1. They're into what is a deciding match to qualify. Furia, the exact same conversation. It's a little scary, but I want to ask you, Nick, because obviously you have extensive knowledge past maybe all of us that are here on the A stream.
Knows what he's talking about.
Where is the bias coming from right now with this conversation with Furia? Because I feel like a lot of things have changed over the last 2 or 3 years, but they've really slipped in everyone's rankings.
Yeah, so we work APL. We see Weibo. We know how good they are. They're very dominant domestically. We don't work SAL. We haven't seen Furia play much of. Nobody here worked the I lost at Salt Lake City Major.
Yes.
So I feel like in my mind, I'm thinking unproven Furia roster change, like a very proven Weibo that's made a surprisingly good roster change, getting Gotti in the mix of all. And I think Furia, the organization name, it rings true. World Championship, major winning kind of players. And while they have still good players in the roster, with most of that core going to Team Liquid Alienware, I'm not sold on Furia just yet.
Yeah.
I feel like if Furia wants to prove that they are the Goliath in this match, like you said, James, they have to beat Weibo convincingly and make it dominant.
Yeah, of course. The big thing here, let's start with Weibo because they're the ones on stream, is that this is like the undisputed best team in Asia, and up until very recently, the undisputed best team in APAC. They did lose to Enterprise at the Salt Lake City Major, which meant that they failed to make it to the main stage. That's something that this roster has never done before. They've never played in front of a crowd at an international final, be it a major or a 6 Invitational or an Esports World Cup. That is what they're gunning for right now, and they've been so close in the past. And here in Paris, I feel like they have a chance to right the wrongs of Salt Lake City, because it was EP that made history for OCE and for the whole APAC region at Salt Lake. And I'm sure that these guys are sitting there thinking, that really should have been us.
I would agree with that. I think that there is I don't want to say resentment.
What was that?
That's Furia, by the way.
Let's listen.
Holy
Listen.
crap.
Bask in the glory that is the Furious Scream. That is absolutely horrifying. But I will say that, like, if we're just very quickly recapping and capping off the conversation from Weibo, is this the best iteration we've seen from Weibo? And I think not just player base, but like the overall team. Just give me a quick thoughts before we move on.
I honestly have so much faith in Gohan. Like, every time I talk to him, when I see the prep work in the matches, the operator events, the map videos, I feel like this guy just doesn't miss very often. I think it's the strongest iteration. I think they got a bit more hungry with the loss to EP and making a little bit of roster change. New blood, new motivation, new fire beneath them. And I think today, I think it's going to be a Weibo statement match this tournament. I think so.
I mean, it could be huge. Furia stand in their way, and we all know the players on this team. I mean, when you look at this, it is a stacked roster depth. There are champions left, right, and center. There is literally more firepower on this team than the entirety of APAC combined.
For sure. I mean, like, this is the Brazilian super team. Of course, FaZe Clan might have won 2 6 Invitationals in a row, but Furia, with their rebuild post the 6 Invitational, they kept Herds, of course, the world champion from way back in the W7M days. They got Diaz from Liquid, Boxera, who's an up-and-coming legend.
Spoken very highly of domestically.
Very much. Volps from Fluxo W7M, and Loira, of course, from his stint on G2. Like, this is, it's like the Avengers, the Infinity Gauntlet, right? Like, you assembled 5 of the best players out of Brazil, and yes, their first international tournament, Salt Lake City, they got first rounded. They didn't even win a single game. So while they do dominate domestically within Brazil, while they do have all the ingredients of a championship winning roster, they need to step it up today. Otherwise, we can continue to say they're all talk and no game.
Yeah. And I mean,
no bite.
It's all about that unknown territory, right? Going onto Cafe up against Weibo, it's like, what are you expecting of your Furia? I feel like you need to go into this game looking just purely at yourself, what you want to do, what you're capable of, because your enemy, they're such an unknown factor. They can win an APL in Asia, putting in like 30% of their power. They've been hiding so much and probably holding back so much in stage 1, saving it for this very moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a... That's a shout that I feel like I haven't heard for a while.
Yeah?
Just a nice
I'm telling you, there's a bit of fire there.
Yeah, there is. Do you know the difference? I think the difference is even just in the team huddle there. One team, loud. Obnoxiously loud, let's say that. Absolutely furious.
They want to be heard.
They want to be. And then you've got this, I don't want to say muted, but calm persona that Weibo have now calculatedly built over the last, I don't know, let's say 6 to 9 months, Dev. And where we were always coming into events and looking at Weibo going, I hope they do well. Now we're like, no, we expect them to do well.
For sure. I mean, when this team kind of started back in the Bleed days, it was Turdster, Reeps, Hoffman. They built this team from the ground up, and they were just a bunch of guys playing ranked that knew they were better than the competition, and they showed that. And they were young, and they were immature, and they smacked talked too much. And when suddenly you got the experience of a player like Speakeasy, now a player like Gotti, and most importantly, a coach like Gohan, who has matured exponentially across his career from way back in the Team Liquid days in 2019 to where he stands today. Weibo are well and truly here to be a mature roster, a real team to vie to break history for APAC.
I need to ask you this question, Nick. Is Gohan one of the most, if not the most influential coach we have right now?
I think if you look at what he has to work with and where he's at in his career and the region that he works in, I almost want to say yes. Taking a good coach into a great region for a great team with great players with tons of experience, that's an easy job. Go and win to Asia out of nowhere, having been retired for multiple years out of the system, and he comes in, immediate effect.
Yeah, it was. The foundations he's built with this roster are now meaning that when we're talking about a Furia and Weibo matchup that should never, ever, ever have the context that it does, we're actually looking at Weibo going, hey, they could do this. They could look convincing doing so. But it starts now for both of these teams.
Let's go.
EWC, their campaign, their journey of what would be 1,000 steps, start with a mere 1. It was nearly close, I'll tell you that. But gentlemen, it's time for you to go and enjoy this one. I think this is really going to go the distance.
Very much so. Both of these teams have very high expectations at this Esports World Cup. Both of them made the playoffs last year. Furia falling to G2 in the semi-finals. Weibo losing out to our champions, Team Secret, in the quarterfinals. Weibo, actually, I said before, they haven't made it on stage. They have. Of course, it was a bit of a quieter stage last year here in Paris. I think things will be very, very loud. But of course, it's a very different ball game for Weibo. They've changed massively in the last 12 months. They've had roster changes, we've got a new coach, and this is a team that is well and truly here to make a statement, to make an impact, and start also building a bit of pride for their region. We saw Daystar at consecutive events because of the experience that Weibo had given us on the main stage, performing so well over and over again. EP stole that spot away from Asia, gave it to OCE, and there is a very real chance that Weibo could steal it back this event.
That's exactly it. And on to Rob, salt in the wound, right? But what did O's do with that second spot, James?
Sadly, Chiefs didn't achieve very much.
They didn't, but to be honest, they weren't supposed to, right? They got experience. More experience in a region is how you get better and better. Look at Brazil. Look at how Furia, your FaZe Clan, your Team Liquid Elmo these days, how did they get here? They sent a bunch of different teams internationally. They figured out who's the best ones. And they kept sending those same teams. They kept qualifying. They go back to Brazil. They make the whole region better.
Yeah.
And it took a couple of years, but Brazil did something almost nobody else gets to do. They dominated for almost 3 years in a row, taking majority of the tournaments, and they had that W7M/Furia, the old core, take a full year of Ws at all the tier 1 events, the majors, the SI, some of that basically nobody has done before.
For sure. Brazil really started from the bottom. I remember the very first season that we had of Brazil in Pro League. You remember it very well.
I was
because
there.
For the first time, instead of facing a top European team or a top North American team, you had quite a rivalry with Evil Geniuses around that time, also with Sisu, your kind of second best team out of Europe. But no, Black Dragons out of nowhere, with the best team out of Brazil. It was Nesk and Zig's team way back in the day. They upset everybody by making it to that grand finals, and you had to dig so deep. I believe that was a full map series, a 3-map series.
I believe so, yes.
For you guys to only eventually beat them and take the trophy. Like, Brazil made a statement from the ground up, and yeah, there's no doubt, like, Brazil has historically been the best region in Siege.
The first big loss that the good old Penta roster suffered was year 2, season 3. We went to Brazil, lost to Black Dragons the first time in the semis, I believe. Sisu then Avengers in the grand finals of that victory for Europe. But it was like, since then, it's like, okay, Brazil, they're pretty new, but they're pretty damn good. And ever since then, they've been around. They've had many different styles, rosters, and Furia right now, not a current star roster necessarily, but they're building to become that level.
Yeah, very much. And they are certainly capable. They have all of the ingredients. They also have the biggest organization, the biggest club from Brazil backing them as well. So the sky's the limit for these Furia players.
I also think that when Laura had his, let's say his last season in G2. Actually, no. I have a more specific thing. When Siege X first came out, the sound redesign, the new fuel mechanics, etc., the lighting upgrades, the engine, I genuinely believe that Laura might have been the best player in the world for that first 6-month period.
A lot of people would agree with you.
Yes, you saw him in EML, he was just destroying people. I thought, this guy's getting lucky on play day, right? On game days. But he actually has a YouTube channel. On that YouTube channel, he releases scrim VODs or scrim practice games, etc. He has like hours of insane one-taps, of clutches, of wall banks, etc. This guy is not just showing up every once in a while. This guy is showing up all the goddamn time. And the fact that D2 lost Laura, I feel like was not spoken of enough because D2 is such a big star brand with so many big players you can speak of instead. Your Shaiko, your Benja, etc. But I think Laura was a huge loss for D2.
Totally. Yeah, 110%. The only reason why people haven't really talked about that as much is because of the limelight being stolen by the players that G2 did pick up. Your Stompers and your Shaikos.
In the content piece, right before we went live, they were asking different players, what was the biggest roster change that happened? And everyone without thinking was saying, Shaiko leaving Falcons and going to G2. And while that is in isolation a huge change, no one thought about the repercussions of the other rosters that changed drastically. We have EDG in the background right now saying, "Vamos, vamos."
Are they vamosing for Furia or
for Weibo? Surely Weibo, right?
Well, they are saying vamos. That is Portuguese.
I know, but hey, vamos Penta. That was a saying once upon a time as well.
True. That was true. But isn't vamos also in Spanish? And you did have a Spanish player.
We did have a Spaniard. That we did.
How do you say "let's go" in Danish?
Kom nu. Come nu!
Come nu, Penta. Yeah, I can see why we said Vamos.
Yeah, so Benja and Danish players often they will like meme it. Come nu!
Really?
Yeah. That's kind of like, let's go.
That's news to me. We're getting into the game now, guys. Thanks for waiting. It's time to cook this match. Weibo versus Furia, the first match for both of these teams at the Esports World Cup. And man, we are so tantalizingly excited for what these two are able to achieve here. Weibo have a lot of hype behind them, undefeated throughout the entire of the APL. Furia, while they have been a little bit up and down inside Brazil, we're waiting to see what they can achieve on the world stage at an international event.
The cafe on the board. Arbitrator Ben's off there. Just want to touch upon it real quick. I'm in love. Love what I'm seeing, James, on the left side of my screen, the right side of my screen. Monty, Solid Snake are targeting two very specific angles of attack, right? It's the safe entry in the Montry, and it's the constant information gain from the Solid Snake, being on the window rappels, going up a floor, down a floor, just scanning so much of the building, because Cafe, it's a map that doesn't have a ton of different playable positions for the defenders. Piano Room is a huge area of the map, but it almost only has like 2 spots a defender can realistically play in. So Solid Snake can figure that out immediately. That's banned away. From Furia, they're from Brazil. They're aggressive. They want to get into those gunfights, right? They got great individual players. What can stop them? Well, Goyo Fire stalls them out for 20 seconds from moving in through a door, and the mirror window stops anybody from taking a fight wherever that mirror would be in the map. So they say, let's just carve a path easier in front of us and not be stopped by silly utility that we have to worry about.
Furia starting on the attacking side means that they have their work cut out for them. Weibo get to dictate the pace, and they've decided to go all the way down to Kitchen.
Interesting starting point. That's like the tertiary site for so many people.
Yeah, very true. I mean, a lot of people these days favor the middle 4 bomb sites because of the flexibility that you have. But no, Weibo want to play time delay. However, they haven't done a very good job of delaying time here because how quickly Furia have gotten into the building. That's one yokai going down as well. A second one spotted now. This is so well done by Furia. Very quick into the building. Can they convert it?
And there's a couple of worries here for me. Like you said, not a ton of time denial. There's no big roaming game from Weibo Gaming, and they also don't have the Goyo canister to help them out further. So they're facing with these 3 C4s, yokais above, which so far, not successful. The IQ, great counter pick, found that Echo drone earlier, so the yellow pings are no longer there for information purposes. And I'm thinking now for Weibo Gaming, win conditions, they are dwindling right now. There's no way to stop a plant from going down once Furia get all their pieces together. They're gonna pop the hatch in dining, they're gonna start walking down the staircases, they can drop the hatch, use the Sens to shroud the bomb site, and they can just go for a plant. Yes, they have Echo Yoka Sens that can stop them from planting for those like 7 seconds that it takes, but they can't kill the guy planting necessarily. They have 2 C4s, but so far away, and to make matters worse for Weibo, they also lose Hobbin early to Loira.
Yeah, big kill, 70 seconds left now for Furia. They have the advantage already as they start to make their way down the white stairs. Volps takes down Reeps inside of VIP. Hobbin actually manages to trade him back from the grave with the Thorn Trap. Oh, be careful, Turds. He tries to get back in the bomb site, successfully does so. Still numbers advantage for Furia. And time is aplenty as well.
Get all the tools though, 3 Doka because a frag grenade in pocket, a flashbang as well. They can still just walk in, freeze on top, making it work. Boxera though gets a kill on the Tursta. So again, Weibo Gaming, they want to play for time. There's so much left.
Yeah, and great decision here from Loira. Oh wow, a little bit of damage on the Gotti. Speakeasy answers his phone so he can still use the yokai drones on the late round. He's about to meet 2 players. Loira takes him down with the SMG-12. Gotti now, the newest member of Weibo in a 1v4. They know exactly where it is. A little bit of damage. Trying to finish it off, but Loira burns a little bit too bright. Gotti will take him down. 1 HP in the 1v3. It just ain't gonna happen. That diffuser has been planted, and Herds will swipe him down. A phenomenal fiery start from the Brazilians.
Boxera getting very lippy there, just shouting across the stage at the very first round. I do have a theory here for Weibo though that, you know, first game on stage for both these 2 teams, often that means that the attack will be very slow, they're gonna be a little bit nervous on stage, etc. And maybe that's why they played super passive on the defense. But like we said, no Goyo, you can't really play time denial, no clear win condition, and they didn't hit their shots in the individual fights either. Means no way for Weibo to win that round. But honestly, great pace from Furia. They were in the building immediately. They had good pre-placed drone positions, and they were starting to rain terror from above with that sledgehammer. What, 60 seconds into the round? That's way too early if you're a defender. You're like, guys, we gotta do something.
Yeah. I really like Weibo's prep going into this game in terms of the operator bans, but I think they didn't play into them well enough. I'm looking back at the most recent 2 times that Furia played Cafe. It was actually only 3 weeks ago. They played Ninjas in Pajamas on this map, and not a single round of defense was won for the first 12, sorry, single round of attack was won for the first 12 rounds of that game. Furia won 6-0 on defense, and then NIP went 6-0 on their defense. Furia were not able to win a single round of attack. What did NIP do? NIP banned out the Monty and the Solid Snake. Furia ended up winning the game in overtime because they just won a single round of attack.
Nice.
But you know what happened? 3 days later, Furia went and played Team Liquid Alienware on this exact same map, and TLA did not ban the Snake and the Monty, and Furia won 3 attacks out of their 6 in the half. So I think Weibo have looked back. They've really voted Furia, and they've seen the difference that Monty and the Solid Snake make. I saw them play it a lot against Team Liquid Alienware as well. The problem is, even though the bans are there, Weibo didn't play into them. Both Monty and Solid Snake are really good at taking map control. Weibo didn't contest
roam game.
map control. That is already a red flag. So while the ideas are there, we need to see Weibo play into the prep that they have done.
Different side, different way of playing it out. Mining and dining right now. Often played with the mirror open, obviously here banned away by Furia. So you gotta fight for map control with your guns, more so than your playable positions of utility. We have Regions out of Cigar Room, locking down the first one of entry. We have Speakeasies out of stock with a DMR. They're just trying to keep Piano control right now, basically, essentially. And Piano is right above the bomb site. So that's when it's gonna give them that middle portion of the map to work with. Furia, I think, doing a great job right now, not going too quickly. Hertz dropped the red hat, they're on the window repels. Reeps is still the corner, but it's a trade.
Big kill from Reeps, but Herds is able to take down Speakeasy. Reeps should be trapped now. He was potentially able to try and shotgun the hatch below him and jump out, but no, instead, he is caught trying to rotate out through Cigar into Bar. Good catch here from Furia. And a little bit of an overpeak there as well from down the bottom of Garage. It doesn't net a kill as Turd runs away, but Loira's jumped straight to the bomb site, taking down Gotti, and Hoven taken down as well as he tries to get back to the bomb site. It's now Turd in a 1v4. Loira farms all of them back to back for Furia. They're manhandling Weibo right here.
A couple of small problems again in the second round. The lack of cohesion there from Weibo. If you have Reeves stuck in the corner of Cigar, and you know this guy's got it, because they did know there was 2 different yellow pings. If Hoven walked in earlier to take that fight from the Skyline to help Reeves out of the corner, you might get 2 kills to the cost of 1. But instead, Reeves sprints away, praying that the opponent will miss their shot. A complete freebie on land? Not gonna happen. And this isn't like the usual Weibo that we see. They're not taking fights as a team. They're not taking fights very convincingly. They're trying to bait Fury into a trap and then punishing them. And in that round, they were simply just playing in Cigar, in stock, holding control of Piano. And then they had people running out Bakery, running out Garage, trying to catch them off the window repels. But they found 0 kills doing so. They got punished time and time again.
And also, Weibo weren't really hard committing to any of those peaks.
No, like usually they hard commit like crazy.
It was all about the creating this perceived pressure, but Furia aren't that worried about it. Like, they sit back on their repels, they open up some of the key avenues with the guns, shooting down barricades, with the Excaris opening up holes in the walls from the Hibana. And then as soon as they see a gap, Furia are like, all right, well, let's just try and walk in, take this gunfight. That's the confidence that they have. And as soon as they have the numbers advantage, the ball starts to get rolling.
Yes.
It's up to Weibo to put a stop to this momentum now that Furia have gained for themselves. 2 rounds in.
We saw the might of a player like Volps, a player like Laura. Like, they can really create space in the server. And Cafe is often a map where on the attacking side, you're kind of stuck with not a lot happening. That's not been the case in the first 2 rounds, and I do think that Weibo can do so much more about it. I am curious, once we get past this 3rd upcoming round, if we're going to see some Speakeasy clash action, perhaps, because he loves to, go into the clash, the Monty, slow down the game. But we also know that you don't want to show all your cards in the first 3 rounds, because there is that last operator ban that's going to come into effect. Once that 3rd operator gets banned, now you can bring all that juicy stuff out after.
Yeah, for sure. What's funny is Weibo in the first 2 rounds have actually played 9 different operators.
Yeah. Big switch.
There's the young gun, Box Zero. It's funnily enough, he looks like about a head taller than the rest of the Furia players. I don't know if he just has his chair up really high or something, but he's a tall guy.
I mean, his feet are barely reaching the floor, so maybe he is just like elevated a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe we'll have to do a height check later. You know who's really tall? Gohan. Gohan makes me feel short.
He is tall.
And also, like, Gohan, strong, so jacked. So he's got quite a presence.
Yeah, he does. But he came over during our lunch or dinner last night, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He was like, "Hello, guys."
It's so funny because he's a scary guy, like tall. You know, he's got that haircut.
Tall,
with,
dark,
like,
handsome, as they say.
Tall, dark, handsome, and buff as hell. But he's got like the most gentle voice. He's like, "Hey guys, nice to see you."
Oh, you guys having a good time here?
Yeah, you guys having a good time?
Me too.
I love it. I love the gentle giants.
Need a bit of a... We need a scary giant though right now. We need to get Weibo fired up. We need to get them into serve with some confidence right now. Because it's not about any individual player. It's about the cohesion of the team. And this is more like it. A bit of ego beneath the hatch. And it's fine. You don't get a kill. That's not a big issue. But you're applying that pressure. You're trying to make a play. And as long as you do that as a team together, that's going to be the way forward.
Look at this little double fake reload here from Reaps. He's got the reload tech down pat. He does a reload, cancel, and then finishes it off, and it reloads it faster. I actually haven't seen that specific tech with the SMG-11 before.
Drone is on the move.
I like this mute jammer. Slows down the drone work a little bit here from Furia.
Going live.
The Hibana gets to work just as usual. The Tuberal will slow it down as Laura gets in the building, but he
heard
off
the
a little bit
C4
more
and looked
than
away.
he can chew. Great timing there, great peek from Terza, who looks to try and get a little bit more aggressive.
And as a teamwork, Speakeasy C4 downstairs, made him look the wrong direction, then he gets swung by Terza. Again, that's what we want to see from them. Losing the Hibana early as well. They can't break apart the entire to the top floor hold. The issue is they keep peeking, keep swinging, they get shot down by Boxera with the buck from far away. But yeah, there's no second layer of hot destruction. The Grim of Volps here brought the mini EMPs instead, so the wall-to-wall planks or top blue, that's going to be completely closed off. And as long as Weibo play around the reinforced walls, they'll be fine, dude. Wait again, he sprints away, Reaps peeks instead.
Wow, I thought Hoven was dead meat for sure, but no. Reaps manages to get that kill onto Hertz. And now with that, Speakeasy's feeding so much information to Hoven from down below with the Pulse. Not too long ago, Pulse got a bit of a buff, and I think we're seeing the range extension come into effect here and help Speakeasy out to feed info to his team.
That's awkward.
It does seem like Hoven is retreating back. How do Furia break through this? They try and just peek from the stairs into this crossfire. Boxera might find one, but I don't expect he'll find much more than that. Diaz traded back. It's all up to Boxera, and Reaps was lying in wait the whole time up above. The first round on the board for Weibo.
Keanu Reaps right there, finally getting into action, getting, 3 kills in the round. And again, the team play was there, the communication as well. They gave them the entirety of the white hallway and the white staircase because they had the double reinforcement. They could play in cocktail, play by the hatch, play for the fallback, and once Weibo got into a comfortable man-advantageous position, they just play by the bomb site. They have to cross, and that's that.
Wow.
A Brava and a mute ban. On Cafe of all places, give me Maestro or give me death right now. Pull a Kino trope.
Oh, dude, literally. Look at this.
Yes, yes.
Straight up. That is crazy. We never see Maestro, like... Obviously, the Brava Maestro interaction is like such a crazy one because nobody counters Maestro quite like Brava.
No.
But so rarely do we see in this current meta people actually pick Maestro. You said it, Kinotrope from the Japan region, from APAC North, one of the only teams in the world that actually runs that Maestro consistently.
Yeah. But they've been doing it so well, and surely Weibo's been seeing that as well.
It's funny because you might say, oh, well, they're both from the APAC region. They don't play each other. Like,
No.
They might scrim each other, but Weibo is in Asia, like, which is a different sub-region to APAC North.
Yeah.
I like this. I think it works in Gotti's playstyle as well.
It does. He's going to be that anchor player who's supposed to never die, essentially. The reason why Maestro is so strong, obviously with the Brava ban, very few direct counters. I would argue that Floor is going to be like the first operator in line because you get like 4 with terror drones that can just go boom, boom, boom. Grenades, you can try, but without the cooking ability of the grenade, it can be quite tricky to land some of those grenades nowadays. Sophia getting a 3rd explosive charge, that's obviously very vital, but it's not a pick here in Cafe necessarily. And the Maestro will get long lines of sight and deny drone after drone during this round.
Yeah. Talking about operators that have been recently buffed, I actually think the Mozzie is a huge pick here. When you see that mute ban come on out,
yeah.
the Mozzie, who has a lot more pests than he used to, also has a much larger range.
Yeah.
Really a lot of
He's got the
value.
shotgun back as well,
Shotgun
so
back.
you don't lose that. Because it can be quite true. I mean, look at this lineup. If Mozzie doesn't have a shotty, it's Warden primary shotgun, or you force like the Maestro to play the shotgun as well, for example.
Well, the thing is, if you have the mute ban, which is like a shotgun operator that denies drones, you've just got another operator that has a shotgun and denies drones. So it's a good pick here to lean into the Mozzie.
Classic Eli position instead of a piano. It gives you a lot of coverage and can shoot all the drones going to a little cigar and a new hatch drop. I know Maestro has the bailiff secondary shotgun, but let's be honest, guys. Putting down 3 Evil Eyes as a 1-speed and using that bailiff shotgun, you're not going to get very far, okay? Not to cover the whole map. That's why you get out the secondaries and the primary here in Warden.
Wow, look at this pre-rip C4. They really want to kill Herds here on the rappel. A second C4 to come out and try and land on him.
The only thing is, Weibo, don't try and do everything at once. You cannot cover the entirety of Cafe. Play around where the Evil Eyes are and where they give you information and make sure that nobody has a free gap towards the bomb site. Then you're fine. The C4 went down.
That's not a nade.
Didn't find lights. That is a flashbang. That's a grenade. That's better. Haven't find Hertz though. That's the IQ off the board. Speakeasy, 1 HP, but still alive.
So critically, the Striker is a big pick here for Boxera. Shotgun comes out to help out the Sledge with the Vert. Reaps contesting through the lines of sight. The P9 is a bit of a P shooter, but if he lands the headshot, it'll be well worth it. But Volps finally gets him down the Sledge. Put to good work here on Cafe to get that verticality. About to find a second, perhaps. Speakeasy, 1 HP, gets taken down. Finally, Furia have the numbers advantage.
A lot of fighting happening on the Vert. Disadvantageous fights here for Weibo. They got the intel, the March, they got the bombs. They don't have to overcommit to these fights necessarily. They're pushed into the red hallway. They're going to stalk in a tight spot. Maybe going to go downstairs. The bomb side is mostly Furious at this point.
Gotti has to answer this phone, otherwise he won't be able to use his Evil Eyes in the late round. Is he going to answer it?
He tanks it.
What? Tanks the damage. Now he can't use those Evil Eyes. They're just going to be for his teammates to be watching from the grave. He won't actually be able to use the laser. This fight is indeed critical. Only 9 bullets left in the magazine for Hoven, but he finds it while blind. Traded back by Boxera. Now Turd and Gotti have to clutch up. Doesn't matter if he doesn't have his Evil Eyes, he's got the Elder in hand. The bullet hose washes through Volbs. It washes through Loira. Boxera now in a 1v2. Guess that defuse. A frag to go on out. No more util to speak of. But there's info surely on the bomb side. Gotti slowly makes his way forward. It's a bait. Boxera finds one. Needs to go deep for the second. But Gotti clutches the 1v1. And the Maestro stands up tall for Weibo.
Hold your breath, young gunner Gotti. That was a close one. A second left on the clock. They're both making that advancement, and they don't realize, guys, one should be pushing, one should be staying back in case he goes that final second swing. But maybe Gotti tanking that Doki call was the best thing that happened to him. Forced to take the fights. No hesitation, no thinking, should I use the gun, should I use the gadget? Also, Gotti isn't a young gun, he's like 25, but he's so new to the roster that he feels like a young player. But no.
It's actually quite a young team, though. I mean, we got Reaps is 23, Turd is 21, Hoven and Gotti are also 23.
Oh, he's 23? I thought he was 25.
Yeah, so you got three 23-year-olds on this roster, a 21-year-old, and Speakeasy, who we kind of think of as the old guard, he's only 25.
Isn't there something with, if you're from Korea, you're a year older because you counted from 0 or something? Like you get born at year 1? Isn't that a thing?
I'm not sure if that's Korea. I know some places in the world are like that. However, like I'm not calculating it like that. I'm calculating it in the normal way that I would.
I'm just using the argument to make myself less wrong because it is 24 instead of 23.
Look, I see where you're coming from, Pengu, but I just don't think that you need to try and dig yourself out of this hole.
I'll raise the white flag. I lose here.
That said, both these teams are actually quite young. The oldest player on Furia is also 25. That's Herds. And then you've got Volps is 22. I can't believe Volps is 22. That's crazy to me.
Boxera is question mark years old.
In my notes, yes.
He's 20.
He's 20, right? Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I thought he was 18, actually, because everyone's been speaking about him, like, you know, like when Boda came into pro play, like, oh, this guy turns 18, we got to pick him up.
Yeah.
So I thought he was going to be 18 and fresh out into Tier 1. And while he is new to Tier 1, more or less, he is 20 years old.
Yeah, he played for a couple of teams, but yeah, not at the top level.
No.
10 seconds remaining.
Also, tag timeout was called by Furia very early on. Despite getting 2 attacks already, I feel like
and good time for it.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be addressing the elephant in the room, which was like, the Maestro's a problem. Guess what's another problem? Speakeasy and Clash. They're bringing out those niche operators now that they've seen those final operator bans, and I love that. They're also playing the 2-bar the Kai. They're slowing down the game much more than previously, while having the ability to play a proactive round. Tuber and Kaid get ACOG DMRs. That's phenomenal. They get a Clash that can move around and stay safe from the verticality. Also phenomenal. So if you go for the exact same attack again, the results should change. So it's up to Fury again to be adaptive and attack in a different manner.
Yeah. Can't help but notice still no shield picks here for Furia.
They're not really a shield team.
No, they're not. They never have been, even the old Furia.
No, true. It follows the org.
Yeah, it does. But of course, you do need to have a flexible lineup in the current meta, and we're seeing that from Weibo here for the first time. Like you said, the Tuber Kaid, like that's all about the hard breach denial. And we don't really have a response to that here from Furia. What we do have is a lot of Vert, which will be very deadly. Weibo need to make sure not to forfeit these key positions, such as Reaps holding VIP. Supported by Speakeasy on the Clash.
That's the big thing. You call for help, Speakeasy should be rotating over and just help where you think the push will be occurring. So right now, if you put the Clash backside, that's your big focus. Now you're surrendering Baker control more or less. When Fury see where the Clash is going, if they're very quick, they could just go on the opposite side of the map and go for that attack instead. But most teams prioritize the back portion that we see here. Twitch strong good value, finds the solo canister. Perhaps will open up a lot quicker than it's supposed to be. But there's still so much time. 1 minute 20 seconds.
Here comes Clash. Speakeasy trying to help one out. He gets smoked up. He should be fairly safe for now, but a little bit worried about any pressure from the hatch. With no smoke, Reaps tosses on over his C4. It doesn't land. Loira will drop down, look to try and get active. I think there's enough sound cover that Weibo don't know that these two players have dropped into Freezer.
Nobody's by side. This could just be a free plant, and they don't really know yet. Speakeasy should ideally rotate back towards the bomb site and leave Reaps alone inside of VIP, but he wants to peek what's happening.
He sees one player. The plan starts to go down.
No one's home.
Volps. Loira takes the opportunity to try and go deep. He will take out Hoven. The plant will be confirmed, and now it's on for a retake from Weibo. But the post-plant positions look powerful here for Furia. Diaz up on the vert, upstairs, all the way on the second floor. Reaps tries to get into the action, but he is shut out of it. He is slowly making his way towards that diffuser. But Furia have control of the rounds, and Volps from up above will be able to take him down. Volps finds them all. Holding in the post is a dream for Furia. And they found their 3 rounds of attack.
And we gotta can that basement bomb side of Kitchen because they are not finding the wing cons. Again, the Clash was alive, the DMRs were good, they had a spare C4, but they were not in the right position. They didn't even know they dropped, you're right. 2 people dropped at 2 separate times, and yet they had no clue they were deep inside the site itself. So they push to the rotate, take a kill towards bar, go back, they start planting, no counterplay available.
Don't ban Monty and Snake if you're not going to roam.
And if you are going to ban the Brava, now here, for example, get back onto the mine stripe, but play the bomb sites that play around the entirety of the map, the middle bomb sites. They're both so strong.
Yeah. Another operator that the Brava ban will help out a little bit is the Aruni as well, which we're finally now seeing. But yeah, I mean, like when I see a Brava ban, I'm like, let's jump on Maestro, let's jump on Aruni, let's jump on bulletproof cameras, because those are the 3 things that are really a lot harder to counter without a Brava.
I think we might be on for a rush. But don't hold me to it. But okay, I'm seeing Hurts on Blitz. That's only gonna happen when he's like, guys, we're gonna go fast, okay? When you got something like your Nomad and the Royal Hovering caps off a bit, you can go on like the cocktail side of the building, going through the, we call it the snow door to pillar right here.
Yeah.
You can air jump off the top floor, push to the side door with the Blitz, and just kind of storm the bomb site. And then if you have Capital, you use the fire through these top floor windows to then stop them breaking down the verticality. Now they did go off the Capital to Sophia, so I'm curious to see if they're going to commit to the plan of the push, or they are going to go for a half-take top floor, because the other side of the Nomad utilization is you just take Piano, Cigar, you air jump the flanks, and you walk down the red staircase and attack from lobby itself in towards the bomb site.
I like the bulletproof setup here, sorry, the deployable shield setup here from Reaps with the Wamai, but it just won't work. Like, you've got so much.
I mean, the Blitz is going to stop this very quickly.
Yeah.
And
indeed he will go straight inside. He does go for his flash, should win the fight. Indeed he will. It's now the last round of the half, and Furia are poised to take it. A second flash comes through, and Hurts will land another kill. Gotti does find one, but that's all he will get. It's a 1v4. And he is being targeted by Box Zero. on the Deimos. Furia look to close. As Gotti finds a second, Bok will take him down through the wall.
Beautiful.
It's an unbelievable attack half. A 4-2 split is a dream for the Brazilians.
And such a great ability to figure out exactly where every character should go, right? Who can win the 1v1 fight in Cigar guaranteed? The Blitz. That's oh my. Yeah, that this doesn't matter. Drop down, flash, ADS, get the kill. Sledge goes on the window, repels on White Staircase. That locks down the hallway and top White in a rotation for the defenders to help each other. Then Laura, Sophia, goes Skylight, drops down, takes the fight with the hurts of the Blitz inside of stock shortly after. Then you have Boxier on Deimos, tracking that third defender top. They attacked every single crucial member in perfect order, and there was again no response. And playing that quickly against the passive Maestro, against the intel, is phenomenal, because it's too quick for anyone to use the cameras.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, what's the best way to counter any operator that you need to be on your drone for? Get active so they can't afford to get on their drone. And as we look back on the replays of the whole half, Weibo really only had a few shining moments, few and far between. And here, like, this would have been a 5-1 if it wasn't for this clutch from Gotzi. Keep that in mind. Furia were incredibly good on that attack of the basement, the ground floor, and yeah, this round in particular, huge.
And they're going further. He gets Friend here right behind him, peeks top White together to get 2 kills for no loss. And again, because Volp's in the window, repel right behind this entire play, they knew that top White was clear. So they're fighting like a very linear angle, making it so easy for themselves. Very good.
Very fired up here for Furia. I think that reaction for Weibo was after one of the rounds they won. not that.
Hey guys, we lost! Woo!
Look, it's not a good enough half here for Weibo. That's really the only way you can say it. Like, 2 rounds of defense on Cafe is far below the standard.
There's always that downside of gassing up a team because you feel like you know their level, and then they have a slow start. Happened with CAG as well. CAG then woke up and started taking some names, Shopify being one of them, started really turning around their own story. For Weibo, they can still do that in this matchup. They're on the attacking side of Cafe. It's challenging, but it is winnable. I was going to say multi-ban has to happen. Speakeasy is too good at it. The second ban, I think, is very up in the air. Could be a Deimos, could be a Dokkaebi, could be a Solid Snake. With anything else, I will be a little bit surprised. Could be a Wamai Mira, Wamai Asami as well here in the flip side.
If you're Furia, what do you want to get rid of from Weibo? Is it that Solid Snake?
Solid. Oh, the mute. Okay.
I like the mute ban here from Weibo. This is really good.
I'm all for it. The only caveat here is that you don't know with certain. Okay, I don't know with certainty if you're gonna bring it out, right? That can be a great third operator ban if you're not sure. Weibo, obviously, with this being the second choice, they're very sure about it. It's going to enable not necessarily too many other operators. Like, technically, Deimos track is now fully valuable. You can't hide on the jammer for Dokkaebi calls, etc. But generally, mute is more of like an annoyance factor, right? You can't drone to the doors, has a C4 bulletproof camera, has great weaponry, can be played on every bomb site. But it's not going to be like, oh my god, now we can breach every wall. It's like, no, Kite still exists. Banner still exists.
Yeah, look, Furia, when they played against Team Liquid Alienware, only actually picked the mute 2 rounds on their defensive side.
Still could be then.
Or 3 rounds on their defensive side. And against Ninjas in Pajamas, another 3 rounds. Which is okay. I mean, it's like a 50% pick rate. It's not the highest, not the lowest. It's all about how you play into it, though. That's the case with all these operator bans, as we've said. It's about the way that you take advantage of the situation. We're also very much a shield team. Like, Speakeasy, one of the best Monties going around.
Yeah.
But with that Monty banned out, the question is, does he play the Blitz or does he play the Blackbeard? He's a very good Blackbeard, but it's more situational.
Reloading.
Cafe, you need a lot of util, right? Like, every one of these bomb sites is very complicated. There's a lot of vert, there's a lot of util clear.
Yeah.
So any operator choice is very expensive.
You're always going to be short something on Cafe. If the defenders set up like a good maze of issues they gotta solve. You're starting downstairs again though, also for the side of Furia and Kitchen. So we're gonna go top down, full clear here for Weibo. Starting in Cocktail, marching down the White Staircase, they got good drone work. And much like when Weibo were defending it, there's no roaming presence above here from the side of Furia whatsoever. So you're surrendering all the control. And Now again, we gotta talk about, you know, you do the vert, they got both, they got the sledge rather, and then you shoot through the force and DMRs, etc. as well. That's gonna do the vert. You pop open the hatch, that can be done as well. Actually, hold up.
Is the hatch open? No, hatch is...
It's reinforced, James.
Is
and
there
there
no
is
hard breach?
no hard breach on the side of Weibo. They must have messed up here.
Is this Speakeasy was meant to bring hard breach but brought nades instead? Is that the problem?
I'm thinking that's
Or
the problem, or Turster on Deimos, but the thing is, there is a world where like they never intended to open the hatch, but I feel like there's never a world where you don't want to do it. Because even if you go for a bakery attack, that's the backstab. That's where you get inside the bomb site late round as a surprising factor.
And typically, if you go for a vert take, you're executing in freezer, and you want that hatch open. Like, if you're going to take bakery, you don't need to take vert.
Interesting. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Right now, they are targeting all that utility inside our wedding, inside our bakery, main lobby door as well. And they are by the red staircase. Asami just runs up and takes the kill, gets traded back, but like, how does that happen? That's Speakeasy as well. That's the cover of the Sens now removed from action. So, is it time for plan C? No hard breach, no Sens. It's going to be an awkward attack here from Weibo to finish off this round.
Yeah, I think the VIP is now impossible to clear now without that
Gotta
sense.
go for kills, honestly.
Yeah, you really do. Maybe you could go for a bakery execute. Remains to be seen. It's time to try and start flushing out these players inside a reception. Box 0, though, supported by his teammate. Confirms that kill onto Reaps. Him and Herds together are locking down this side. Turdster desperately trying to 1v1 from the other side onto VIP from bottom of white stairs. Doesn't work out for him. Gotti finds 2 big kills with the SMG-12. Loira is separated and taken down. Now it's all up to Volps with the SMG-12 in hand. Up against 2. Time is ticking away. Gotti doesn't use his util. Instead, Hoven just cuts off Volps' head. First attack looking a little bit rocky for Weibo, but a win is a win.
Yeah, let's just forget that round ever happened, because trying to dissect that strategically, I have no idea what their plan was actually going to be. Well, they'll take it. And I mean, it involves a situation, right? Isn't the 12 who could have played the close quarter angle, only 12 seconds left, but he was so eager for a gunfight. So he swung out first and got shot down in response. Something about that bomb site downstairs, it's not to be for the defense. But this push from Diaz early on was disgusting, finding that small bit of opportunity and the kill.
Yeah, wow. Very scary spot to be for Weibo. Like, it's so funny. Like, obviously they're not tested nearly as much when they play in Asia. But we just haven't seen them look this messy. We haven't seen them look this disorganized. There's no question to me. Like, you should be bringing hard breach. Like, you've got enough nades.
That's had to be a mistake.
You've got enough nades on that lineup. One of either the Sens or the Deimos should be bringing secondary hard breach. That's just non-negotiable in my eyes. Even if you're not planning on going for that execute, it's just useful to have it as an option. Surely we'll get it this time on the Grim, though, at least.
I was going to say, what if they don't do it again?
I mean, it's...
Oh, they didn't do it again.
They're not playing that bomb site, at least. So
No.
Hard breach doesn't matter.
Okay, I have faith here. It's okay.
I don't think you need hard breach on any of the other bomb sites.
Unless you want to utilize it, yeah. But not like a must-have. Not on the scoreboard side, right? Gonsi, the news member, had a 1v1 clutch. Sitting on 8 and 3.
It also had a big 2K that round.
Had a big 2K that round. Turdstat, the entry star fragger, 1 and 8 currently. Speakeasy 0-6 as well.
Very unusual to see Turdster struggling so much. Speakeasy we don't mind, usually, because he's not usually in a fragging position, but Turd is meant to be one of the core fraggers.
We gotta get your first kill, right? Like, that's a mental barrier as well that you got to overcome. Oh, guys, I'm 0-3, 0-4, now you're 0-6, and Furia, they're not shy to take a gunfight. If you're hesitating, you're doubting yourself a little bit because you're not finding that first kill, that can make you lose another gunfight. Yeah. So really watching that first kill with Speakeasy here.
Turd actually has the second best stats on the team, typically, just behind Reap. So they're some of the best players in the entire of Asia. Oh, wow, that nitro from Bok. That's such a shame. That definitely would have gotten a kill had it gone out the door.
They've already gotten the first one right. So honestly, getting a second is wishful thinking. Right now, it's on to Weibo to make the push, to make that the map control work in their favor, but they're up against the Clash. They've lost the Dokkaebi for the Intel game. They've just slowly started taking top floor control and start blocking open the verticality, but there's so much work to be done. Come on, Hogan.
This could be a free kill if he times it well. Or if the rest of Weibo are able to flush the Kaid out. Beautiful. Never mind. Speakeasy finds the entry, gets his first kill of the game. Finally, the monkey off the back, and time to go deep here. Speakeasy is pretty low, though. Shouldn't be taking too many fights. The Grim will be perfect but preventing Loira from aggressing up the white stairs. The gas will keep Speakeasy at bay for a bit longer. A minute to play. Weibo have plenty of options.
Yeah, and finally that bot gets into action as well inside of mining in the red hallway. Speakeasy now controls the center of the map. Doesn't get injured, thankfully, but 1 HP left in his pocket there. Gonna be flanked from the right stairs potentially. The brown stairs behind him has to be very cautious here.
Yeah, he does. Also because of Diaz. He does spray down, get the injure. I don't think Diaz will be aware of it. Reaps finally takes down Loira, though. That was the player who was on the white stairs earlier. I think he went for a rotate after he was revealed by the Grimm's Bees. Now Weibo, still with Speakeasy on the floor, in theory have the advantage, but how do they deal with Volps on the clash? 20 seconds, not a lot of options.
Go with fire pop as well, it's a problem. I'm not sure that Weibo accounted for it.
Need to go for kills.
Gonna be limited though, almost no ways in now, and it's a sprint to that fire, but Speakeasy and Reaps are both so low.
Time is ticking away, and Volps gets his gun up. We need to have an entry here. Gotti crosses into a plantable position.
Sure
Volps looks to try and take that. He gets aggressive, but Reaps will take him down. Big flank opportunity now for Herds, but he doesn't deny that plan in time. 3 players up for Weibo, but all of which low on HP as Diaz and Herds together look to try and make this retake a reality. Reaps in perfect position outside of the site window to cover it. Should Furia try and get back on that defuse. And Speakeasy from way downtown with the hollow sight shuts up Diaz. It's Herd in a 1v2 now, and Reaps knows exactly where he is. That DMR strikes true for 1. A second shot, and Herds will be toast. Weibo have been fighting from behind this entire game, but finally, they tie up the scoreboard.
Beautiful. No fear whatsoever. They just sprint through that fire, and a very good job there. They change towards the diffuser carrier because 2 members are too low on health to actually sprint through the fire itself. So they drop the case, give it to Hoven, the Bok, who's doing the vertical destruction, to sprint all the way deep throughout the bomb site, and they cover from the exterior. And you saw in a 2v2 post plant, Furia thinking one guy's gonna be above because that's the strongest position, and one guy will be outside the window, but they had the incorrect read. Speakeasy, who was that library middle of the map player, went back in towards Pillar, into that main lobby area instead, and they completely caught Fury by surprise. And then they realized, okay, we read this incorrectly, gotta sprint back downstairs, and now there's no time. I'm stuck on a staircase against that DMR, against the crossfire. That's not gonna work. But they do have some fight in them, but it has been such a weird game for Weibo.
It's been a weird
so
game
unusual.
in general. I mean, this is only 2 rounds of defense won and 8 rounds of Cafe. Need I remind you that we saw a 14-round game of Cafe from Furia just 3 weeks ago where only a single attack round was won. Yeah, that's 13 rounds of defense to just 1 round of attack. And now we're seeing a 2-to-6 ratio in favor of the attack. Very strange to see. Both of these teams are really confident at taking the first steps on their attacking side.
Behind you, this is still Weibo fighting from behind the round. Tursta dying early, Speakeasy dying early the previous round.
Yeah.
They haven't had that, like, okay, we got the opening, we got the right operators,
I mean,
this
Weibo's
round should be okay.
Yeah, they won 2 4v5s in a row.
Yeah. So it's just, again, a matter of time that if they get fully fired up, they get every member available in the server to do their very best and find that opening kill every now and again. And that 4-4 scoring could very quickly shift in their favor. This is their perfect opportunity to change it. Volps again on his Clash shield, and I only have one thing about that I don't like. Volps is the top fragger, who's now been almost pacified on the Clash. He was so lethal on the attack, and now he's just giving information. Waiting for the final few seconds, trying to go for a desperate play of planting down that previous round. What about Diaz?
I won't be surprised to see him get on the SMG though with the Clash.
He will be peeking some people, but he does have a role to fulfill right now, and it is staying alive.
Here comes an entry, though, from Reaps. Wants to take the 1v1. A lot of damage on the box. It's a trade back and forth. It's a bloodbath on the top floor as Loira finds 2. He tries to hold on to his position, gets the injure on the Speakeasy as well. It's just Tursta. 1 and 8 for the Kiwi. He's got a lot to do, and now Volps knows exactly where he is. It's a jump out for Loira. That makes it a 3K, and Furia back in the lead again.
And again, I know it's a very small detail, right? But almost every single play day.
Well, Pins, how you doing?
Okay, now he's sitting down now. Let's make sure.
We're going to have to get a seatbelt for Loira.
I ain't late.
Reaps doesn't miss those in domestic play. And that's not a matter of like Fury are better enemy. No, Reaps
you really missed.
And
M80 lost to Falcons.
9.99 out of 10
Wild card beat
Liquid.
Liquid.
It becomes a trade
That's
into back
all
and
you
forth, and
probably
the
will
push
care about.
dies with it. And then his teammates, they also are not successful behind us. C4s go out, the Clash Shield, etc. But if that's a clean kill for Reaps, the entire push should just continue forward.
Yeah.
It's the small things, and Weibo Game will call attack time out of their own. They've banned the Clash, and in response, Fury have banned away the Grim.
Yeah, very much an important round for Weibo now. It's either match point against them, or it's tying the scoreline to break point. This is where they need to dig deep, and so Gohan will get in their ear and start talking shop. Of course, Furia have the same opportunity now as well, but it's a Furia defense, a Weibo attack, and after that very messy last round from Weibo, a very quick failure to attack that top floor, they really need to be whipped into shape.
Just thinking here on my own, like what exactly could shift? It's so hard to put my finger on like what is the problem for Weibo right now. It just feels like one, consistency of like properly playing through a round, getting all the pieces together, and then two, they have never had a game, I think, in the entirety of stage 1 and maybe even kickoff where Thursday goes 1-9.
I was thinking.
They always have the power in the fragging department to say, guys, we're gonna do this. You're gonna go over there. You're gonna go for a kill. We're gonna have those clutch moments whenever we're playing from behind. They are really missing a person who's always in the server.
I genuinely don't remember the last time that Turdster went only one.
DZ also
kill
completely
with
dismantled
this
Secret.
match.
Yeah, but that wasn't as absurd. Secret's entire roster got kind of butchered, and DZ has been really good.
A really high
So,
ceiling player. But
I'm not really surprised by that one.
When the pressure starts to seep in, he doesn't perform. And he's one of the two primary fraggers on this team, with Turd and Reaps really being the core frontline, Hoven often supporting it. How is it that Gotti is second to top fragger?
If I was
behind
gambling,
Reaps?
man, I
He
would have
was
gambled
meant to
DZ
be
was
the
going to be
Gotti.
Secret.
He is, apparently.
Secret is
but
no
it's
longer
not
that
gonna be enough.
roster where they were really good.
Bro has a job to do, and it's not find kills.
That's right. I mean, I do think Gotti is playing the cut role on the attack, often playing Lion, Dimar, and whatever else, holding an angle. So I think Gotti attacking kills, high value, but Gotti is your last line of defense, and that's where he's found most of these 8 frags. And that does tell the story that someone else is lacking behind. It's a case of that. Now, the early on, Speaky took a bit of damage here on the Blackbeard, so he's going to be a bit more careful going forward. There's double shield action. Reach also on the Blitz. This could be a cheese round if you're from Weibo. The double shield. Maybe if you're lucky, you get the power by, but no, it doesn't do the case. Second grenade goes out, that's expensive, but we'll get the job done. They can smoke off, push
Warden,
Bakery. But guys, I'm not sure what we're fighting. There's nobody really in there.
Big kill for Turdstar.
Team
Wow,
kill.
Gotti again! He is the GOAT after all. Reaps is the man with the blitz in hand. He makes his way into Bakery. Takes a hell of a lot of damage.
So low.
Weibo have a massive advantage. Hoven finds the nade kill onto Boxera. Now it's all about consolidating.
Bombing in waiting window, double shield, Reaps and Speakeasy on Blackbeard and Blitz. Very unusual circumstances, and it's Gotti again who gets his team into a winning position.
Yeah, I mean, it would be crazy to see Gotti top frag. Like, not that he's bad or anything, it's just literally the thing that we've heard from, I think it was Gotti and Speakeasy have both said it. You know, we talked about you could pick up pretty much any player you wanted, right?
In APL.
In APL.
Yeah.
And honestly, you probably could have imported a few players if you really wanted to.
Possible.
With the promise that this team has and the almost guarantee that they will make it to every single international event because of their stature within Asia. And they said, well, we wanted Gotti for one reason. We just wanted someone who just wouldn't die.
Yeah.
We wanted someone to sit back and do their job and just never get picked first. And to his credit, I mean, he doesn't have a single opening death in this game. I can't say the same for Hoven or Speakeasy or Turdster. And he's top fragging alongside Reaps. And he's playing Maestro and other util heavy operators too.
Yeah.
He just do be the GOAT, man.
A lot of value to be found from this Reap Sledgehammer, breaking castle barricade after castle barricade. Again, whenever you see a castle barricade, if you're playing ranked, casual, pro league, whatever, destroy it. Because it's put there for a good reason that wants to favor the defense. And even if you don't know what to do with it after you've broken a castle, just break it alone will give you something to work with. So that job has been done. All crit window rep with a Blackbeard with the shield in front of his face, so it should be pretty safe here from the early.
Just notice how Weibo have really slowed down after last round.
Yeah.
Slow and steady wins the race though. And now they set their sights on targeting Volps, finishing him off. Is he confirmed out of piano yet? It seems like the answer to that is yes. Hopefully that nade does take it down. Indeed it will. Reaps in his position. Sledgehammer comes out. Goodbye to the barbed wire. Soon to be goodbye to the castle barricade. Gotti yet again. Double digits for the Korean. He has stepped up in a big way for Weibo. 5v4, another opening kill. As the APL roster march their way towards match point.
There's a mirror window right now on the other side of Cox as they push towards the wide hallway instead where it's safe. They're on the window repels, cutting off that rotate up the stairs too. So this means again, Weibo playing the map as they're supposed to. They're locking down the flanks. Now reaching gets started on the vert with that sledge. We're not sure exactly if top 4 is clear. So final track will go through onto Aroni. Are we getting flanked? Is there a guy in a corner? No, okay, they're downstairs. Keep up that verticality. There's only one C4 lingering beneath them. In the pug of Diaz inside a train room. If that finds Reeves too early on the sledge, that could be doomsday for Weibo's attack. But right now, not the case.
Patience for Furia though, they just don't want to expose themselves. Another drone taken down, almost a kill. Onto Diaz.
Saving it for the plant.
Time is ticking away. Weibo may find themselves in a 5 versus 4 execute, nay, a 4v4 execute, which could be devastating. Reeps thought he had a chance, but no, misses it. Things get dicey now. 20 seconds and ticking away. Furia just need to hold on. They still have that 1 nitro cell on Diaz. They deny the plant in the late round, and I can see people from that defensive side rotating down below to look to play flanks and look to play plant and isle in the late round. But Gotti and Hoven together. The Korean is on 11 kills. Speakeasy starts to force that plant down. Diaz in a position, finds one. Goes for a double. C4 comes out. Big nitro, but it doesn't land. It's Mark. Speakeasy right on top of that plant position with the Blackbeard. Just watching, keeping Diaz at bay as Boxera tries to buy some time to sneak up from the red stairs. Reaps also all the way back inside of Train, tries to hold the line. Big kill for Diaz, needs to follow up. Reaps must clutch now, but Diaz, the quad kill to get Furia back in the game and back in a position to finish this off.
Disaster in the server again. Too much stress there from the side of Weibo. They can play that 2v2 in so many different ways. Speakeasy with that C4 was stuck on the mining machine. But
that's how it goes.
Gets popped, you can walk backwards using Reaps as cover, play deep inside a train, play the long angle, because guys, you planted deep. You don't need to play for bombs if you see the defuse from so far away. Diaz, such good patience though. Found all the kills, isolated every single gunfight. His teammate wasn't even needed in that clutch. But that's, I think, just Weibo getting too much panic in the voice communication. I hate to be that guy, but who died right before execute? Tursta on the Deimos, with trackers and pocket, the ability to just lock down at least one defender with gadgetry instead of a gunfight.
Turd has been such a good player for Weibo as of late. I hate that we have to harp on about it, but it's screaming at us. 2 kills to 10 deaths.
It was such a good round. 5v4, had the vert, had the roam clear.
And look, Speakeasy's 2-9 too, but he's the guy getting the plant down. He's a support player. He's there for his leadership and his support. Turdster is there to pop heads. That's what he's good at. That's what he's one of the best in APAC at doing. That's his role. That's what he provides to the team. And right now, he is struggling to fill those big shoes, those big expectations that he has set for himself, that Weibo have demanded the respect of the international scene. They've taken down greats before. I mean, these players know what it's like to upset really solid teams on the international stage. And yet here, they are struggling against Furia. A Furia that has found a resurgence on this defensive side. In an attacker's cafe, Furia is finally in position to finish it off.
Just a double down, not on Tursta individually, but the operator that he plays, right? They banned the mute. And the only 2 operators that they're getting value from that right now is the Dokkaebi from Reaps and the Deimos that Tursta's been playing the majority of the attacker rounds. So when you're committing this much involvement around the Deimos, we need to see it find some value. It can be in kills, it can be in tracking players, but when you're dead, you're not gonna get either. There is a world where you play a support Deimos, right? Play the can open as Harpy's Destruction, distract people almost like a...
What are you doing, Reaps?
Guys, we never drone Cigar. We never checked the default corner. We lose a player early.
Crucial mistake. That should have been a kill as well from that player on the rappel. I don't know why Herds has been allowed to get out alive. He is running away with this game. Weibo have won from 4v5s on the attacking side before. They need to do it again. Otherwise, it's GG.
Perfect time for a rat play, and it pays off. Hertz has been, as usual, a playmaker in this game. Never shy for a fight. Speakeasy now with the shield has to make a lot of value happen. Hoven gets a kill off that grenade, forcing Hertz to relocate beneath the skylight. Now we're back to even numbers. Still got the damage tracker, got coverage from the Sens. We got all the right tools, but we have to execute together.
I want to see Turd get active. He just saw the Tracer. He knows where Mozzie is. Hidden away. Big Nitro Cell. A lot of damage, but hang on a second. Speakeasy essentially guaranteed the kill on the Lyra.
Oh, shit.
And Gotti has gone big again. It's Hoven to
I
finish
missed
it
it.
off with a double. Pengu.
OT?
We're going to overtime.
6-6 on the docket. Weibo feeling that sigh of relief.
Okay.
Oh my god. Now we're entering a best of 3 in terms of rounds, and those pushes, they're happening. They're working. And the teamwork was great. The grenade with the swing, pushing into top wide, into stock, getting a crossfire established. And the sides. Maybe the most important thing for the conversation right now of whose favorite to win in OT. Well, I can spoil for you right now. Weibo will stay on the attacking side, Fury on defense. And with how this has been playing out, attack is where you want to be, especially given that they're finally figuring things out on that exact side. Do my eyes deceive me? Another Maestro play. Without the Brava band.
But from the other side, it's Volks on the Maestro this time. Weibo did it once, and it worked like a charm in theory. I mean, funnily enough, it was actually the Dokkaebi that destroyed Gotti's phone, but he ended up getting 3 kills with the Elder anyway. I wonder if we see the Brava pick come through. Indeed, it looks to be the case here from Hoven. Problem is, Furia are a very active defense. I wouldn't be surprised if they're ready and shooting those Brava drones.
There's also another case where the mute ban comes into play, right? Because if you played the mute with the Maestro, you pop down a jammer in a corner that's very safe. Maestro can sit on it, but you can't call it. That's one of the few ways you can counter if you're like an Echo or a Maestro, because like we always say, you call the Maestro, you have to answer the phone. If you don't, and it pops up, you lose the ability to check the cameras in the future. And if you just call them while you're going for a plant, well, you can't do anything about it. So the plant goes down.
Watch out, run out here from Herds.
Disgusting.
Goodbye to Reaps. 2 rounds in a row. And the star player from Weibo has been shut down. Gotti has well and truly surpassed him, as has Hoven, by the way, who's hit 12 kills. He's quietly snuck up there here for Weibo. Meanwhile, there's been nothing quiet about Herds today. Him, Volps, and Loira all together have been playing aggressively. They've been poking the bear. And it's been working.
Thank God for the Speakeasy double down on soft breach, huh? He's made the Ram this time, not the Sens for once.
You need redundancy, right?
Redundancy.
Especially against a team like Furia. Like we've seen Volp spawn peeking now multiple rounds.
Because things will go wrong. I mean, almost every single round, things have been going wrong for Weibo one way or another.
Sure.
And this guarantees him a second way into it.
The wrong way.
Really important job now. Is not successful there from Hoven.
We've been grinding like crazy.
Evil Eyes at large, at least 2. 3, all 3 Evil Eyes still alive here, and both of the Brava drones have now been taken down. That is not good enough from Hoven on the Brava. And now Weibo will really suffer in the late round. Fury will get full value out of those Evil Eyes.
And this is going to be a go for kill strat for Weibo. They're on the white staircase inside our main lobby.
Honestly, kind of surprising that they're even in OT,
so they're working on
considering
the clock
Weibo has a guy going 2-10 and 2-9.
They have no foothold in the map. They have a single player, Speakeasy, peeking on a little bit of a vert hole, but all the flanks are open because all these teams are basically holding other angles, looking for a bakery attack right now.
Yeah, there's just not enough inspiration on this attack here from Weibo, and they don't have the shield like they've had in the past to try and execute onto Bakery. This is indeed Turd's moment. He gets the track onto Volps, who also tanks the damage from the Dokkaebi, so no more using those Evil Eyes directly. Gotti, say his name, and he will ring true. Gotti again! He's hit 14 kills here for Weibo Gaming. Volps is down and out of it. The Evil Eye monster has been slain for a few more moments, as Box Zero also going to take a hell of a lot of damage from that Dokkaebi call. Loira, though, comes to life with the MPX, and Gotti is finally put out of his misery. 35 seconds left to play, and Weibo are dropping one by one. We need Turster to have his moment. We have been waiting for this all day. Into the side he goes, sneaking forward, reveals his position with that grenade, but that does not flush Herds out of position. Out comes Loira, pokes his head, and Turster finally finds the kill that we've been needing from him. But it is all up to Turster now with 1 HP. That defuse is lying in wait, as is Loira, as is Boxera. Another match point opportunity is available for the Brazilians.
Somebody has to help Gotti, man. This guy is finding the entry in the beginning of the round, the mid kill as well, locking down all the rotations, and no one is going for a plant. They could walk in prep that entire time. There's no one playing by the window. Gotti killed that player long before. And if you just walk on in, they could quite literally go for a plant as long as Gotti was alive inside a code check. I feel like right there, it's a lack of oversight from all the members of Weibo saying, guys, what is going to be the win condition? Because if you talk about who's alive and who's dead, planting was on the menu, absolutely for free. And yet, they never went for it. It was never even attempted. Once they got the case died, they didn't even realize it was on the ground. Tursto was deep in the bombs. I'm thinking, oh, guys, I can plant. Oh, diffusers and Baker. I gotta go back and get it. And then his teammate dies.
Wow, I mean, it's been such an attacker's paradise here on Cafe, but we have seen a few defenses dug deep, and Furia have just shown that down below on the kitchen bomb site. Now Weibo, I mean, thankfully they're not going kitchen because they were really bad.
Yeah, let's not go there again.
Yeah, they're going to mining. This was very hit and miss. It's been a long time, though, since we've seen Furia on the attacking side. I mean, what, it's been 7 rounds since. Let's hope they still remember. There was certainly a force to be reckoned with in that first half. And if they can hark back to what a phenomenal start they had this game, then things will certainly look dicey and dicier for Weibo, as they will be sent down to the lower brack and be on the verge of elimination.
Just give me 7-7. That's all I want right now.
What's the score right now?
It is 7 in favor of Furia to 6 for Weibo.
But it's like it's the other way around, isn't it?
Okay, so it's 6 in favor of Weibo to Furia's 7.
All right, can you say that quicker? Like, just say the scores.
7 to 6.
Okay, I'll let you get away with it.
I'm not gonna take the bait. Not today. Not right now. Turns down the board with the opening kill. Hold.
Do my eyes deceive me?
Everybody hold for 2 seconds here, okay? We said last round was a time forward. What about now instead? It's not too late.
Bro needs to get his confidence back. Oh, Boxzera getting targeted. Getting zapped by Gotti. This is a big moment here for Tursa, but he's playing it scared, holding the angle, not going for the swing. I think Loira is waiting for him. Loira is really focusing though on Reeps. Tursa needs to go for the swing. Gets baited by Diaz. That's a big blow here for Weibo. Furia have even the numbers again. Bard, big C4 here. Vox will go down. Hoven continues until Boxzera puts an end. Now 3v3 as continuing. Furia start marching forward. Gotti, look at how confident he is. A little bit too confident perhaps, but it doesn't matter because Reeps is there for the trade. Pushing up the wide stairs, taking the fight to Furia. Diaz, 1v2. It's just Speakeasy and Reeps, but look at this. That's the teamwork we've been needing to see from Weibo. They retreat, they play together, they know where that defuse is, and Reeps is the soulless. He can keep eyes on it. Diaz has just run straight past that evil eye on the bomb side, so Weibo now know exactly where he is.
Just give them the diffuser, right? They can just play the map. They got 3 evils alive, 1 in pillar and 1 in each bomb side. So right now, Weibo, they're just gonna keep running away from Diaz. I know there's 60 seconds left, but honestly, there's no way he can plant. It takes 7 full seconds with no coverage, and there's all the info for Weibo Gaming.
How on earth do you win this in a crossfire with Speakeasy on the stairs and Reeps ready to swing him? Flashbang could certainly help. He has 1 more. He flashes himself, so we'll have to wait for a brief moment. Wow, he actually, while blind, makes his way into Laundry.
I think he knows the setup exactly. He has to try and pick it apart.
He's got the read. The flashbang goes out. That's the last he's got available.
No crossfire.
Now he tries to isolate the 1v1.
No, guys.
What a shot on the Reeps! It's now up to Speakeasy! But the Panthers are hungry! Weibo might have pushed them deep.
That was a really bad crossfire.
Furia
Really bad.
are a mighty force to be reckoned with. It takes to overtime, but Furia will crush Weibo's dreams.
To push all that distance, to have so many clutch moments, for Gotti to time and time again be the hero for
Really
Weibo,
bad crossfire.
only to get into a perfect 2v1 position to bottle it. A player sticking around, a player falling back, separating themselves from each other and giving the Brazilians a 1v1, the area in which that they are the best region at in the entire world, the gunfights.
Wow. Furia are just 1 BO3 away from the main stage, and Weibo just 1 away from getting knocked from the tournament.
What a performance from Furia when it mattered most. It might have been back and forth throughout, but I tell you what, I tell you what, Diaz, take a bow. 9 kills, 7 of which came in 2 of the most important rounds that Furia may well play in the next couple of days. That best of 1, I wish we could contextualize how integral this is to the format here at EWC. They're now through with 1 game away, Pengu, from qualifying through to main stage.
They are, and I know also describe best of 1 for Furia today, but that is the best of 1 environment, right? You don't have the most time to fix things on the fly. They're going to enter BO3 territory now. That's going to be much more comfortable for them, I reckon. And again, first game jitters as well. So with that, you know, we got that all out of our system.
Yeah, we certainly did.
Now they can play even better.
I love that we're so just unashamedly biased here for APAC. It's pretty hard to watch Weibo lose that, but on the flip side, like, Furia are an insane team, and they deserve this win, particularly to finish it like that. Like, for Diaz, man.
Yeah.
1v2. You said it. Weibo played that near perfectly. In fact, we could have had the Solus be the one that went down the stairs to get info on whether the plant was going down 100 different ways. Like that, the Weibo guys won't be sleeping tonight. They'll be playing those rounds back, especially that last one, over and over in their head. As for Furia, like, they will be completely elated. This is a team that runs off of that energy, gassing each other up, playing aggressively. Volks was doing it with the spawn peaks. Herds was doing it too, and Diaz was clutching up.
It felt rough for me, right? Because on one side, Weibo gave me fell short when it came to the team aspect of trying to do team strategy, but without finding the right areas, not communication. From Furia's side, they are just individual players that are so remarkably good, but I was liking teamwork from them. But it's like, if you can play the solo game of Siege and be successful, play into it. That's what they did today. Wolves and Hertz found so many big moments.
Look, to be honest, like, Weibo also had that. There are some rounds that they only won because Hoven or Gotti stepped up, and if maybe one player had stepped up a little bit more, then Weibo might have won that game.
Do you want to say it?
I don't really want to say it because I feel like we've talked it to death, but it's just, it's the reality of the game.
I can say it for you if you want to. If you're just tuning in and maybe caught the last of that, unfortunately, probably the most integral player on Weibo for the kill department. Let me just make sure I'm super clear there. Turd, unfortunately, just did not have a hot game. He was struggling to find openings. He was struggling to find even impact on some of the most important operators that we have. And look, this is what LAN does, right? LAN changes the environment completely. And you can
what did Fnatic do against FaZe today?
Scrim wherever you want. But when you're going up against former world champions Furia, it is 1%. That is the difference between you getting absolutely obliterated and you having an impact.
FaZe 172.
And if it's not just about going to be the kills or turrets, again, he's playing the demos, they banned the mute. That is going to be one of your key operators that was played basically every single round. And if turrets can't make it happen, honestly, hand over the keys to someone else that can. Give it to Reeps. Give it to Gotti if need be, right? That's a bit of a stretch maybe. But just get someone else on that operator who can find the value that you need to have.
Yeah, I mean, Siege is a team game, but at the end of the day, if one player can take a game into their own hands, then that makes the difference. And if one player can't have an impact, then you're playing a glorified 4v5. But sometimes it's the flip side.
I definitely think that you play the hot hand.
In a moment where you didn't necessarily expect him to be the guy to do it.
Someone or
that last round, that's exactly
like
what we
two
saw.
people
like,
will like clearly have a better game than others.
And I genuinely did
you gotta
not think Diaz
basically play
had a
around
shot
them.
in that moment. I genuinely did not think he was capable. But the fact that he flashbanged Speakeasy and then while flashed himself managed to run past White Stairs and into Laundry, that was actually the moment that gave him a chance to win that, because it meant he could rotate around and create 2 1v1s out of a 1v2.
There's only one problem. One of those two defenders, Big Easy, was Warden. He cannot be flashed. But he played as if he didn't have the ability because he went all the way down the white staircase. That was where I was puzzled. I was thinking, that shouldn't be the case at all.
Genuinely, like, if Reeves and Speakeasy had swapped positions, and it was the Solus down below that could get info, and the Warden on side that couldn't be flashed, that would have been a completely different story.
Look, if my grandmother had wheels,
say the line,
she would have been a bike. That's just the way it works. But it is time for us to go and speak to Furia on stage.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with Diaz from Furia. Diaz, I mean, you just need to give yourself a bow. I mean, round 11, huge 4K quad clutch out of you. But then in that last round on Habana, such a smart play. Flashing the guy white, peeking in fireplace, get that kill, go for the 1v1. I mean, phenomenal stuff.
Thank you. Feels good. To be honest, I played, in my opinion, at least I didn't play that well. I think it was just those 2 clutches that made my game good, let's say. But yeah, feels good.
Well, I was gonna say it. Oh, sorry.
The
2
boys played
clutches in
amazing.
a
I had 2
7-round
clutches.
game.
We
is
won our
pretty
first international game now, so feels great.
There you go. You can check that off the list. I mean, obviously the trio from Volps, Herds, and Loria, they were popping off today. But honestly, I'd argue your 2 big clutch moments is really what set it apart. Be able to allow you guys to get over the hurdle. I mean, both of you guys, respectively, no one was carrying a lead more than 2 rounds. So it was a good back and forth. And to talk about the back and forth, how do you stay mentally composed when it's constantly a badminton, just one taken round right after the other?
Our team, the way we deal with it, we don't really think about it. We play round by round, and yeah, that's basically it. We don't really think about it. At the end of the day, we're just playing Siege, having fun, and shooting people.
All right, well, you talk about having fun. You are one step closer to be able to make playoffs. I believe your opponent possibly might be Enterprise. Is there one opponent that you would rather have, whether it was GK or Enterprise? Obviously, you have a friend over on GK, but is there one or the other you'd rather play against?
I'd rather play Yogg, for sure.
All right, well, sounds good. Diaz, congratulations on the win. You guys were looking very strong. A very neck-and-neck match. Very tiring. I can only imagine how Diaz and the boys are feeling. But that's it for us down here. I'll send you guys to the desk one last time.
Thank you very much for that, Lax. And yeah, we heard, you know, I guess it can come down to 1 or 2 rounds. And whilst Diaz is saying, yeah, sure, he didn't have the greatest game in his own eyes, that does not
I don't
matter.
care how many kills you got. Like,
No.
if you get a 1v2, that round is on you.
Yeah,
Like,
what about a 2v4?
Yeah, dude, that's all that matters. Look,
Yeah, but-
even like if it had been flipped and the final round was Turdster in a 1v2 and he won it, I would say, honestly,
Redemption.
that's so much redemption.
Yep.
Even if he was still like going 4-11, like that is redemption because a clutch is. It's all you.
That's just
all
not
a clutch
how
is.
pro players see it, because you know you feel every second of every round, and it's like, okay, I might have won us the round or won us the game, but had I played better in the 14 rounds prior, we wouldn't even go to OT.
Sure, but
so
you just can't afford to dwell on stuff like
I
that.
do agree with you, but I feel like that's just where, like, when you are a player, and maybe when you're a younger player in particular, that's how you're gonna view things perspectively. When you become an old boomer, you know, Fabian, you go to a coaching position, all of a sudden you shift your mentality about it. And you can now take that guidance to the younger generation as a coach. But so many players, man, it's about if they don't play perfect every single round, they're just not good enough.
That's fair.
The thing that I will say is, like, Diaz said it in his interview, like, we just think about 1 round at a time.
Yeah.
And I know it's a stereotype. I know it's a bit of a
It's
trope
so
and a
free.
cliche.
Everyone
but
says it,
it's
man.
just so true.
It is.
Like,
It is.
there's nothing to be gained about thinking about what you did wrong in round 1 when you're on round 14 and you're not even playing the same bomb site. Like, it's not useful information.
No, it's not. But what is useful information at the moment? Spoiler in 3, 2, 1. Enterprise are up 6-5. So
I don't know, man. I'm not going to get my hopes up.
6-5.
Neither am I. 6-5.
The thing is, it would be quite funny if GK do win that series. We will get like it's not useful
right now.
Might as
goes
well watch
out,
it.
peeking the upside down repel here.
Yaga.
Oh no, flashes come out.
Asking for
And
trouble,
U4.
surely. So difficult to fight. Those upside down repels on the reverse. Look at the amount of pressure that Bappen's absorbing. He's taken a ton of damage, but he's wasted a minute and a half before they're able to deal with him. GK are going to be a little bit shorter on time than they might like, but they do get an opener elsewhere. Effectively, 4 versus 3 as Sarks is down as well.
Yes, but Sark should be in a resable spot here. Can we see where he is? Looks like he's outside of...
Yeah, he's outside, just outside of the main door, I think. So yeah, he's safe. It's just whether they can get somebody over there in
slow the
time.
round here and get him up. Pulsing this information right now. Still holding the top here. They need to try to play for a C4 off of this top clear. They can't keep conceding too much space. No one on the rappel.
All right,
Pick
lean
that
back
up.
for a little bit.
Swinging in to take stage here. 6 pellets left for the hatch. Hatch is soft. Walking the top. It's a nice
We
kill.
got OT.
Just out of sync from Enterprise. Playing extremely solo. Not really finding much effect from the timeout here.
No, I think we're starting to see that pressure mount on them now. Jigsaw gets one, but it still feels like it could be impactless. Sarks did get collected elsewhere. Upo was able to drop down and get him. Yogg is going for the plant. There's absolutely nothing that Enterprise can do. They're going to have to try and play for a 2-man retake here. Make it 1-man as Upo takes down Jigsaw, and this is definitely much more of the GK that we have come to expect over the last month month or two. They are playing as a team now. They have got themselves moving. Nitro goes out. It's just a sort of throwing hope there from Tuhan, but there is not enough hope in the world to get a kill out of that one. He does pick up Ask on the Reaper. 1 versus 3 now from a 1 versus 4. But it's unlikely we're going to be seeing much more. Enterprise still trying to get in the chat, but you feel that it's all bravado at the minute. They're just trying to convince themselves more than anybody else, I think. They know they've lost 4 rounds in a row. They know that this one is done, and they know, Dave, that we're going to overtime.
I mean, just what rounds from DK, really showing the composure, down 6-3. I can hear Ask yelling too at the team, you know, even though he's typing. I feel like, again, at LAN, why are we typing? I feel like you're right across from your opponent. Let them hear your voice.
Let them know.
And looking
about
at the faces right now, look at Cairo, very detached right now. Jeez, gonna be a tough OT here.
Interested to see who is on which starting side. I can tell you that it is Enterprise will be starting on the defense.
Ooh.
And that doesn't really suit them, considering that they've just lost 4 defenses in a row. That's now got to be a tough one.
The one thing I see too, even after that timeout, they're just so separated.
Yeah.
If Bappen's playing close on the piano windows, you need that pulse trying to stop the people on the rappel. You need someone going outside a bakery door. You need someone peeking the white rappel. So if that guy is on that rappel upside down, you're trying to stop him, trying to get a kill, trying to make a trade happen. But it's just so uncoordinated from them here. Even on the top floor, you still have the pulse to be able to play inside a site to C4. Grubby walking long bar. It's just a 1v1 between him and Brendo. Grubby walks up, takes the kill. Just need to see more from Enterprise right now. Talk is cheap. It's all about action here.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And we'll see who is able to get themselves this one done. The best of 3 rounds now on Cafe. Enterprise will start off on the defense, and they will go to Fireplace and Mining. We've got another one of those laser setups, like you said. It's going to take some serious moves to get through there, unless they're able to pop a few of those trip connectors and start breaking that web up.
So you see Solus now below scanning. That's another element they're adding to play for the runouts here, to try to break that push here. They might have info on him. No, they're just checking to see if the window's double hit. Grubby better be playing the top. Gonna have to care for the runouts here, but they have it running the Nomad forward, so they should be good here.
Gonna open up that piano window then. Drones go in, and as you say, GK really just paying their due diligence, just making sure that they're not going to get hit for an easy kill. They know that Enterprise might just go and try and cheese themselves a little bit of a start in the round. They don't want to give them anything for free here, and they've done a great job of not doing. Like I said, it just really feels like in the last 6 rounds or so, particularly that second half, GK have really activated. They've switched on, they've locked in, and we're starting to see a much better game from them. A little bit of a run out here, but Ask is ready for it. There's the down. There's the kill. Beautiful play from GK.
Beautiful. And because he sees the Nomad charge, he just needs to be better than that. Now they're really on the back foot. It's all on the pulse here for the information. Need to try to get a kill on the East Balcony with a C4 here. Should not get much on the piano side. Gonna be going deep solo. Gets 1. Wow. Great kill. Going to the white window. Should have his cut. Still 1 C1, still 1 in the bathroom, 2 horizontal side right now. DK need to pick where they want to go for. Y'all gonna be walking cigar shop here. 1 repelling in stage. It's all on Bappen. Pulse info below. They know he's pushing. Kara gets another kill here. Kara 1 HP, 1 hopping out. Walking the bar, sees 1. Bappen with another. Up white. Ask with 2. Rounds back in control right now. Kara 1 HP. They could put a call on Cairo lower white right now. I don't think he's answered the phone yet. They do have a spot. He is the one he has tracked right now. Gonna be rotating lower red. 1 C4. Call goes out. They should play to isolate Tuhan right now.
You did say earlier that Ask can be one of those superstar players that can really deliver in the big moments for his team, and we felt that GK just needed that little bit of impetus, that little bit of input from somebody like him, and he gets himself onto 10 kills with a big double that's brought him back into this round. But Cairo will shut him down. It's all up to Sarks, another capable player, but look at his health. He's got about 30 HP to his name, doesn't have diffuser in hand, has to play for the kills. Cairo picks him up. He's been quiet up to this point, but comes online in that round when his team need him. Enterprise get themselves the defense that they sorely needed for the last 4 rounds. They do it 1 round too late, and now they need to find another.
Very good round from them. Really just seeing them get aggressive right there. Bappin getting aggressive, Cairo getting outside the map, playing for those trade games. It got a little bit dangerous there in the mid round, but they found a way to get that out. This was a big kill there.
Just this from us, just allowed to walk across that top floor there, and the reaction with Bappin coming through the rotate. Beautiful stuff from him, but not quite enough to get the round for his team. This one at the minute is absolutely anybody's, but Enterprise do move on to the attacking half now. They did overturn the advantage that GK had, given that they'd won 4 attacks in a row, and now Enterprise, they won 4 themselves, and they're going to get the opportunity. They will be attacking onto Kitchen. If we have a look, it was 50-50. We saw it played twice. GK won it once on the defense. Enterprise won it once on the attack. What I would say is that GK won it much later. They won it in round 5. It was the first round that Enterprise won, and GK, they just didn't look like the same team back there in round 1 and 2. Yeah. So now that they've got themselves activated a little bit more, I think we're going to see something a little bit more similar to maybe what we saw in round 5, where they won this site. It was the Tubarão, the Yogg holding onto VIP that really won it out for them. I think we're going to see a much more difficult attack for Enterprise.
Bringing out the Thatcher right now, bringing out the IQ combo too to really spot the Echo Cams here. Going to deal with their win con for late. They need to try to make a play to break this push early. I think that's what the Pulse is going to be really good for here with the C4 shotgun capability. Standard issue top take coming out from EP starting it. Habana going to the roof, hitting the hatches here. Going to get the ram in to make the vert. Drone's coming through piano side right now. It's going to be a very slow round here. Let's see it.
I think that the nerves start to take a toll on the pace of the rounds, don't they? As you get this deep in, nobody kind of almost start playing not to lose rather than playing to win. Nobody wants to get aggressive. Nobody wants to be the player that dives in and takes that entry death and puts their team in a bad spot, especially if you're on the side of GK right now. Enterprise, of course, with 2 opportunities to get this one won. Despite that wobble that they've had at the second half of this game, they do still have a good chance to close it out and to proceed in the upper bracket here at the Esports World Cup. Ram will get in. Boogie Drone doing its job from above, opening up that verticality, but we see the impact nade come out, and that's just going to take out the Boogie Drone and slow it in its tracks.
One Echo Cam gone.
Sledge getting to work now at the 1:30 mark, so they bang on time here, a little ahead if anything, with that first Boogie Drone having already gone down. So Enterprise doing some good work. They haven't got the hatch open yet, but the X-Kairos pellets are activated and will close it out, but I'm still looking at that same position. It's Yogg, it's VIP, it's the Tubarão. I'm looking at what's the plan here, what's the plan for Enterprise. They didn't deal with it last time. How are they going to make sure that that doesn't become an issue this time? They've got 2 nades from Jigsaw. Do they maybe bounce them around the corner? Do they look at using them in some way to be able to hold Yogg at bay?
Look like they're eyeing for just a site execute here, Tim. Especially with the Thatcher, IQ trying to get rid of these Echo Drones, and their Thatcher and the Echo Drone too. Going for the, great C4.
Yogg from that position, able to deny the push. I'd said that it was my concern throughout. Enterprise were less worried about it than I, but they should have been a little bit more. The Zoto canister comes out to try and stop that push onto him that we've seen previously. And again, Yogg is doing a great job here at just holding back the tide. There's going to be a little bit of a wander down Brown Stairs, but Brendo has got into a position to put the diffuser down. Groovy, however, stops it. 5 versus 3 now. GK holding on and looking to take us to that 15th round. It's retake time for Enterprise.
Walking through right now, low time, no chance. And Tim, it was really down to Enterprise. They really kind of let that round slip because even if you're in that spot to get the bomb down, you need your players on the vert covering. You see another player dropping the hatch. There's no need to drop the hatch. You already have a person on white. You need to make sure you hold the coffee double door where Groovy was able to vault through, stop the plant, and then prone and waste even more time off of the flames here. And you saw that they usually brought the Twitch drone in to be able to clear those flames early. They weren't able to clear those flames. They didn't use a nade for the flames, so it really allowed them to stall in the late round right there. And a great C4 from Yogg being able to break that initial play.
Yeah, really nice defense. We see, you know, all the utility that was thrown at Yogg there, but they still didn't get that kill onto him. He was still able to find the nitro, really break, you know, the back of that attack before it really started to get established.
They just went bar. How do you feel about that?
I'll tell you what, I feel nervous. I feel nervous for Enterprise. We have not seen a top floor site yet in 14 rounds, and Enterprise choose to go there. Now, I can tell you from over the last, I can't tell you the exact numbers right at this second, but over the last 2 or 3 years, this site has never got above 50% win rate for the defenders. I can tell you that now because I've watched it avidly, and it's a risk. It's a risk. But look, maybe it catches GK a little bit off guard. Yeah. It's not part of the rotation. It's not something they're going to be expecting. So now GK are having to plan. They're having to think about this quickly.
Right now, too, Cena Soul is coming out. The Cade, too. Going to be good for the walls. Thorn. I would like to see Azami here because this site is just so... It's so passive for the attackers because you can really just be able to be outside the map and really just stall time. Looking to Cade the red wall from up... It's a little bit questionable. Okay, they're gonna put the Cade down. It's good. Gonna Cade freeze your walls here probably. Walls done. Yeah. You can kind of nade that. They have idiots and freezer protecting it. Let's see. Probably gonna be a C1 clear right now. Seeing 4 sets of nades coming out. Most of the ADSs are for the bar side too. This could get tricky right now. Ace coming out too. Gonna be one of the best ops to be able to get this range breach off. Got rid of ADS too. Wow, big.
Nearly didn't get away with that.
Didn't get the ADS though. Didn't get the ADS. He blocked it.
I think he did. He just managed to body block it, and it was, you know, we saw the shot land on the Jaeger's leg. We can see on his player card the little bit of damage that Cairo took, but it's taken and kept some really important utility online there. It's going to enable him to stay in that position. So good stuff from Enterprise by Loco management. It doesn't really matter. The outcome is the same, and it means that the Jaeger stays in position, but he's going to wish that he hadn't. The flashes come in, and Upor gets the tight angle from Skylight, and there's the entry.
Now it's so difficult, too, because you have your solos below, 3 people on the site. You're forced to really make a play right now. If it goes 5v3, it could get bad. Oh. Good trade back. Good to be on the solos below here, if they have that info or not on Jigsaw.
Brando getting Enterprise back into
They have a reading cam. They don't have a pillar cam right now, so there's no info.
At least a little. 4 versus 3. GK need to not get dragged into rushing through this. They've got a couple of kills. They don't need to get overly aggressive, but they take the opportunity presented. Ask gets the kill onto Bap, and they can smell blood in the water now. They know they're like sharks circling. They want this match. They were 6-2 down, but here comes the jump out. Big play as Jigsaw just launches himself out of white window. The fight is on. Brendo gets 1. 2v2, but Ask is the hero that they were asking for. 2v1 right now. He's going to be getting the plant down, but the Solus is underneath. This could be the win condition. He has to move away. They can't find the kill. Jigsaw, he's going to go back to it again. He has to just shoot through the floor. He will manage to land some shots, but Ask is going for it again. Yoga downstairs gets the kill, and GK
Look at the emotion.
From 6-2 down. They fight their way back in and win it in round 15.
This is EWC.
Siege.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, I definitely fell asleep at my chair.
Every player out of their chairs celebrating. Unbelievable
Like only for like
scenes.
5 minutes.
Enterprise, they're going to be kicking themselves. They had 4 rounds to close out Cafe, and they couldn't get it done. There wasn't enough chat. There wasn't enough shouting to get that one over the line, and GK had all the response.
Tim, you said it. Don't go bar, and they went bar 7-7. Oh my gosh.
I mean, look, far be it from me to say. But I've been saying it for years. Stop playing bar.
If only somebody would listen. Every player out of their seat, and rightfully so. What a comeback from GK we see here. It took them 15 rounds, but they get it done. A super important round in overtime. We saw a very attacker-favored Cafe.
Yeah.
Also in overtime, everybody knows how to defend. And then with that final round, they get the entry, they get the information, they get what they need to do. And GK, they say in the upper bracket, they have an extra life. Incredible.
I mean, that's Siege right there. Such a big game too.
That's what we tune in
Going
for.
into a qualification game, best of 3 versus an elimination game, best of 3, especially off of this type of loss, you know that's going to get in the Enterprise head. Looking at the players too, we're just really stunned even. Looking at Brendo, just what a game.
This is exactly why we tune in, and even in that last round, it was almost as if that last round just was kind of a miniature version of the entire game.
Yes.
It was one team in the lead.
Yeah.
Oh, they've come back. Oh, it's 2v2, and it's right down to the wire. It just encapsulated it so brilliantly. We see the highlights coming out. There was so many moments throughout that game. Nice shots that were hit. Great team play from both sides. Ultimately, GK, they dug deep, and I'm impressed.
Yeah.
They continue to impress me. They were the mystery team in EML. They came in here. It was a slow, nervous, shaky start from them, but they have found their feet. Shepard, I've no doubt, helped at the tactical timeout and at halftime, and they've got it overturned. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, this is a slow start for them here. I mean, of course, for EP, what are you going to do if you're GK? If those players, you know, 9-1, whatever. Even at that point, Jigsaw hadn't even gotten a kill yet, but it wasn't even necessary. EP had a great start to this game. They were talking. They were getting very vocal, not just in the chat, but also, you know, with their emotions, with their signals towards the enemy team there. And then for GK, when they were starting this comeback, it almost felt like they weren't believing in it themselves. Like they were not super motivated towards each other. It seemed like even if they were getting these rounds, Groovy still had his hands in his head. It looks a bit rough, but then for them to have this mental resilience to bring it back to overtime and to win out these super important rounds there is something that'll really help them once they start getting to the best of threes.
Of course, and two, I feel like that last round also, we were speaking about Ask, that 1v1 between Ask and
That
Brendo
matches weren't too bad.
was really the round. I
No
felt
one
like
really got
if you get that kill, it gives Jigsaw
clothesline.
some more time to get up top.
Fnatic
Jigsaw
basically
puts
got
himself
folded
outside the
by
map,
FaZe, but
it starts a
that's kind
timer
of
of, okay, we
expected.
have to kill Brendo inside the site, and it really forced out 2v1 here. Just what a game, honestly. Great composure for both teams.
Yeah, that's exactly what we love to see. Both of them have turned up. They've both had great passages of play.
This
Enterprise, I'm sure, are going to go
team
away and
is
ask
honestly
questions
kinda
of
weird.
themselves. They need
It's
to not
like
be
the
too
leftovers
hard.
of, like,
You know,
every
there are
region.
plenty of good
You have
moments for them to
Groovy,
take
Yaga,
away from
Ask
that
is a
game. If they
Brazilian,
can play like they did for
Groovy
the
is
first 6
EU,
rounds, the first
Yaga's
8 rounds,
NA.
they'll be absolutely fine. They're going to get wins at this tournament, but they just have to deal with getting it over the line. Sometimes it's about clinching the games. You can win every round you want, but if you don't win the one that matters, you're going to go home in the end.
Ask is so animated, letting them know, like, yes, because they were talking so much. They were saying, they were shaking, and I feel like, too, it's not how you start, again, it's how you finish, and really being able to get their footing back in the game is big.
I love to see certain emotions coming out from players. It really shows on their faces how much it means to them.
Yeah.
And for GK, they say in the upper bracket is absolutely huge to them. We get to send it down to Lexing on the stage. He's going to ask some questions about how he feels after this game.
Maybe it's the shot, but
Thank you guys on the desk, and I agree, Iconic. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Ask, you guys had to fight tooth and nail for this, especially from that being down 2-6 comeback. How are you feeling right now?
Bro, to be honest,
I don't even know who these people are. I'm not surprised.
On the match, like joking with the boys, like I think like on the EML or Belgium Masters, like we did like, some crazy
sent
comeback.
SR home, them
and
playing
just
some random
make
no
a joke,
names.
Like, guys,
No.
we're ready to make one bigger comeback, so why not again?
The only
And
teams
we
that can
end
beat
up,
CAG
to
are going to
show
be
some
like
good mentality
the
right
best
there.
teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want
CAG's
to talk
like
about
that
obviously
middle
this
of
being
the
your
road,
first
like-
introduction into EWC, having a match like this. Do you feel this is the match
Gateway.
that you want to push yourself going
Like,
into tomorrow against the
CAG
likes
is
of
like a
Furia?
gate,
Yeah, definitely. Like to be honest, like we end
Like a
show
doorman.
like a lot of
Like, the people that are gonna
info,
do really well
but it's fine,
at
you know, like we already know
invite
like,
or a
what the people
major,
doing here.
you gotta
But
be
I
able
think
to
it's
slam
fine,
CAG.
But I think it's good for the mentality.
People that don't
resilience
deserve to
for
be
the
here,
tournament.
CAG are gonna
Absolutely. I want to talk about that comeback, actually, the 2-6. What was Groovy saying to you guys throughout each and every single round just to make sure, talking about that resilience, staying composed to get over the line?
Yeah, basically,
What's up
like,
there? How you doing?
Groovy, like to be honest, like
Doing
he's
good.
like our IGL, and like he's like keep our composure, you know. Like so, guys, chilling. Let's go for the execute. Like Enterprise
today,
are playing always for the execute.
my
like,
game
we
plan,
take, walking up the stairs.
we're going to
already know
stream
that, but we're kind of
until we
miss
lose
some
drops
steps in the middle of the rounds.
and then it'll probably
Groovy
take like a
just,
5-hour break.
Like,
Maybe
be
longer.
calm the players.
And then start up
yeah,
for late
that
night
just
stream.
was really important.
All right, well, last thing before I let you go and let you celebrate with the team, you guys have Furia tomorrow, your Brazilian brethren. Is there anything you want to say going into that match?
Bro, I think let's have some fun, you know, like my friends for Brazil, let's have some fun. We're probably gonna play Chalet again, so let's go.
All right, well, we already got to look into it. Probably Chalet. It's going to have some fun. Ask and the boys on Geek, what a performance from them. One game away separates them from getting into playoffs. That's it for us down here for the day. I'll send you back to the desk for one last breakdown.
Getting some spoilers for the game for tomorrow as well, of course, going up against his Brazilian brethren in that matchup. Tomorrow we'll be going into the upper brackets. We're qualifying teams.
Yeah.
It's only the second day of group, so we're already going to do that. It's a very positive thought as well to have.
It's rattling along really, really quickly. I mean, we've been spoilt with some great Siege today. We get back into the best of threes tomorrow. I just want to say what I love about that interview, by the way, particularly Ask's demeanor coming into it. He was stood there with the biggest smile on his face, waiting for Laxing to talk to. It was like, he
I'm
couldn't
curious,
stop
why is that
grinning.
comment
He was
there?
like, yeah, ask me your questions, come on. And I love that from GK, and I'm sure
That's
that's
iconic,
going to
right?
attract a lot of fans to enjoying watching them play. Because when somebody's enjoying it, it's fun to watch as well. Great stuff from them. What an attitude. Brilliant stuff.
And really nice to see respects given to his IGL. Obviously, you know, they couldn't do it without Groovy, but it was everyone really stepping up, really Dog coming in for the play at some rounds, and really just calling it, and it was an amazing time to see them play, to really see them start out slow and really find their footing back, and I feel like Enterprise 2, they showed a lot of great things. They just need to finally get that final step over the line, but I feel like that is oftentimes the hardest thing we're seeing in this tournament. So many teams getting to that match point and letting these teams back into the game, and I think they just need to figure out really how to end it and just close the door on these teams.
It's the difference that we've seen with the great teams.
Yeah.
We said it earlier for Wildcard. They got a match point, and what happened? It was done.
Yeah.
It was out, sorted, onto the next one. And that's the big difference between great teams and good teams. Clinching out games is one of the most important skills you can have.
It means there is still opportunities for a lot of teams tomorrow, especially inside of that upper bracket. We've seen all kinds of chaos here on the first day of groups. We got a 7-0. We got all 15 rounds. We're going to get way more of that with our best of threes tomorrow as we qualify teams to the playoffs. That is the most important thing to tune back in for tomorrow. For now, we're going to send you over to the STC highlights of the day. Thank you so much for watching.
Goodbye. Look, guys. So, I believe the game's tomorrow. I don't know the exact time, so keep it in mind. The next game is in quote-unquote 18 hours. So, there's a time. It's about the same time it started today. All right. Let's jump on Siege. I don't know how long we're going, but we're definitely going to go while drops are on. So, do you know?